taste in music. Let's hear it. Wait, can we be in big boxes?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want people to be able to like.
Then we can clip it. Unless this is annoying for you. Then
No, it's fine. Okay, are you able to read what's behind me? Right, clearly.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I have the bit. No, we can do like this. I don't care. I just want because we know that the opposition can only read at a 5th grade reading level, so we might as well make sure that that everything's legible. Hey guys, welcome back into the stream, guys.
Lights working.
Guys, huge shout out to yesterday morning. Some people reached out to me in my DMs and said that they learned a lot more about what's going on in Gaza. And I appreciate that. Even though I got a few unaliving threats from ex-IDF soldiers, I eat those for breakfast because I live in Texas. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I made a wallpaper that says Trump is bad for Palestine, and it got absolutely out.
I bet that was.
Guys, tap the screen, guys. Let's go ahead and get this party started, guys.
Braver than I am.
Hey, look, somebody got to defend those innocent children that did nothing wrong at the expense.
Let's all tap the screen. Let's get some more people in here.
Yeah.
We want to talk to someone. If it's easier for you to tap me in a small box, that's fine.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just making sure people can read this. F what the Trump supporters think. I'm just making it easier for their brains because they can hardly put these 7 words together. So, all right, guys, welcome into the stream.
Does that make you laugh? I am a nerd.
Headbands coming on, guys. You know it's about to get serious. Here we go.
Should we stretch?
I just got done running not too long ago. I think I'm good. I think I stretched out my
I 12 miles today. Oh my God, Matt found me. I
haven't seen you in probably a year.
This is my guy. This is a rich guy in Fort Lauderdale.
We go way back in the day.
Yeah, who has waterway access for his small yacht.
So Matt, you're on my.
His dad does. I mean, his dad does.
No.
So, hey, Matt, can you talk to me real quick? I just got some screen. I realize you're up here for somebody. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, let's actually. Okay, cool. How is he making America great again?
Let's see. Putting Elon Musk in charge of Doge.
He left already.
Are you gonna let me speak or?
Just go ahead, but I don't know.
And we all know why he's stepping down because the liberals are ruining his life. That's why he's stepping down.
Can you give me evidence of that?
But anyways.
No, wait. You made a claim.
They're burning cars. They're
how many? Okay. All right. Cool. So you're telling me that they burnt so many cars to account for the negative 36%. Okay. So
Matt, your girlfriend's calling.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're talking about evidence. We all see.
You're telling. So hey, Matt, I'm giving you evidence to refute your claim, right? So you're telling me that you're telling me that they burnt so many cars that accounted for the negative 36% revenue differential that came because of Trump's tariffs.
That's okay. Not one word of that came out of my mouth.
Okay, so how many cars got burned? It must have been a few hundred.
You might have to check your headphones or get some AirPods.
Well, no.
Listen, there were like
the reason I said he's stepping down.
And let's be fair, like a couple got pushed into the water.
No.
Yes, they did. Listen, it's less about vandalism as it is about like the worldwide.
No, it's not.
No, wait, Matt. Can I just let me say something? I'm not actually refuting. I'm agreeing with you in a way. Like the way in which, I mean, I don't know about like liberals ruining his business, but when you, as the richest man of the world, accept a position, as unelected to apparently root out waste, fraud, and abuse, and you don't do that, which I can provide.
Where did this whole unelected term come off first? And first answer your
because
question.
You have to be elected to be elected. So when I say unelected, he was unelected. What do you mean?
But anyways. No one in Trump's cabinet is elected anyway, so I don't know where this term.
Okay, but no, let me clarify, Matt. Wait,
I really want to.
Did I block you, Matt? Oh my God!
Okay, Matt, can you stop interrupting a woman while she's speaking?
I forgot about that.
So hey, Matt. So here's what we don't do on my panel, right? Felice is I understand educated women bother you, but here's the thing, right? You made a claim, I'm doing a refutation, right? If you don't like the answer that's coming from the data and from Elon Musk's mouth, then probably he should have never been appointed as Doge anyway. So please let Felice finish. This is going to be the last time that I'm going to tell you this. Holy shit.
Yeah, I just want to say something. Elon Musk is not in the cabinet, just to be clear. And if you are in Trump's cabinet, you have to be confirmed by the Senate. You're asking me what the difference is? At no point has Elon Musk been confirmed by the Senate or been in Congress under oath. That's the difference. He's not in Trump's cabinet. He has been commissioned to, look like that's what commissioned, and that's why he has to step away. It's actually illegal after a certain amount of days if you just are running a commission doing like a third party study to continue being associated with the government. It's actually a legal thing. I mean, not that we're kind of past the point of whether things are legal or not, but that's why he's not part of the cabinet. They have to be confirmed by the Senate. That's the difference. I'm waiting to hear your sweet voice, Matt. You're muted.
It's
I
okay.
might unblock you, Matt. I feel bad that you can't find me anywhere on the internet. You just happen to have to wait till.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Let's start rapid tapping, guys. Let's start
Matt,
rapid tapping.
unblock or unmute yourself so we can hear you.
He's looking up shit on Reddit again.
He
Guys,
knows how to unmute. He's been on TikTok long enough. This is like a forced silence.
10K, guys. Let's go.
Matt, unmute. If you like, it's been so long since we've argued with each other. This is your chance. Can you send him an invite to unmute?
I did already. I'm just like, I don't think he has a response to what you just said. That's what.
Oh no, it doesn't matter how many times you tell Matt not to talk. He must have had a stroke. Like this, I'm actually concerned for Matt's well-being. Like,
Matt, come back.
Normally he would unmute. Oh no, someone probably called him. Like he's a nepo baby. Like
he dropped off the bed.
He probably has somewhere to be tonight. He's going out in Miami, I'm sure. Oh, Matt's back.
You muted me. You have mute powers. I don't know why you acted like I could unmute myself. No, Chris.
Never silence
because like you were interrupting her. Okay, Matt. Hey, so Matt, I'm giving you the reason, and
I can't unmute myself.
Okay, so you see why you get muted? Because I'm in the middle of telling you why I muted you.
He doesn't know how to unmute himself. What if that's true, Matt? You can unmute yourself.
Wait, Erica, come up real quick. Hold on, Erica, come up real quick. Please, I got someone to introduce you to. Hold on, Matt. I got you in a second. Hold on. Erica, how are you?
I'm doing well. Just finishing dinner and about to go to my parents.
So, I was talking about there's a collaboration that needs to happen more often than not, and it's
Chris
between
was
you
just
two.
telling me on the phone that we should debate together. And
Yeah, numerous times.
I'm totally with it.
I know. I just followed you. I try not to scroll on TikTok because it's detrimental to my mental health. But I watched one of your lives. Long time listener, first time caller. Would love to debate with you. It would be amazing.
Awesome. All right, I'll just sit there while you do the work because you're amazing.
I swear to God, I was just about to say that. I was like, finally, I can relax and do it.
I beat you to it.
Look at Chris. Amazing. Look what you've done.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you guys, this is the combination people don't want to see because this
I'll
is
DM
MAGA
you my
repellent.
phone number. Like, I'm going to attach to you like a barnacle.
Okay, I'm with it. Do it.
W.
Amazing.
Awesome. Well, Chris, thank you so much for letting me up. I got to drop because I am about to start driving, but I do appreciate y'all.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, love. Please, are you a mom?
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I have one who's a narcissist, and I got her a bunch of presents. But
okay.
I'm sure you're an amazing mom. So to all the moms out there with empathy that are engaged in gentle parenting, thank you.
Thank you, please. I appreciate you. Y'all have a great night.
W.
Chris, can I answer your question you asked me like 10 minutes ago?
Okay.
Matt does not like being silent. No,
okay, Matt.
We're up. Chris, let Matt speak for a minute. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Matt.
the only reason Elon Musk is stepping down is because liberals have ruined his life by painting you-know-what on his cars, by destroying people that have his cars, by setting dealerships on fire, by shooting at his dealerships. That's the only reason he's stepping down. Not because the stock is doing good or bad. They're ruining his life.
I never said the stock, though.
Who said that? In the interview, he said that. He said, He said, I didn't know public service would ruin my life. And all he's trying to do is help the American people. Look, it goes right over your fucking head.
Hey, so Matt, okay. You've said your response. Now you're throwing ad homs, right? Now we're going to get into the data. You said an emotionally charged argument. Beautiful. Let's go to the Okay, so Matt, you're getting emotional again.
Don't silence Matt. He will only get more frantic. And
no, because he said I was expecting substance. He just said a bunch of emotions. Here we go.
That's true.
So Matt, I'm giving you, if you unmute one more time, I'm using due process and I will deport you to the comments.
How does Matt have 1,000 coins and I don't? That's
coin
life. This is the lowest moment of my life right now.
Okay, so P&L reported from Elon Musk himself under the Trump administration in January, right? Ever since the trade war with China, guys, we're actually going to get into what's actually happening other than what this dumbass is actually saying. Emotions go a long way. So sorry the numbers are about to hurt, right? Like I said, unmute one more time.
Baby.
Okay, cool.
Insult. Okay,
cool. Got it. So 36%, I try to give you a chance. MOM, month over month revenue decrease because of the Chinese tariffs because of Russia. I mean, not Russia, because of Donald Trump. Might as well be Russia because they're both in bed together. So with that being said, Elon Musk referenced this numerous times. January 23rd, he was concerned about it. February 1st. Now the cost to operate Tesla, on top of the fact Slate Auto, Jeff Bezos is now releasing a very ugly but competitive EV competitor. That's the reason why he's leaving for Tesla. Fuck out of here.
I mean, it's not just that. Like, listen, yeah, his business is tanked. Like, most of his wealth, and Matt is a billionaire apologist. His daddy is very rich, so it makes sense. But I mean, that is the reality. Is his wealth is held in Tesla's stock and the Ethereum and Bitcoin that they're holding, and it's sinking.
Walaikum salam. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I am from Gaza.
I'm sorry. Could you take it down for solicitation? Sorry.
Can you? I didn't know that. Yes, thank you for the gifts. Matt, that was our one chance to talk, and you ruined it by screaming the whole time. We may never see each other again. I'll think about you.
Guys, tap the damn screen. The hell are you guys doing? Let's go.
A while back. I can't even remember why.
I can see why now. Dude's insufferable.
Oh, Matt's not that bad. He's not that bad. There's so much worse than Matt.
Yeah,
Matt, it's okay. Keep working on that golf swing. One day I'm going to embarrass you.
No, guys, don't apologize. Donate your coins to Fleet. The fact that Matt had more coins when he was up here, that's terrible, you guys.
Who did give Matt those coins? I've never seen Matt get that. Matt just got his max coins in life. Right?
How long has you been on here?
I'll be your new Matt. Okay, David.
Not Matt crying for a billionaire, but not the poor. Ain't that a damn shame?
Oh, no, Matt is rich. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, I've known him for like a couple years now. Matt, it comes from a very rich dad, like from Fort Lauderdale. Sorry, I'm not doxing you. You said this to me on the internet. Like with waterway access, probably I'm imagining not a large yacht, but small boat, waterway access to saltwater, the typical Fort Lauderdale golf bro. Like, of course he's defending billionaires. He's a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Matt's going to be rich one day. His daddy just has to unalive.
Yeah. Guys, go ahead and tap the screen, guys.
Dox him? How do you think? Someone just said I doxed Matt. How would I know that about Matt? Maybe because he told me all of that on the internet of his own free will over a period of years. I didn't go look him up. He told me that. Out of his own mouth. That's not doxing.
I live in Palm Beach County, and some of these people are unreal. I can imagine. Let's see. Matt, stop taking yourself out of the request and then requesting. If you do that one more time, I'm going to block.
Just come up and we can talk. We can all have a good conversation. He really can have a good conversation. I didn't know he was this in love with Elon. This is new information.
Here's the thing, though. What I don't like. He's moving on to every other point, but there's times for refutations. I'm not just going to let you say that he left Tesla for one reason when I have evidence that he left Tesla for other reasons.
No, but actually, and that's, can I just say, like, everyone can look this up. When you are an unelected, not part of the cabinet, never confirmed by the Senate, you're just commissioned to do a third-party study. There's a certain amount of days you can legally be affiliated by the government before it becomes illegal. He's reached that limit. That's what it is. He actually, not that I think Trump adheres to the law, but it actually becomes illegal for him to continue. It's actually, and I do think it's not like I don't know if anyone, I used to work in the tech industry and advertising, and there are certain headhunters, their jobs are specifically to fill roles in the tech industry, and the rumors are amongst the headhunters that the board of Tesla was looking for another CEO, like telling the headhunters, go find one. So that's probably the other reason he's backing away, is to try to, if that's his passion, to try to keep his job. But yeah, he did ruin his brand. But that's his own choice. He thought, oh, I influenced the American presidential election and I can do that. You saw him try to do it, Matt. I know you're still listening, so think about this. What he did in the United States election, he then tried to duplicate in Germany and in the UK, and he failed. And then the real cherry on top of Elmo's failures was the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. He was like, so goes Wisconsin Supreme Court, so goes the House, and invested all that money and failed. And Trump realized, oh, I'm now associated with a loser. And when you are a malignant narcissist, you're only as good as your last transaction, as the last time you win. So it's just not good for either of them to be associated.
Guys, go ahead and tap that screen. I know the one time I want to have somebody over here gonna give me these low ass views.
Look how long my hair is getting, people. Remember, a year ago?
Don't I look so much younger when I have a clean shaven face? So
yeah, and why do I? Maybe because I'm so close to the camera. I finally got a light because I realized I always looked like I was not in dim, in my clips and stuff. So I finally got I feel like the cops are shining a mag light in my face right now.
Guys, go ahead and tap that screen. You guys there was 1,000 people here earlier for Zionist, right? Let's get some people here for Felice.
Let's tap the screen. Everyone share the live with 5 people. Thank you, Bookish. And thank you for so much support. It does not go unnoticed, truly. The internet's a scary place, and I appreciate the support.
You said that you love the grifting, huh? Tell me a little bit about Donald Trump and Qatar, right? We're going to talk about grifting here in just a second.
Oh my God, don't get me started on that.
Because that shit's crazy. That's actually against the Constitution.
Do you understand? Well, it's the legal definition of bribery.
Yeah.
Whatever they must be, but let me, this is the living embodiment of Snyder v. the United States. This is the Supreme Court decision. If you accept the bribe after the fact, it's not a bribe, it's a tip. So if
what's
Trump
going on, Z?
All good. I just wanted to get your thoughts on a recent tweet that came from Trump stating that he's trying to drop the pharmaceutical prices in the United States and equalize it to the prices that's happening in Europe, basically guaranteeing, or not guaranteeing, but claiming that it will benefit the Americans overall. What are your thoughts about that?
Okay, cool. So there's only one way that's actually going to happen, right? That's through getting rid of tariffs, right? Because there's a lot of pharmaceutical material that we actually need from other countries, right? So for that, and by the way, since January, pharmaceuticals has only gone up 4.5%, right? So he can say one thing, but let me ask you a question now. Knowing that other countries have the supply for certain pharmaceuticals, is he planning on dropping the tariffs with China and the UK anytime soon? Because that's the only way pharmaceuticals is going to go down.
I think he might renegotiate them in an amount that would be reasonable, because right now it's not unreasonable. But if he want to negotiate that to the point where the prices for the Americans, affording the medications would be equal to what Europeans are paying, isn't that a good thing? And why is it terrible for that?
Well, no, because it's not possible with his tariffs right now. Also, Curing world hunger sounds great, right? But it's not possible right now. So do you know what also sounds great? Ending the war in Ukraine in a whole day, building a wall, making Mexico pay for it, right? Also slashing American energy prices in half within the first day, right? All that sounds great, but the practicality has to be there, which is not, right? So with these 145% counter tariffs and with the trade deal that just got struck with the UK, which is very unreasonable for us, including agriculture exports, flashback to how we bankrupted 500 farms, he can say it, but the actions aren't following. And once again, prices of pharmaceuticals has only gone up 4.5% since Trump been in office. So yeah.
You know, I have something to say, if I might speak on it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I do want to say, like he did this something similar in his first term or his first presidency, which we all try to forget. Let me just, because it's funny, I have a note in this for my outline tomorrow. So, let me just read my note. So the idea, okay, so in his first term was tying Medicare's drug reimbursement to the prices in other countries. This is what he did in 2018. And then he finalized the rule just after the 2020 election. The 7-year model would have allowed the U.S. to piggyback on discounts negotiated by other peer countries. Which is typically far less for medications in large part because the governments often determine the cost. But then the issue, though, is at the same time, he just posted this, he just posted this on True Social, but it's coming at the same time. Sorry, I'm just mulling through my notes because I haven't really formed them. As they're also looking to impose tariffs on pharmaceutical imports. So it's almost like biting off your nose to spite your face, right? Like he's talking about saying, we're only going to produce pharmaceuticals in America. I'm going to tariff what's coming from other countries, but then tying back to what he did in 2018, which was basically saying of other partner companies, the lowest price they're going to pay for a drug is what we're going to offer Medicare patients. So the two ideas are contradictory, is my thought. But, that's what I'm assuming his line of logic is or what he's thinking. But again, you know how it is. Who knows what he's talking about?
Yeah, so the practicality is not there, right? You can say a lot of things, but if the practical solution's not there, it's not there. So you asked if that's a good thing. No, it's not, because it's impossible with his tariffs and with what Felice just said, right?
Well, and finally, because of his constant acceptance of bribes, right? From lobbyists. There's 435 people or somewhere odd there in Congress. There's 4 pharmaceutical reps for every 1 person in Congress. Trump is often bent by the pharmaceutical lobby. And someone just correctly said, if this guy cares so much about people not paying for prescriptions, why did he ruin the $35 cap on insulin? Because he was lobbied to. So yeah. I think Trump is always susceptible to the highest bidder.
I see. So if I understand correctly, and let's say we'll revisit the topic, let's say in a month, and it would come across that the prophecy of the Trump would came true, which would then concede that the Trump may be not terrible for the United States of America?
Justice, listen, you just ignored, so here's the thing, right? If we take China tomorrow, we would have the world's biggest GDP, and we would quite literally be the wealthiest country in the world without any debt. So with that being said,
what do you mean when you said if we take China? What does that mean?
I know. So I'm giving him a hypothetical situation to prove that
I'm
it's
asking,
not.
what does take mean? You mean if we physically
if we physically take China, just like Greenland and Canada, right? I'm just showing him how ridiculous this statement is, just like his statement is, because you didn't give me a practical solution, not only with the tariffs, but the pharmaceutical lobbying, right? So the answer is no, because it is impossible. So give me a practical situation, unlike these drug prices, and then maybe we can have a conversation about it. You keep saying if. I'm still waiting for the wall to get built. I'm still waiting for the Iranian nuclear deal, right, that Trump put us into. I'm waiting for the annexation of the Panama Canal that's not happening, or the annexation of Canada or Greenland. Impossible. Give me something that's in the realm of possibility.
Got it. No, it's a valid argument. I think it's a work in progress. It takes time for President Trump to achieve his objectives.
Yeah, 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
So
we've been saying, the point is I think the point is like that he's yelling about is we've been saying 2 weeks for a long time. And like, I get listen, and I'm just trying to, I'm in a good mood today. I want to validate what you said. Like, hey, we need to give him time. But this is the real thing because I'm really into commodities and markets and what's going on. Trump inherited a bull market. Trump inherited an economy that was projected to expand, not contract. All Trump had to do was do nothing, and he would have looked like a hero and could have taken credit. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying a lot of MAGA, they don't do math, they don't understand the market, so they would have given him credit. Everything was fine. Everything Trump has done is a self-inflicted wound. Like no one did it to him; he did it to himself. Is what I'm trying.
Yeah,
and did it to all of us. So yeah, I don't trust his judgment. I think in an effort to clamp down on power of corporations and of other countries, he has tanked everyone's financial future, and that's something that's not going to be as easily undone because we've ruined trade partnerships that we're not going to easily get back.
So Z, you have anything else? Because I just kind of want to move on. Okay, cool.
It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
I'm here for business.
Do you know him? You seem to
No, I don't. It's just
you didn't.
No, it's because he's gravitating on this situation that's impossible. I just don't think we were going to move it forward. Terry, how old are you?
Hey, 26.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
All right. How's he making
Nice
America
to meet
great
you,
again?
Tear Bear.
Yeah, recently with these developments out of Israel where he cut off Netanyahu and I think that's awesome. Along with,
let's talk about that real quick. How did he cut off Israel when the most recent budgeting, by the way, we're adding $1 trillion to the already overly large DoD budget. So how did he cut them off? They're still getting the full suite of foreign aid for this whole year. He never once advocated for AIPAC to get moved to a foreign entity, which would cut them off from us. And he's never talked to the governors about the BDS laws. So how did he cut off Israel from us? Because they're still getting all the money that they asked for and support and more. You think just because he said one statement, can you demonstrate to me how we are cutting them off? Because if it's just words, that's not good enough. They're still getting the full suite of DoD funding. They're still getting other provisions, and they're still getting their AIPAC money.
Oh yeah, for sure. He hasn't sanctioned AIPAC or declared him as a foreign agent yet. But that doesn't mean that he hasn't started the process. Along with the statement, he started what term? Not the H group, but they start with H, but the one out of Lebanon.
Hezbollah.
Okay, you could say that on it. Well, no, the ones that are doing the shipping route blocking.
I mean, it's probably best not to, but we're with you. Oh no, you're talking about the Houthis, yeah.
The Houthis.
Yeah. So he actually did an agreement with them to stop without Netanyahu. He went.
No, that's what he said out loud randomly one day. And then, if you read military commanders were like, we have no idea what he's talking about.
If you listen to Witkoff, the special envoy to the Middle East.
Witkoff is a billionaire who has no business, is using Russian translators and his own cell phone while negotiating with Putin. Witkoff has less idea of what's going on than Trump. What I'm saying is when Trump made that statement, because I'm just telling you, the reality show that Trump puts on every day in the White House, I watch it. I've watched it every day of it. I don't like to admit that. I've seen every Trump rally, so I know what you're talking about. And when Trump made that statement that, the Houthis don't want to fight anymore, they told me, they said they're done. And then military commanders were asked for a quote on it, and they were like, we have no idea what he's talking about. If that is true, it is news to us.
I'm actually going to read Mohammed al-Salam's quote. Who's the Houthi general. He said the American stance has changed, ours hasn't. Bronsberg, the U.S. envoy, said that there's been no evidence. And you know what's funny? Your own vice president actually threw you guys under the bus. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Old J.D. Vance sounded off a day before he went to Canada and quite literally said this. So he said, we can do what we try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved, oh shit, Mr. Vice President, in the middle of something that's fundamentally none of our business, right?
That's a W.
Well, you
We don't
just
want
well
to be involved in that.
Hey,
We
so
want
so
troops in the Middle East or
hey,
not.
so hey, okay, so cool. So with that being said, right, you made the claim. So actually, Trump made the claim that the Houthis surrendered to the U.S.
haven't
That
attacked.
that never happened. Yes, they have. So hold on,
Like
Terry.
since 2 days ago?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Did the Houthis surrender to the U.S.? Can you give me evidence of that?
What do you mean by surrender? It was an agreement. They made
Literally, there wasn't an agreement either. I just read you the quote from the Houthi general that said that they never had a conversation.
What
They never
my
spoke, so this is-
concern, Terry, is that I just explained this to you and that you disregarded everything I said. Listen to me. I'm not wrong. I'm always right. I
mean, I
never
read this
say
on
things.
Middle East
I am
Spectrum.
never
You
saying
guys are
things
just-
I'm not
you
sure
guys are
about.
just making
Trump
this up.
made an offhanded comment and was like, "Oh, the Houthis don't want to fight anymore. They don't want it anymore. Like we don't even have to worry about it." That
Yeah, but
was
this is
not
along
true.
with the Iran-
Can you stop cutting her off,
We
bro?
have no idea what he is talking about. As far as we know, that's not true. Then you heard a quote from the actual person in charge of the Houthis saying, "Yeah, that's not true." It's
Yeah.
not true. Trump just said it out loud. And you take anything he said, even though this man has been proven time and time again to be a pathological liar who just rambles incoherently. And you heard him say that, and you're like, that's it. Here's another example of
Well, it's not
ceasefires
that's
that
it.
aren't
The
weird.
reason why I
Here's a
believe
great
that.
example of, remember No New Wars? Remember there's never, if I was in charge, no one would dare. And then, we had India attack Pakistan, and then Trump announced that there was a ceasefire. And I can now show, because I'm going to on my live tomorrow, time-stamped videos of right after Trump announced a ceasefire of them drone attacking each other yet again.
I don't want to pivot to
Remember
India. Can we
the
talk
No
about the
New
Middle East?
Wars? What happened
You're
about the
pivoting
No
into
New
India.
Wars? I thought if Trump was in
not
charge,
pi-
no one would dare attack anyone because he's so fearsome.
You're pivoting
Right.
to India. Okay, address the claims in the Middle East.
So can I ask you a question about the source that you used?
Yeah, you
I'm
were wrong about the claims on the Middle East, and I'm just giving another example of how Trump is in
gotta
charge of
finish
nothing.
what the claim is. I
Okay,
didn't finish the claim.
so hold on.
Finish
You're
the
talking to me.
claim first.
What's the name of the publication? Because I'm about to use it to show you that the Houthis just attacked today. I'm just making sure I got the right one. I'm going to use your same exact source here. Now, give me the name of your publication. What was the one that you used? Middle East Eye?
No.
Okay, what was the name of the publication? Because I have 5 Middle Eastern sources that says that there was an engagement today between the Houthis and Israel. What was the name of it? Because I'm going to read all 5 right now.
Trump said there
Well, we're
was a
not Israel, right? We're
ceasefire.
talking
What
about
do you mean? I'm in shock.
If you don't give me the name of your publication, right, I'm just going to drop you, right? So
Mhm.
what?
Doesn't have
Spectre
a
on Telegram.
publication.
Okay, cool. I just found cool. Thank you. Cool. So here's what happened today. Today's May the 11th, right? Perfect, right? Israel just intercepted a missile launched from the Houthis towards Israel 5 hours ago. The missile attack was followed by Israeli airstrikes on, I'm going to mispronounce this word, Hodiaya in Yemen, targeting under Houthis control. Israel, and as of May 11th, today on Mother's Day, they are exchanging missiles with each other. Now, I got this off of your source. Also, I actually quoted this from Times of Israel as well, a third party, adjacent party. The IDF issued an evacuation warning because they're sending missiles on today, May 11th. Al Jazeera, because we're just going to keep using Middle Eastern parts. Al Jazeera says the same thing. Reuters says the same thing. Now, can you
I
Yeah,
get
so-
it. I
Reuters.
understand. But let me.
So can you refute that there was not a armed exchange between Israel and the Houthis today? Can you refute that statement?
No. I completely agree. You
course
just misunderstood my claim. We're not Israel. The United States and Israel are separate entities.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Sound like a
okay.
fool.
Okay. I'm just
You
okay,
sound
man.
like an
You have a good one.
absolute fool.
So the claim was Donald Trump said in Canada, I can't believe you lost your own plot. He said that the Houthis stopped attacking Israeli ships, right, in the sea. He never said us. He said Israeli ships. You might be an idiot. Goodbye.
They said they had enough and they were they just gave up. And again, you can read the quotes of military, like American military commanders being like, yeah, if that happened, none of us know about it.
Charles, how old are you?
Which, by the way, can we address why all the $67 million jets just keep rolling off aircraft carriers in the
Hello?
like just falling off into the ocean?
Hello?
Yeah. How old are you?
32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How is he making America great again?
He's making America great again when he brings back the 13 colonies.
So
But
so
you
hold
know
on.
they're still there, right? They're
Yeah.
all states now.
They haven't gone anywhere.
They're still.
They should be running the country. Power to the people.
So are the other 50 states. Wouldn't you agree?
I think this is.
I
a
don't think
joke.
they should be.
Based on what? So you want the? So let me get this right. You want the GDP to shrink tremendously, right? Which would decrease it. You would want our military to shrink. You would want everything to shrink, and you would want the other inhabited land to go back to like Spain and like France and all that, and like
Yes.
Mexico. All right, I don't really think
No
he's
women
serious.
voting.
Okay, your mother. Quick commercial break. Oh wow, I said that on Mother's Day too. Oops. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Felice, real quick. So we got somebody here that's like the next generation of debaters. She's going around. She's doing work in these streets and recognized by a bunch of other bigger creators as well.
Hi,
She's
it's
only
nice
18.
to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too. Yeah, like Chris said, I'm 18. I'm into politics. So just a couple months ago,
Love
I started
that.
doing like debating on lives.
I'm following you back.
Thank you.
So you guys, we're over here energizing the next generation against fascism. So yeah, with that being said though, Rhea, we're going to get back to it, but no, I'm going to make sure you guys both collab this up, you know.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Chris, thanks for introducing me to your friends. This is nice. It's hard for me to make friends. Now I have
She's
you.
certified. She is certified. She's very smart. A lot smarter than I was at
I
18.
got to meet Erica. I can die now, actually. I should have just left the live after that. I could just die
You
now.
just exit stage left.
I'm done. Best day ever.
Bro, how old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How is he making America great again?
Well, let me just say this. You guys fucking suck and she's a bitch, bruh.
Okay. Well, you spent all that energy, right? Considering the fact that you
It's
probably...
okay, Chris. It's okay. Hey, you're deeply, deeply insecure, and I know when women's brains are bigger than yours, it makes you feel even smaller than you feel on a normal day. I can smell your insecurity through the phone, and I actually feel bad for you. I forgive you. But quite honestly, I used to be as insecure as you, and I'm in therapy twice a week, so there is hope. You don't have to stay like that.
Terry's back in the request. Should I let him back up and have him concede about the Houthis?
Terror Bear.
Shut
I
up.
like Terry. Chris, you drop people so quickly.
I know.
I never had a problem with Terry. I thought
Well, because he's
quite
over
civil.
here not addressing the point. So what did Donald Trump tell Mark Carney about what the Houthis were doing? What did Donald Trump say?
They were attacking the shipping routes in the Strait of
Who?
Hormuz.
He also said that they were attacking whose ships?
Well, they're UK ships owned by Israelis.
Okay, so he said Israeli ships, right? So with that being
Everything
said,
Israel was given to them by some other country. Correct.
yeah, including their whole concept, their country from Great Britain, but that's a whole
Well, you're
different
the
story.
one that's mad
So-
that they're getting attacked. You sound like Ben Shapiro also.
I'm mad that Israel's.
No, I'm not
getting
talking about
attacked.
you,
Oh, I was
Chris.
like, what?
Okay, so no, I'm mad that you're lying about the fact because the Houthis never surrendered to
So
the
you
U.S.
don't want diplomacy with Iran?
So hold on, with
Hey.
Iran?
It's Iran, please. Iran.
So Terry,
I'm
you're
a white guy, bro. I'm not. You're
okay. Can you actually like have a conversation
say
instead of
Hadza too.
okay? So this is strike number one, right? Thank you, Rhea. So you're telling me I should applaud Trump for cleaning up the mess that was easily preventable, quite literally, since we're going to go to Iran now. Quite literally, your president is the reason why they have 7 years worth of nuclear material that they can literally build nuclear weapons.
should have nuclear material.
But yeah, I agree. Then why did Trump back us out of the Obama era JPOC deal that had them on wraps? Now he's trying to run around and clean it up.
Poison pilled the deal.
What the hell are you talking
Oh,
about?
that's not true. Trump did tank the Iran nuclear deal, and now
Yahoo's
this is
poison-
the thing.
Look at the recent developments
if you
with
can see
Iran.
the world in patterns, Terry, this is, and I'm not trying to this is just my genuine observation. I see the world in patterns. I'm slightly neurodivergent, and what Trump's pattern is effing up something and then fixing it, right? Like that's what conservatives do, like create a problem
Israel
and
is
then
fucking
run
up the
in
Middle
and
East,
being
not
like,
Trump.
well, Israel's a problem conservatives in this country created.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's like a
history
normie
degree.
take. That like you
No,
found
it's
out- you
not a
probably
normie
found out.
take. It's a historical take. Israel's like our authoritarian stepchild run amok that now we can't like disassociate from. We created that problem along with the other person you just named. You know, Great Britain, the empire.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so like, okay, so can you acknowledge now that this? So I'm gonna ask you again.
Well, no, I have
Trump
to address the
sent-
point.
so,
that you- I have to address you first. Yeah, you said that like.
Can you
Gwen
tell
in
me
the
the-
comments said, I think I'm so smart. I have 2 college degrees, honey. Gwen, I don't think I'm intelligent because I have a history degree. I actually, most of my information and my learning has come completely like of just my own passion for reading. I don't think anyone has to go to university to be smart or not smart. I don't think the number of degrees you hold denotes that. And that's a super weird thing to say, Gwen. And I think that you flexing the number of degrees you has probably denotes your own insecurity.
True.
So-
to address the claim that like the Iran, I just want to address your claim that you said the Iran situation was just like an easy cleanup and Trump.
I'm
was just
sorry,
kinda, like,
Terry.
cleaning up his
Gwen's
own
from
mess up.
Seattle. It's one
I
of the
never
most
said-
expensive cities. Hold on. Gwen in the comments wants everyone to know she's from Seattle. It's one of the most expensive cities in the country. I just want to derail this conversation because Gwen wants everyone to know she's from one of the most expensive cities in the country. Thank you, Gwen. Is this enough attention or are you done now or do you need more? I'm sorry, Terry. I apologize. Gwen needed some
it's
attention.
okay.
It's all good.
So Terry, like one, you are not paying attention to the arguments, which is why when you're trying to refute them, you're talking to yourself. I never said
you
it
don't
was.
let me speak.
So Terry, I'm repeating the claim because you made a false statement, right? I never said it was an easy cleanup. It's clearly not an easy cleanup because they've had 7 years to accumulate nuclear material because of the first Trump administration, leading to the mess that we're in now. It is not an easy cleanup. So can you repeat what I actually said, right? Stop just listening to respond.
Okay, that makes no sense because if the only reason that prevents it from being an easy cleanup is them being 2 weeks away.
I never said it was an easy. Okay, dude, I got you, man. I just told you what I didn't
Chris,
say.
let people, you gotta let him talk. You do have to let people talk. Hold on. And also, Chris, I just need to tell you something. Gwen's from Bellevue. I don't think you caught that. You were busy. Gwen is from Bellevue. That's a rich suburb of Seattle. I think she's trying to tell us that she has money and she thinks that makes her better than I have no money, Gwen.
So here,
Cool story. You're better than me, I suppose. Cool. Gwen's from Bellevue, everyone.
Here's the thing, though.
Furious. Gwen, if you voted for Trump, then come up here and tell us about it. Like, you stop using your fingers and come up here and tell us about it, Gwen.
So like,
I
please,
want to let people talk. Chris, you do have to let people talk. I'm just saying.
Well, no, okay, just let me tell you why, though, real quick.
You should come back up, Terry. You can talk this time.
I reframed. I gave him my argument again. I told him I never said easy cleanup, and he starts with it. That's the thing. Like, he's not listening.
Just drop it.
Well, no, I've given him this argument. Did I ever say that Trump said this was going to be easy cleanup? Did I ever say that?
I don't know, but Gwen has paid $6.50 a gallon for gas for the last 6 years.
All right, I'm going to let
Gwen,
this
if you do want to learn about oil and gas and like how the prices are set, I'd be willing to educate you.
All right, I'm going to give him my same argument one more time, and then Terry.
No,
Terry, I'm going to. Hey, I'm taking advice of somebody here, but I've said the same thing 5 times, and I told you not to say something I didn't say. So, Donald Trump, right? And if I hear you say easy cleanup one more time, I'm going to block you, right? So, here's what I said: we were in the Obama era nuclear Chicken JPOC deal, which was brilliant. They weren't allowed to manufacture more than 3% of plutonium-grade uranium, NXJ. Trump backs us out in 2018, claiming it's a good idea. Dr. Galassi from the UN and also other sources as well says that they are accumulating 20 to 60 times the amount that they were under the sanctioned deal. Now, they claim that they have enough nuclear material to build nuclear weapons. That's what I'm saying. This is not an easy, don't interrupt me, right? Because you keep misquoting me because you're not listening. Don't mumble. You're going to get a chance to respond. But if you are speaking, you're not listening. So this is not an easy cleanup because they've had 7 whole years because of your president. Now you owe me an explanation about why they did it. Now you can respond. And if easy cleanup comes one more time, never mind. I'm going to get taken down if I say I'm going to say. Now you can respond.
Okay. I appreciate you for letting me back up, and I appreciate Felice for lobbying on my behalf when I couldn't chat. But to respond to your okay, geez, you got a quick trigger.
This is Terry Bear's time. Okay, Terry, we're gonna get you have a minute. Just tell us what you feel. Give it to us.
Yeah, me personally, whether Iran has the ability to create I don't think you could say it on here, the N bomb or not, it doesn't matter. Israel's been poison pilling the deal every step of the way through. If they have one or not, Chris, it doesn't matter because Israel is going to go after them either way. It only makes sense for them to make it, right?
Okay, cool. So
I agree with that. I mean, for their own preservation, and the Middle East is a complicated place where we have our out-of-control stepchild, Israel, doing God knows what all the time. Mossad out of control. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that statement, but I do think the Iran nuclear deal was better in place than it was not in place.
Yeah, by far, because now they have the material that they didn't have before. And this was discovered in 2011 when they lied the first time about it, which is why we had to put the provisions in place to have people inspect their nuclear facilities in order to make sure they weren't housing it. Trump backed us out of the deal. Now the UN workers and the Americans weren't able to go there and inspect to see if they were smuggling in nuclear material. Multiply that times 7 years, and that's why Iran is happy that they have enough nuclear material to go blow things up now.
Yeah, they're 2 weeks away is what the claim is, but
we're always 2 weeks away from everything, Terry. Isn't Trump always 2 weeks away from everything?
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I just don't get what your claim is, because if they don't have the bomb, Israel's going to invade them and take over the land.
That's actually, listen, I want to be clear. I'm not sure what the claim is either. What was your original claim? Can you remind me? Because, you got dropped 2 times. And a lot's been going on. So I'm actually not sure what the original claim is.
No, yeah, I actually was agreeing with him that it's not an easy situation at all, but he misinterpreted me and he dropped me because I said wasn't and he thought I said was.
No, I didn't. Okay, dude, I'm gonna clip the hell out of you tomorrow.
Hold on, everything's fine. Okay. Everything's fine. We're not panicking. Everyone breathe. Take a deep breath. I think that the key here is many things can be true at once, right?
I know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, right. Trump wants to exploit the Middle East any way he can. And I think the Qatar plane, right? He just was gifted a $400 million plane, which, if Obama was accepting, which this is a complete violation. In order to accept that gift, minimum, it would have to be vetted and approved by Congress. But now, after I've done more research, it looks like he's accepting a private plane. I think Trump sees dollar signs in the Middle East wherever he can, right? And I think with Iran, well, actually, let me just back up. This is just my take. The Middle East is a very chaotic place, and malignant narcissists like Trump, they see opportunity in chaos. That's what I think. So where Trump can make a deal, I think he will make a deal.
Yeah, but so what I was going to say is, if it wasn't for I guess the term I've heard online is the occupation of the American government by these Israeli supremacists and Israeli firsters, it wouldn't matter what Iran was doing, because Israel wouldn't be rabid mouth and trying to attack them and start World War III in the Middle East. They would be acting more sane because they wouldn't have the United States to step in and protect them if they were attacked, right?
I agree with that.
Who first?
Why are you making a face?
I don't disagree with what you said. I think, like I said,
but the host is just
out
like
of control stepchild that like is backed up by the military strength of the U.S., by the aircraft carriers we have in the Mediterranean. I think, I do agree that Israel acts with absolute impunity. They are an out of control, petulant, murderous serial killer child that does whatever they feel like because they are backed by the power of the American military.
They own the Congress. They own our Congress, right?
Okay.
Don't get me started on the money on AIPAC. Yeah, I think, and particularly the Democratic Party. This is why I think the one thing MAGA and the left can agree on is this is why we have to get money out of politics. If you expressed sympathy at any time for brown people being G-sided, then you will be primaried. Then you will see millions and millions of dollars thrown against you. You know, like what's his Jamal Bowman? He's a high school principal in New York, the guy that pulled the fire alarm. Like, I think that was the most expensive primary in history, brought to you courtesy of AIPAC. You say the truth that, hey, maybe we shouldn't be unaliving a bunch of trapped brown indigenous people in Palestine, and you're gone.
Yeah, but it's only certain carve outs for Israel. It has nothing to do with like brown. They just so happen to be brown, right?
Okay, I've got a question for you.
Let me speak. You go ahead. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you've been saying all you demonstrated. You actually did the work for me. I'm actually glad I let you finish. You demonstrated that Trump is one of our worst foreign policy presidents in history. Now, I do got a Venmo message, so I'm actually glad, Felice, because one, I never even got the answer to my question, but that's fine. So I just got a Venmo message from you. Apparently, you're a white nationalist. Why do you support Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, I mean, he's on the ball. He's the most on-ball political analysis that you can get in America.
You know what's weird about Nick Fuentes, though? You know he's Mexican, right? You know Nick Fuentes, and he's indigenous Mexican, too. His grandmother. He's not European, Spanish colonizer Mexican. Nick Fuentes is a literal... His grandmother is I'm indigenous Mexican. Like, my dad is black and indigenous Mexican.
Those are the picture of his mom and his.
Okay, he said this. He's addressed it on his own lives. I'm fascinated by Nick Fuentes. Listen, I don't.
You should be. He's a genius.
Terry, he's actually. I'll say this. He's not smart.
He's captivating.
He's not smart. I'll say that, and that's for me. That's a nice thing to say. And I do think I've seen, and I'll say this, and again, obviously I have a black father. I don't approve of racism in any way, but I've seen Nick Fuentes become less disillusioned and grow up a lot. And that's the nicest thing I can say about him, right? Like, but I mean, he's going to have to find his own way out. I mean when you say, like, let me ask you, Terry, what are your beliefs? If you're saying Nick Fuentes is smart, I mean, what you're saying is that you believe, like, here, let me give you a quote I heard.
Do I agree with every single thing he said?
When he grew up in Texas, in the suburbs of Dallas, he grew up around white people.
Can you stop cutting people off? You just complained about that.
Well, I'm just telling you something I heard.
He's never been to Texas.
All right, man, I got you. Also, you have pictures of the Mustache Man propaganda on
It's not true. That's a lie.
So I'm actually looking at your
saying this? Wait, someone sent you a message saying this?
Fuentes was born in Chicago. He lives there to this day.
I know. I'm not trying to talk.
Dallas.
Listen, let me
Chicago.
Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get... Okay, well, he's gone. Anyways, this is the gist of it. I heard Nick Fuentes say this once. Like, I grew up in suburbs. I grew up around white people. I just liked it. I feel safe. I think it's normal to grow up around people that look like you. Right? Like, I mean, what I was going to ask Terry was if he agreed with that, but we'll never know now. Like, that's an important conversation to have. I agree... with Mustache Man fans. Yeah. Go ahead and check out my content. And I think that what I'm trying to do is have an actual conversation and understand what someone's positions are, period. And the fact that you would say that says that you know nothing about me. I have a literal black Hispanic father. Yeah, that's what I do. I agree with Schittler.
Yeah, I just checked his profile out. Some people said go peep his profile. Ooh.
I think I've talked to him before, and I feel like. But anyways, like, let's just let someone say something and take a position.
Well, yeah, no, I was giving is that he.
No, fascinated by him being an idiot. Like, oh, you mean like what I said about Nick? Yeah, I'm a fan. Are you joking me? Anyways, I think I have like several years of content to prove I'm the exact opposite of what the weirdos in the comments just accused me of being. Like, go ahead and check it out. But I have seen Nick Fuentes grow up a lot and say, like, hey, even for me, what Trump is doing is too much, like Mustache Man. Like, what I'm saying is that Nick Fuentes is an idiot little racist kid. And in the last couple of years, I've seen him become slightly less idiotic. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's my job to essentially watch people and then report on it. Like, occasionally I do a show called The People's Receipts where I basically hang out on X and then, show clips of what people are up to. And I will say, like, Nick Fuentes has gotten a lot less shitty.
Tap the screen, guys. He's been less polarizing. Debatable.
No, well, I mean, he's polarizing as AF, but he actually opposes Trump in more situations than I've ever seen. That's what I'm saying. Fair. Like, he never made content like that. Like, he was, if you understand who Nick Fuentes was when he broke into CPAC like 4 years ago and was kicked out, like, he was a Trump sycophant. Like, he was one of the people that would not criticize a thing Trump said, and that has changed, which I think is a good thing. But again, he's a monster. Well, no, I don't even know if I'd call him that. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. But yeah, monster, I would reserve that title for someone like less dumb.
Is he waking up? I wouldn't say that's the word, but still very conservative. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get up to 100K.
Like, basically what he said was, actually, I think I have the clip somewhere, but I can't really play it on TikTok. But he basically said, like, I thought I was a fan of Mustache Man, and then I watched Trump, and he's like, even for me, this is disgusting. Like, and Nick Fuentes does admit, Terry, to having a Mexican grandmother. He has admitted it on his shows.
How old are you?
26.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
All right, how is he making America great again?
Oh my God! Sorry, I just saw your picture.
Oh yeah, he's the Iran nuclear deal, Steve Witkoff, Nick Fuentes being awesome. Yeah, I mean, Nick Fuentes' talking points of taking over the Republican Party halfway.
He's the same person we were just talking
to. Dan
Terry, is this you, Terry? Terry.
It does sound like, I know voice. It sounds like the same. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure this is the same man.
So,
Terry,
Terry, I know you hear me talking to you. So, Terry, I will pull a modern day politician, right? So, I may or may not drop you, but
I'm
you gotta be
following this profile, so I always can block it later.
Is this Terry? You can be honest with me.
Terry was blocked, so I got a new account now.
It's him. I can hear it in his voice. Like, I know voices. I used to work in sales. Like, I can't remember faces. I know the same voice. That was Terror Bear. Like, that was him, 100%. See? I'm good for something.
Diddy Sisson is kind of insane.
That was, I looked at that profile, like, what? Was that a real picture, or, like, did it have crazy eyes? Like, that was,
oh, no, that was his picture. He just...
No, I mean, like, that wasn't Harry's real picture, right? That was, like, modified or something. Did his eyes not look insane? That was definitely a Terror Bear. That was a good try, Terry.
Yes, guys, I'm
real
calmer now.
SS I took.
Not modified? Wow.
That's a screenshot I took. Oh, he's saying that's Harry's. Well, I mean, it's not the best. Yeah, listen, do you know how many times my face has been frozen on the internet with me looking crazy? That's like my worst. God, so much shame, so much secondhand shame from that. No, it's the worst.
Donald Trump sucks, guys. Request up if you disagree. Also, let's get up to 100K taps. Keep my life safe, please. Why were 75% of illegals deported in Obama not given due process? We want to challenge you on that claim because expedited removal is a form of due process.
Oh, yeah. Why were 75% illegal supported by
That's cap.
Oh, yeah. No, I would love to talk about the border. I love to discuss immigration. That's one of my favorite things. Let's talk about immigration. And then I can take you through a mathematical argument of how you are making sure you will never retire. Who wants to learn about statistical analysis? While you are scared of brown people, you are literally biting off your nose to spite your face. You are making our economy contract faster.
Tap the screen, guys.
Oh yeah, and as a woman, because you guys don't get this, but we're always trying to not be unalived, like our main. That's why we're always watching Dateline shows. I'm actually safer if I want to be safest. Like I'm statistically least likely to be unalived amongst a neighborhood of undocumented immigrants. That's where I'm safest.
Trump is the best. Oh my gosh, I just got in trouble with my mom because she's watching TikTok and be like, take her advice. You're getting worked up right now.
Trump is. Your mom said to calm down. See?
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying, this is all it is. It's not that I support what Terry was saying. I'm just saying, in the words I always say, you have to give people the rope to hang themselves. Right?
I agree.
You gotta let people talk so you know, what you're refuting. That's all I was ever trying to say is let them speak.
Yeah, I just don't like when
The best thing about being on the left is, and the reason I'm here is just because math and data, facts, they're all on our side.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're opposing, 99.9% of things, the data is just not on your side. Those are the facts. You're yelling feelings.
I just don't like when I get asked to go steel man an argument and they give me something that I never said. That's my only pet peeve. Steel man the correct way.
I still don't even get what the point was about Iran.
Yeah.
I don't even get that. I wasn't even sure what he was saying.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to take my mom's advice so I don't get beat up.
Oh, I love your mom.
If you're in the Houston area, guys, catch me at the pro-Palestine rally.
Let's get Chris to 75K. Everyone is responsible for 200 taps. Yeah, I do. I also, Josie, I want to hear about the due process thing. I can't remember who it was, but whoever said the thing about due process or immigration, cool. Thank you for the crown. I would love to talk about that. And genuinely, listen and respond, I praised Nick Fuentes. I would never praise Nick Fuentes, OG. But the reason it's funny that you're harassing me, weirdo. I have probably 100 videos shitting on Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Quite literally. So it's funny you say that. Because my mind works in patterns and I can see that he has started. And here's the thing. You can be, when you're a 19-year-old racist, right? And unbelievably wrong, I do have hope that kids at that age, and actually there's this Christian nationalist named Ty who was 19, and I just heard yesterday from another creator that he regrets voting for Trump. And that's the hope I have, that when you are a kid and you're spewing this type of hate and you fell down the alt-right pipeline, that there's hope that you can come out of that. I do. I have hope that people can learn, absorb new information and change. I worked in advertising. My job was to reverse engineer thoughts into people's head. The gamer to alt-right pipeline, I am one of the people that was responsible for placing the ad buys that drove young males down it. I understand how that indoctrination happens drip by drip, and I do have hope that yes, especially somebody whose brain works and can follow a line of logic can get out.
Shut up.
It's bad.
Okay, so
this is the guy that said I was the B word.
I'm going to give him an actual one more chance to go give a logical argument. So can you give an argument about why Trump isn't terrible? I'm taking my mom's advice here on Mother's Day. Go ahead.
No one keeps muting my mic.
Because she was making a statement and you were like cutting her off. So give me an argument against Trump being terrible.
Well, he's not terrible. He's done a great job with the border, the economy, our safety.
So what about the border?
Well, he's cleaned it up big time. There's less crossings.
Okay, can we quantify this? Because, so let me ask you a question. True Social, True Social, well, ICE reported something that he never said. He said last month that there was only 3 crossings. Is that an accurate number?
I have no idea. I know it's down.
Okay, he said there was a 99.9% decrease last month and there was only 3 crossings. Now, does Border Patrol report that number to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, cool. They said 7,000. So who's lying? Is Trump lying on True
Is our
Social?
border safer under Trump or Biden?
What are you talking about?
Which was safer?
He inherited a good situation from Biden going in.
Yeah, can I
good
give you
situation?
numbers around it?
Yeah.
I want to speak. I'll give you numbers. Okay, so listen, and I can talk about immigration policy, and I like to relate it to economics because I actually think none of this is good for the American economy. But in terms of what you're saying, like brown people out better. What actually happened was the height of encounters at the U.S. border was December 2023. The 7-day rolling average was like 8,500. That was the height of our encounters, December 2023. So then from June 2024 to December 2024, so 1 year after the height of encounters, we reduced encounters by 75%. So before, with that executive order, that again, rule through executive order is BS, and no president should be ruling through executive order. But before Trump ever got anywhere near the presidency, encounters had been reduced by 75%.
Reduced from the shit show that they created.
No, I love that you said, listen, Charles, I want to have that conversation. The root causes of immigration are important. Can I tell you why people were showing up at the southern border?
I'm sure you're going to
It wasn't because of Biden. It was because Trump did a failed coup in Venezuela. The two top countries people were coming during, and I'm talking about during the, like when you heard on Fox, the caravans and, they're coming in droves. I'm talking about this time period. The top 2 countries they were coming from were Cuba and Venezuela, right? These are 2 countries that we manipulated their currency, devalued it. We sanctioned them within an inch of their life. What I'm trying to tell you is we turned off the economies of these 2 countries. Right or wrong, we did it. We stopped buying oil from them. We did all sorts. We did embargoes. We punished other countries for acknowledging them as countries. And then we know the number 1 driver of crime is poverty. So if there's a land bridge from us to one of these countries and we turn off their economy, crime explodes, good people flee north and end up at the southern border. So if you don't
good
want people,
you just said crime exploded. How are they good people?
No, listen, the number 1 driver of crime is poverty. Those are the facts. Like, it's similar. Let me just explain. It's similar. It's a misconception in America. When was crime recently the highest? 2022, during the height of COVID, right? Nobody was working. Crime spiked immediately. Then crime, you can see month over month, quarter by quarter, crime went back down. During the time that Trump is claiming because of this invasion, crime's going up. Actually, crime in major blue cities is going down at a record rate.
Really? California?
Yes, really.
People were moving out of California because crime is so
that's
bad.
what you heard. That's a feeling you have. Listen to me. I'm telling you that the height of crime in America was during COVID. But I don't want to get off track. I really want to stay on the root causes of immigration. So when we turn off economies, when we devalue currency, when we embargo countries so they can't do business, there's no jobs available. The only option is crime, right? Crime rises. People flee north. There's a land bridge to the U.S. And then people like yourself are like, why are these people here?
So being poor is an excuse to steal?
What are you saying? No,
said-
I'm not
poverty
talking about,
drives
no, wait,
crime.
hold on. Well, let me address that. I'm not talking about stealing. I'm talking about fleeing. Like, do you understand the
You
difference?
just said poverty.
Okay.
Poverty
So
makes
again,
crime.
no, I'm telling, that's a fact. The number one driver of crime is poverty. When let's say when the United States goes into a recession or when there's a worldwide pandemic, crime rises. When people are out of work, crime rises. Now, if you're saying starve to death, don't steal a loaf of bread for your family, that's a ethical or moral thing. I don't want to get into. That's not the point I was making. The point I'm actually making is that when crime rises, people flee north. So what I'm trying to tell you is there are very simple economic manipulation that happens in South America. We've done it since the 70s. We have stolen the minerals out from under indigenous people's feet. We have done coups. We have
understood.
we have embargoed people.
You
We've
support
sanctioned
illegal
people.
immigration.
No, I'm not done. So what I'm saying is, this is a two-part thing. My first point is if you don't want people showing up at our southern border, then we just need to create a situation in their own country where they can thrive. Nobody wants to leave everyone they know and flee.
How can we help other people? We can't even help ourselves.
Okay, listen, and Charles, I actually don't disagree with what you just said. Like that feeling you have that like, I don't even have enough. Like, how am I supposed to help other people? That feeling is real. It's just that you're directing that anger at the wrong people, right?
Are you
let me
okay
just
with
finish.
illegal
You know who
immigration?
has your money, Charles? You're right. When you have that feeling inside you that someone's stealing from me, I know it. You're 100% right. Someone is stealing from you. It's just not brown people. It's billionaires. They are stealing from all of us.
I said illegals.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, I think I don't like either. Well, let me just say this. Undocumented immigrants don't have your money.
Right.
Are you in favor of illegal
Billionaires
immigration?
do. Well, let me just tell you another.
I just asked a
like
simple
to
question.
talk about facts and numbers. Let me just tell you another number. Since 1980, when you started hearing that term, trickle down economics, just don't tax the rich people, don't tax corporations, and it will trickle down to you, middle class and poor people. $50 trillion has trickled somewhere, trickled up. Between 1980 and 2022, $50 trillion has been stolen from the middle class. Well, I would say there's no middle class, just from us down here, and trickled straight up.
The government
We are
wastes
being
our tax
robbed, Charles. You're right. You're right. You're being robbed. You're just incorrect about who is robbing you.
The government's stealing our tax dollars.
So and so I'm just going to add one
Actually,
thing here.
yes, Charles.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
For the first time, Charles, you're right. Can I just say, and like, this is why I don't understand why MAGA's not more mad. For the first time, all of the whole, I don't want to pay taxes, taxation without representation, it's now happening. Trump is bypassing Congress. That's the only true appropriators of tax dollars, and taxing us illegally. It is happening. Finally, this is Boston Tea Party shit. You're right, Charles. I agree. We are being taxed without representation. 100%.
Can we discuss, are you okay with illegal immigration?
Can I hop in? Thanks, Mom. Love you. So with that being said, so clearly Republicans are, because there's been more deportations by far month over month under the Biden administration month over month than Donald Trump. So the answer would be no. In fact, the Democrats had the solution in the form of a bipartisan border bill that actually would have treated the root causes that Felice was actually saying. But Donald Trump not only told the Republicans to go not, vote on it, but he also went to the Phoenix rally and said, if there was any negative effects, you can blame it on me, ha, ha, ha. So to answer your question, Trump doesn't seem to be too interested in a permanent fix because he's deporting almost 20,000 people less per month than Biden and about 15,000 less than Obama. And shit, he can even throw George Bush in there. It's still talking about deportations, right? So with it, because he's currently running on a mass deportation operation that's not mass deportation, by the way. So
Tom Homan says otherwise.
So cool. So Tom Homan quite literally was the one that reported the 20,000 less numbers. Thank you so much. So let me ask you a question. Since we're talking about permanent solutions, Trump hasn't once met, it's been well over 100 days. Has Trump said anything about the bipartisan border bill that he was going to run on? I'm just curious.
Well, the reason he was against the bill with Biden was because it had Ukraine getting more money.
Okay, beautiful. And guess what happened? Cool. So cool. I'm actually going to tell you what happened with that. They separated the bills to a standalone border bill, but guess what happened? The border bill didn't get passed, but the Ukraine funding got passed anyway. Wow.
That's
Change
true.
of events.
Oh, waste of money.
No, well, can I just say it's listen, here's the issue. You asked am I in favor of undocumented immigration? That's a interesting question. Actually, I agree with you in terms of I don't want anybody in this country here undocumented or illegally, but probably for different reasons than you. But because I think that when you are undocumented in this country, you are exploited as a slave labor workforce, right? And that's really, you have no rights, you have no labor rights, you have no recourse, we're witnessing. So no, I actually think, I think it's awful to be undocumented in this country. My father comes from, I have a lot of indigenous Mexican family. I'm from the Yaqui tribe, so a lot of us are from the state of Sonora, which is just south of here. It's the northernmost Mexican state. Oh, sorry, you don't know where I am. I'm in Arizona. So here's the thing though, mathematically, Charles, and I hope you believe me because I would not make this up and I'm fascinated by numbers. Undocumented immigration is helping us retire. Right? And that's not the answer though. I want to say what we need is comprehensive immigration reform, right? We need Congress, the only people who can change laws to actually provide law changes in immigration reform. That's what we've needed forever. But in the meantime, just know this. While I know that you feel like you're like, I know these people are stealing from me, they're taking my money. Actually, it's the opposite. $98 billion.
Actually, I'm more concerned with public safety.
We'll get to that in one sec. But $98 billion is what undocumented immigrants paid into through their ITIN numbers into us retiring. They will never take it back out. It just went into our Social Security and Medicare retirement fund. They actually are keeping Social Security and Medicare solvent, never to see the money again. They're just paying into our retirement, and we should thank them for it. And when we scare them into not showing up for work, we're actually hurting our own financial future.
Well, how about
but let me just, because I want to.
FEMA wasted. We had no money to give to North Carolina.
Yeah, that's not true either. I can explain that. Listen, first of all,
you're running to different points.
You know what's fascinating about that? That's Russian propaganda. I could actually take. Hey, you actually are now spewing Russian propaganda.
It's a fact.
Listen, Charles.
Can I say one thing real quick?
I have friends in North Carolina who were hit by it.
Charles, I can debunk what you're saying and I can tell you the truth. The only person that ever moved money out of the disaster relief fund into an immigration fund was actually Donald Trump himself in his first term. You can fact check me on that. But what you're misunderstanding are different FEMA buckets, right? Like the housing immigrants comes from a fund for unhoused veterans that has existed since Reagan. It has nothing to do with the disaster relief fund. That is actually just Russian propaganda that was spread through the right that you spewed. But I really want to address the crime thing. Can I just address the crime thing really quick? Because it's really important to me. I'm now quoting the Stanford Economic Policy Institute study, right? undocumented immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than white American men. And if we factor in black Americans who are disproportionately incarcerated, 60% less likely. I am safer as a woman because I'm so concerned with how I cannot be murdered 24 hours a day. I am safer if I live. And again, you're right I know you've watched, you've seen like, an undocumented immigrant unalive someone. That is true, right? We cannot, reduce instances of crime to zero, right? It's like whack-a-mole. We don't know where they're going to pop up. But if I was just as a betting person, like women were just like, what's my best shot to not be unalive? I'm statistically safer in a neighborhood of undocumented immigrants than I am in a neighborhood of white males, American citizens.
So, Charles. So I want to go back.
You wouldn't want to live in a neighborhood full of illegal immigrants.
I'm statistically
unvetted illegal immigrants.
Okay, Charles. Let's have
statistically safer.
So I'm going to drop some stats too. I'm going to drop Okay, Charles, dude, you are just running from topic to topic. Can we close out one?
It's in her question. You guys talk for 10 minutes straight. I'm trying to get.
Well, because you don't get. Well, you've been talking and you haven't given us any substance. Okay, go ahead and respond.
Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I do.
Just go ahead and respond, but can you respond with evidence? Because she's not going to dump all this.
I'm just telling you that the money that was supposed to go for hurricane relief went to illegal immigrants.
Can you give me a source for that?
Yes, the New York Post.
Okay,
You're just confused about the different FEMA buckets, and this is easily debunked. You can, if you type fact check : and then whatever the claim it is that you think is real, it will deliver the actual fact check.
Are you satisfied?
You're just confused about the different FEMA buckets.
Are you satisfied with what hurricane relief victims got?
No, absolutely. Well, I think that and actually don't make me do this, but I actually did this on my show. So let me pull it up, my outline from Thursday. Friday. This is something I was just going to go into, right? I talk about this all the time. Let me just pull it up. FEMA Russian misinformation.
Can I read a quote from FEMA while you're pulling that up? Because the head of FEMA actually settled this already, right? And this is actually coming from the FAQ.
And I'll send you this too.
So FEMA, they actually sounded off about this because they're actually mad about people misquoting this. So the head of FEMA says FEMA does administer the shelter and services program that
started by Reagan.
That does help communities manage influx of immigrants. However, that program is funded through this is coming from the head of the FEMA, by the way, from a different congressional appropriation and is not connected to disaster relief funds. So here's his exact quote again, because he kind of reiterates it. There is no evidence that disaster relief funds are used on immigrants in the U.S. illegally. FEMA disaster money comes from dedicated funds that cannot be used for other purposes. End quote. Coming from FEMA directly.
Why are
and I just want to clarify, because I am fascinated by the way Congress works. There is a small percentage, Charles, that people can move between FEMA buckets, by people I mean the president, the executive branch, the Office of Management and Budget, without consulting Congress. But it's such a small percentage that you wouldn't even notice. But yeah, there is small loopholes where you can move money in between buckets, and the only person that has ever done that is Trump. In his first term, Trump moved bucket exactly what you're upset about, and you can do this research, but Trump did it
for the border wall, right?
And then he accused other people of doing it. Not for the border wall. Trump used the military to pay for the border. That was a different thing. But I just want to read this, and I sent it to you too, Chris, because it'll be helpful. Because I want you to know, it's helpful to know, Charles, where you got this idea. Why do you feel like FEMA is corrupt. It's actually, this is from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. It's actually Russian disinformation that was then parroted and propagated by the right. No, it is. Russian propaganda exploits U.S. hurricane response to undermine FEMA and Ukraine support. I'll put this in my Discord, Chris. You should put it in yours because it is helpful. It has screenshots and everything. And this is as of the last hurricane season. It takes you through the disinformation campaign of Russia that was then adopted by the right. And it's fascinating, Charles, that now, like, to you, it's fact.
Are you denying that illegals weren't housed in 5-star hotels?
Yes, I'm denying that. 100%.
Yeah, same here.
That's not true. It's not.
Hold on. Charles.
You've
So I'm
obviously
gonna
never lived in New York City. No, they weren't in. You're saying they were where? Like,
so Charles.
in Waldorf? No, Charles.
Charles, can you respect the space, Charles? You haven't provided. So I'm gonna give you a chance to go find
That's
the source.
fucking question.
So hey, Charles. So I'm trying not to lose my patience with you. Please provide. So we're gonna go 1 point at like a time here. We didn't get an answer for the border bill, even though HR 424 got separated. So now I'm asking you to give me evidence of the 5-star hotel claim. You're going to keep pivoting, so let's stay on this point now. Might as well go along for the ride. Give me evidence of the 5-star hotels, please.
Go look it up on the New York Post.
Hey, Charles, so you made the positive claim. The burden of proof is on you to please provide the evidence. So please give us the evidence. Thank you.
I just told you. What else do you want from me?
There's thousands upon thousands of articles on the New York Post, which isn't reliable anyway, but can you just give me the name of it?
Illegals in New York hotels. New York Post.
Strike one, right?
Is that hard?
Well, no, because you made the claim, right? So we're not doing your homework for you, right? Felice has been painstakingly giving you a lot of statistical evidence, firsthand references. You did make the positive claim. So, okay, cool. Prove us wrong by showing us the evidence, right? So show us the evidence. You can even
I
have
am
the
enjoying talking to you, Charles. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, we're just asking you to prove one of your, like, 60,000 claims. Like, that's all we're asking.
60,000? I made 2, sir.
You made, okay, so here's what you said.
He's rounding up.
Okay, so you actually made more than 2, and I'm going to show you that I was paying attention. Number one, we started talking about the border bill, and you quite literally said that they were fused together, and the reason why it got rejected was for funding for Ukraine. I refuted that by literally telling you that HR 424 got separated. One was a standalone border bill, other one was foreign funding. Foreign funding gets passed, border bill gets shot down. Number one. Number two, you made the claim about FEMA, which we are currently debunking right now. Number 3, in the very, very beginning, you were saying that the border was safer under Trump compared to Biden. Number 4, right, which is one. So I've already up to 2. I'm like already more than 2, but I might as well just go ahead and finish it off, right? Now we're over here talking about Russian interference when it comes to these things, and you're over here trying to refute that. So that's 4. So now I'm asking you about the 5-star hotels that you brought up. See what happens when you just pay attention? You can actually,
it's not hard to look up.
So, hey, Charles, that strike no. So here's the thing, right? We've been giving evidence this whole time, right? You made a positive claim. I'm asking you nicely, right? We're having a good conversation. Go provide us the sources. Give me the title. That's all you have to do.
Yes, sir. 1 second then.
Okay. I don't know how hard that was. Sheesh. Thank you. Plus, New York Post is a...
Listen, I don't want to do his work for him, but I just... Sorry, because my mind just works fast. Charles, I'm doing it for you. Like, because I used to live in New York City. So, during the pandemic, specifically, the city housed some migrant families in the Row Hotel, which is 4 stars near Times Square. However, true 5-star hotels like the Peninsula or the Waldorf Astoria, the one I said names, weren't used.
Interesting.
But like,
that's okay.
Yeah.
With you?
So, no. Well, we're talking about during a pandemic when no one was allowed outside.
I found the source, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. No, but I'm just supporting you. I was supporting.
Yeah,
you,
I'm talking to that Chris guy. I found the paper.
Okay, can you give me like the title of it? It's good that you finally found something I've been asking you for 40 minutes.
I mean, I told you what to look up, but
okay, well, you made the claim, dude. I don't know, like I really hope you don't have that many.
Just say the website, like the web address. That's what we're asking for. It said the vast majority stay in crowded apartments, budget motels or shelters, shared rooms in low-income neighborhoods. It's an article in the New York Times today called 12 Undocumented Immigrants Share an Apartment in Queens. It's quite tragic.
FEMA employees fired over egregious $59 million payment. New York City migrants.
Okay, what source is this coming from?
The New York Post.
Okay, perfect. Now we're going to go to factcheck.org that has a combination of the actual. So I'm fact checking what you're saying,
FEMA,
right? So
you said FEMA immigrants or FEMA workers are fired over $59 million, right?
Yeah, and that's actually got the exact same quote. Beautiful. Factcheck.org, and the sources used for this is the Congressional Budget Office, the actual governor of New York, and we also have the Office of the Inspector General. Mashallah, let's read it. So, and it actually mentions your exact article. I actually like what's about to happen. This week, New York City officials said the city received 2 payments from the federal government, reimbursement for expenses incurred while providing services to migrants who provided in New York. Elon Musk, the Department of Government Efficiency that he left, by the way, claimed without evidence that $59 million meant for American disaster relief was sent to luxury hotels. Doge made the claim without evidence that migrants are being housed in luxury hotels. Now, this is where we get interesting with the cross-reference from the actual state of New York and the OIS, which is the Office of the Inspector General, right? So let's go and start with Garcia, right? The mayor. He says, right, that there was no cost associated with paying luxury rates for illegal immigrants, right? So we got the mayor, number one. Number two, right? The department, so, I mean, I'm sorry that we're going through, okay, cool. So the Department of Homeland Security actually chimed in as well to support this claim, right? So DHS was actually contacted to see if this was actually true. DHS spokesperson said, right, that there was no full payments for any luxury hotels recorded for illegal immigrants. So we got the mayor, we got the Department of Homeland Security, which is a huge deal, right? And then at the very last part of it, we have the Office of the Inspector General that actually chimed in and said the same thing. So the person, right, that actually first made this claim was Elon Musk without any evidence. But not only do you have Garcia, you have who's the mayor of the city, you have the DHS that investigated it.
It's not true. Like, I mean, that's the thing about the New York Post. The owner himself, Rupert Murdoch, described it as something that Upper East Side housewives read to their husbands over breakfast. It's often not necessarily true. Well, I'll say that, no, I'm about to give Rupert Murdoch a compliment, though. Mm-hmm. Like, because I used to be a historical researcher. Like, the Wall Street Journal, he owns also, they've been doing some really good reporting. Some really great investigative journalism lately. So, like, I'm not saying everything he does is BS. Rupert Murdoch also owns Fox News Corp, if you don't know. But the Wall Street Journal has been doing some actual real reporting that is super damaging to Trump. So I've been impressed.
Just out of curiosity, are you okay with government money going to illegals, though?
So hold on, can I get a refutation? So here's the thing, right? We're trying to close out one of your points.
He accepts it, Chris.
Okay.
It's just not. Yeah, he got it. That's why he pivoted.
I'm taking your word for it.
He's taking our word.
As they said, I don't know exactly. I haven't seen that article that you just told me about.
Someone asked me when I stopped being a historical researcher. I have a degree in history, and how I made money. Well, like, if you don't know, like, professors have to be published in order to maintain their jobs, and then they need researchers to work for them on their publications and research papers. And I just did that in college to make money, and for like a year after. I was paid nothing. It was
guy in the comments college. They want to give you 1,000 to leave. Nah, Trump wants to give him 1,000 to leave, not to come.
Can we stop? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Plus, also, your claim that you're running on came from the @Doge account. I really hope you realize that is erroneous. A quote from X has you captivated with no evidence when this has been audited a shit ton of times at even DHS. I really hope you know that this originated from an X post and you're using it as the gospel without any evidence.
Well, I think Elon Musk has our best interest in mind. He doesn't need more.
So why did he leave? Okay,
Let's
cool.
talk
Because it was
about that,
130
though.
day
Let's just
period
dig
he was
into
set
that.
to
I
be
think
there.
this is a good place to go. Why
was-
do you think Elon?
was set
Why
to be
would
there for
why would you
130
think
days.
the richest man in the world, for instance, has your best interest in mind?
Because he doesn't need the money. He wants to help the people.
How does he help people?
Can I tell you?
He's
Do
saving
you know who
gov-
the
he's
biggest
saving fraud
welfare
and waste
queen
to
in the
government.
country is?
Say that again?
Do you know who the biggest welfare queen in this country is?
No, I don't even
Do you
know.
know why? Like this, and I'm genuinely asking you, why would the richest man in the world need $8 million a day of taxpayer money?
Interesting.
He gets $8 million a day of our blood, sweat, and tears. $8 million. And that's before he's trying to assign himself more government contracts right now. But currently, right now, he's getting $8 million a day. The richest man in the world, the person that needs it, not at all, gets $8 million a day. And like you said, if he doesn't need it, why has he spent his time in Doge killing investigations against him for things like labor violations and then trying to assign himself more government contracts?
Why does he do it? Because he's cutting waste and fraud. Because our money goes to shit.
Well, I can prove to you that's mathematically not true.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Okay, Charles, and listen, I just followed you. I want you to know, and I hope this is not the last conversation we have, because I think you're a guy who's reading stuff and you're curious, and I think that's good. It's just, I think your rage is focused at the wrong people, and we know mathematically, right? Like, and here's a great site for you, doge.muskwatch.com. I actually just have it up right now, and it is a bunch of computer scientists and an independent journalist that is auditing the Doge wall of receipts. And I don't know if you remember, Elon Musk said first, oh, we're going to save 2 trillion. Then it was 1 trillion. Now it's 160 billion, right? And right now I just refreshed the Doge wall of receipts. I don't know if you understand the difference between 1 trillion and 160 billion, but Trump is on pace. I can give you an example. Trump is on pace at this point. The cost it takes to protect him during golf to spend $1 billion just on golf.
Don't do that.
Well,
Biden
no,
was on vacation for half his presidency.
Hey,
You're talking about Trump?
No, he's not. And
yes, he was.
No,
40%.
Listen, vacations cost different amounts. I'm just listen.
That was at the
and
beach in
listen, don't
Delaware.
do a what about. I'm not telling. I'm telling you. I'm trying to put it in perspective.
Charles, you're
Elon Musk
insufferable.
said that he was cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and he's not cut anything. And we'll get to that in 1 second. But I just want to read the Doge wall of receipts. So right now, the claimed amount of cuts on the Doge wall of receipts is 165 billion, but the itemized cuts, which is including all the contracts, which are at 57.7 billion, the grants, which are at 11.3 billion, and the real estate, 291 million. The actual itemized cuts are at 69.3 billion, but the verified canceled funding is 16.3 billion.
Interesting.
And you can Google this, and a think tank did it. But the other problem with what Doge has done, I'm quoting a CBS article and I can't remember the name of the think tank, but Elon Musk is now saying his target is to save 160 billion, but they now estimate that he's cost us 135 billion.
He's cost us.
Yeah. And do you know how?
Yes.
Because of labor lawsuits. All of the people that were illegally fired, we either have to pay their salaries in full or they're going to go through lawsuits and sue for more. And this is just...
They could sue all they want. Doesn't mean they're going to get it.
No. They absolutely are going to get it. This is the minimum, like if we're lucky, it will be 135 billion. But we haven't even begun to see the actual damage. So... let me give you another example, because Charles, I feel like your wheels are turning. You're here with us. I feel like you're firing on all cylinders. Here's the thing. Remember when Elon Musk started reading off, like, for some reason, we are investing 2 million in studying bat semen. Why are we doing that? Well, but I'm just reminding you. Here's the thing that is super important. For every tax dollar we invest in medical research, we get $2.56 back. We should invest in every medical study we can because it actually grows the size of our economy. We get patents and then we sell them to pharmaceutical companies and we make money. So that's the misunderstanding. Like, just because you don't understand what scientists are up to doesn't mean it doesn't make us a shitload of money. We should invest in every medical study we can because we actually get a positive ROI.
W.
You know, I find it interesting where Trump and Musk neither are collecting a paycheck for doing their job. Now tell me, if these other government officials, Democrats, are so interested in our well-being, how are they getting salaries at $200,000 and Nancy Pelosi's worth $200 million?
Can I talk about Nancy Pelosi and then we can go to the other part?
Yeah, her inside trading.
Okay, you're okay. Cool, so cool. Can you tell me so Charles, number one, first I'm going to talk about Trump didn't take a salary his first presidency, but spent well over $277 million of our tax money for golf trips. Don't do that. So can you tell me? So sorry, like that. So that's according to the CBO. Sorry, cry about it. Now, can you tell me who Nancy Pelosi's husband is?
His name? Isn't it Doug or some shit?
The most prolific traders in history.
So Paul Pelosi.
He's killing it. He's doing a great job.
So can you not say that word, please? Okay. So let's walk through this because I'm going to teach you what the SEC defines as insider trading, right? You have to have two things, right, to be insider trading. You have to have mandatory non-public information, right? This is coming directly from the SEC. Yep. Anybody that's ever been guilty of insider trading has violated these two provisions, right? Mandatory public information. Non-public information, number one. Number two, they have to violate the Stock Act of 1934 by not reporting within the 45-day period. Now, has Nancy Pelosi ever been found guilty in a court of violating these two things that are necessary in order to be accused of insider trading? If so, I need the court case number.
He should be.
So can you repeat my question, dude? Please don't be difficult.
She's done a great job on the stock, selling at great times, very oddly specific times.
Okay, can you tell me? So I'm just asking you to answer my question directly because we follow the law here in the United States, right? So I'm going to ask you the question: has she been found guilty of violating the SEC's?
No, I'm telling you.
Okay, so she's not in. Okay, but she's
investigated.
Okay, that's feeling. So she's been investigated multiple times. The Security Exchange Commission.
Yeah, so Charles, can I agree with you? You're right, Charles. Charles, you're 100%. Charles, can I just tell you, you're 100% right, Charles. Actually, Charles, no one's disagreeing with you. You're right about this thing. You got it. It's just, you're not right about Nancy Pelosi being the most prolific insider trader. Actually, I'll suggest, if you really are interested in how Congress is continually robbing us blind, I'll suggest look up the Unusual Whales report. And you will love this site because actually they have like the ticker of the Democratic insider trades are like called Nance. And then the Republican ones, they're called Cruz after Ted Cruz. And the truth is because you've always just heard Nancy Pelosi's name. For some reason, you guys believe she's the worst insider trader. Well, no, you believe that she's the worst. No, Republican men are much worse. Actually, and there's Democratic men that are worse than Nancy Pelosi. Hey, but here's the thing. This is what we all agree on. We have to stop these people from using insider information and profiting off of it. They are robbing us all blind. We have to make it illegal. It's not illegal now. But we all need to agree and we need to force these people. And then they have the nerve to ask us for cost of living adjustments to their salaries. We need to pass a bill where the few people like AOC, I know probably, Charles, you don't like hearing her name, but she is one of the few people that accepts no money from lobbyists and holds no stock positions. And WAOC. And so if people aren't holding huge stock positions and insider trading, then I have no problem giving you a cost of living adjustment to your salary. But for all these other weirdos, let me tell you, here's the thing. And I know you think it's best that we round up all these brown people, undocumented immigrants, right? Or like you say, illegals. But you think, but guess what's happening? Do you understand what's happening? It's insider trading. CoreCivic, Oh my God, now I can't remember the other one. Someone remind me, what's the other private prison group besides CoreCivic? Look up Republicans' stock positions in these private prison groups. Like, they are insider trading the F out of us. That whole, when they, it's Geo something. Thank you. It's CoreCivic and Geo Group or Geo something.
Okay, so Chris,
Thank you.
Hold on.
You understand that while you're like, oh, we're protecting people, these are insider trading positions that people are taking. The TikTok ban.
Hey, so Charles.
Insider trading.
Charles, I really don't like. Hey, so Charles, I don't like how you've been ignoring me this whole time, and now you want to talk to me. So finish talking to Felice, right? I've got an answer to zero of my questions. I'm kind of done with you right now. So with it, so hey, Charles, you've answered zero, right? I'm trying to. I'm taking my.
Interrupting you. I'm not talking. I won't anymore. Go ahead.
No. It's fine. It's just that it's oddly so Charles. So with that being said, right? You've been up here for a while, and any last words? I got somebody in the box.
You're very scared, Chris.
Okay, I got you. You've been answering zero of my questions, and I'm taking my mom's advice.
Charles, you did a good job. You hung in there.
Yeah,
keeping on.
Yeah. Guys, do me a favor, guys. I don't know why I didn't start dual streaming earlier because Felice is like dropping some knowledge bombs. Guys, help me get to 3K on YouTube, please, and help me get to 500 on Twitch and Blue Sky.
I'm
Instagram.
almost at 200,000 followers. I never ask for followers, but if someone wants to, if you're not following me, will you please follow me on TikTok? Because I might, for the first time in my life, get to 200,000 followers. It was never within reach, so I never mentioned it. This could be my time. She's such a gentle parent. I am. This is gentle parenting. I'm gentle parenting MAGA. This is because you're catching me at a good time. I also can do the opposite of that.
So Rock, I haven't screened you yet, so I don't know who you are. So don't turn on your camera until okay, so how old are you?
I'm 45.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
45.
I heard you. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay, how is he making America great again?
Yes.
That wasn't a yes or no question. I'm allowing you to explain.
That's a good point. I have no idea.
Okay. So can I ask you some questions? No. So you have no idea. No, you've answered. Okay, cool. So, right, with that being said, can we talk about the most recent budget allocations, right? Because I'm very curious about this. So we already have an overly valued defense budget that's already, you take the next 10 militaries together and you smush them together and we still overspend way more. So why are we putting another $1 trillion to the defense budget and we're cutting important programs like research, like housing assistance, and all this other stuff? Like, I'm very confused. Like, I thought you guys were America First. This is not an America First position. Can you give me an explanation for that?
Actually, no, I can't.
Okay.
On that side.
Okay, so, like,
I respect you for saying that.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can. You voted for Trump, so you can take this whatever direction you want to. Go ahead.
Okay, not to know. Like, thank you. Well, that's refreshing.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Take it.
I'm gonna kind of give off. Yeah, I'm gonna just get off Chris for a second. Just, I got on when you guys talk about mass deportations.
Yeah. What about it?
So, what is the definite number of mass? What's the number of mass? Everybody's been talking about the mass. What's the number of mass?
Can you define it per month, per week? How would you like
deportation?
No. I mean, there's no. I mean, not that you want to talk about atoms and stuff like that, but we're not talking about atoms. We're talking about amount of people. We're talking about the mass of atoms.
The mass of the people who are being deported, like the atomic weight.
Right. So we're talking about mass of people.
Okay, so Rock, Rock, stop trolling, please. Can we be serious? Like, please don't do that. Can we actually talk about policy here? Trump never talked about atoms. He talked about people. Don't do that.
I'm not. I'm just asking you, what is a good number to say, okay, he's actually performing the job, and this is a massive amount of people. What is that number?
Okay,
what would you be happy with?
I don't think I don't think mass deportations are a good idea. And I'm not talking about my personal feelings. I mean, economically, we are now biting off our nose to spite our face. So no, I'm not looking for some number.
Yeah. And also,
personally,
I'm looking for permanent. So Trump he's demonstrated his first presidency, and even right now, he doesn't think about long-term solutions. What we're interested in is a long-term solution to immigration, so we don't have these clown policies he's doing. So I'm going to bring this right back. Maybe you're more interested in having this conversation. HR 424, right? The literal bipartisan border bill that we've already said that got separated. The foreign aid got passed somehow, but the bipartisan bill didn't. That was really had bipartisan support. It would have done amazing things like, address asylum, give more judges over for the already overly long de novo court case process, which is about 7 to 10 years, right? So yeah, mass deportation, nowhere is going to be a solution to this if you don't treat the root causes. So what's Trump doing about the bill that he said he was going to run on? Can I get that answer, please?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay, then mass deportation, then what you're doing is not solving the long-term issue. And we are people here that want the solution long-term, not a temporary, what looks like fix that doesn't solve anything.
Right. I completely agree with that.
Okay.
That's one thing I didn't like what he did. That was something that should have passed.
Okay.
So I agree with that 100%.
Okay,
I mean, I hate that bill, but that would have been a coup for conservatives. Democrats basically there was no even pathway to citizenship. So that was the best chance conservatives had at changing immigration law in their favor. I just think economically, we have to have a pathway to citizenship. And I'm sure, Rock, you probably, because it sounds like you're interested in this, we are in gross population decline. So the only way America continues to have the number one GDP is we have to supplement our economy with immigrant workers. And, through what type of work visa, I don't care as much, but we have to, right? Especially as people are having fewer and fewer babies across the U.S. There has to be a pathway for people to have work visas here. Maybe not even citizenship, but work visas. What do you think about that?
No, I completely agree. I'm agreeing with what you guys are talking about. It's just there's some things that you and Chris guys talked about, and I'm just kind of a little lost. And the one thing I was lost about, you guys say Elon Musk is making $8 million a day, which is
off of government subsidies, yes.
Right. So let's talk about Lockheed. Now, who is the owner of Lockheed? Do you guys know?
Not off the top of my head.
Lockheed is owned by
a board of shareholders.
Well, Lockheed is owned by a bunch of investors, which
mainly is BlackRock, I think.
BlackRock. Yeah. Good job.
Yeah.
You know how much they make a day?
Yeah, I do understand finance. It's one of my passions.
Good. So you know how much they make a day?
Listen, don't get me started about BlackRock and private equity. I have an issue with it too.
Yeah. So Rock. Let me ask you a question because I've heard this argument before.
In finance.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. If somebody's doing something wrong, but you're also doing something wrong, does that mean what you're doing is right?
No.
Okay, then you brought in a non sequitur that I did not ask you for. So is Elon Musk getting $8 million of government subsidies? Is that right? Since you just accused Lockheed, and Boeing actually does the same thing, right? That means that the system's broken. But you just demonstrated to both of us that Elon Musk knows this, but he's taking advantage of it. So is it right that he's getting $8 million of government subsidies? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, it is.
It's right that he's getting $8 million. Okay, cool. Substantiate that claim.
Well, it's for the Department of Defense.
By blowing up rockets in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's
maybe reword the question. Rock, do you think would you agree?
Let her finish.
Rock, let me just ask a question, and this is genuine. I'm not being sarcastic. Would you agree if we truly, right? Because that's when I was talking about the wall of receipts in Doge and how they actually have saved no money and have cost us $135 billion, and that's on the low end so far. Would you agree that if we were, right, going to root out the real waste, and I agree with you about Lockheed Martin, about Boeing, but it's in military contracts. That's where the waste is. We're being charged $175,000 for soap dispensers.
correct. And we have a lot of net negative
Well,
defense.
I was asking, Rob, do you
sorry.
feel that way though? Do you agree that the real waste, if we were going to root it out, is in military contracts? I think he's gone. Rock?
Rock, come
Hold
back.
on. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, now we can.
I'm sorry. I
couldn't
was there for a second. I got a bad connection. Okay.
I said, do
I had a
you
real bad
agree that
connection.
the real
I'm
waste
sorry, I
is in
didn't-
military contracts? I think he does. I mean, he brought up
when you're
Lockheed
paying
and Martin. Like,
$10,000
yeah,
for a seat in an airplane.
exactly. We're paying $175 for soap dispensers through Boeing. Like, that's where it is. So I agree with you. Like, if you're saying, "Hey, why are you so concerned about Elon Musk? There's other corporations robbing us too." 100% agree.
Yeah, and
I
Elon Musk
agree.
is complicit with it because he for somebody that was tasked to go cut government spending, like he knows this is happening. And Boeing's an interesting example, and in fact, I'm glad you brought that up because I do a lot of debating in the Middle East. Israel,
Why do their whistleblowers keep?
yeah. Also, Israel, we have a lot of what's called net negative defense contracts with the Boeing that we actually mentioned that they still owe us a lot of money for. And Elon Musk, supposedly, I'm going to assume that he got the overlay of the DoD budget because we've had net negative contracts for like a decade. This is not something special, but Elon Musk refused to point it out and address it, right? So that's a big reason, a big chunk of the overvalued defense budget is because of these net negative contracts, right? So I want to thank you for bringing that
We
up.
can hear you typing. So,
I
what?
think as soon as we pressed him,
Did you hear that? Like,
yeah.
He was like,
I think as soon as we pressed him,
Rock,
he dipped out
if you
of there.
didn't mean to drop, we didn't drop you on purpose, but
Yeah, man, come back up.
we could hear everything you were typing. It was
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here because I do actually want an answer for the net negative Boeing contract with Israel that nobody can give me an answer for. Come back.
Oh, Boeing is a problem. But if we do go into recession, and this is just some stock trading advice, like if I had capital, there was a point in my life where I did. Like if we go into another recession and then you happen, because this is where people make money. This is how billionaires keep making money, right? They want the recession, right? Buy low, sell high. Capitalism is a sine wave, right? When we all foreclose on our homes, they get snapped up by the rich, and that's when these transfers of wealth happen. But if you have any capital left over and there's a recession, then bet on a company like Lockheed Martin or Boeing. Choose a company that America will not let fail and bet on them.
And I just want to, so they got this thing called the harvesting strategy, and here's one thing that we don't know where. So I can get taken down for what's it called, solicitation. So $400 million contract that Elon got to keep, but they never did the production. He got $400 million one time for the production of armored Teslas, but it never came to production. So that's honestly crazy.
Well, no, it hasn't happened. Like, are you talking about the one from December?
No, there was one way earlier than that. We're talking about pandemic
and then
time.
they changed the name. Like there was another one in December, and they just changed the name from like armored Tesla vehicles to armored vehicles. Like, what is the other one that's going on? Like, look into what Starlink is up to. I don't know if anyone. God, it might have been a Wall Street Journal exclusive, like revealing that during these tariff negotiations with countries, Trump is trying to shove Starlink down countries' throats, force them to use Elon Musk's like shitty satellite internet product.
Neuralinks, yeah. Somebody said actually Neuralink was one of those ones that had compliance issues that the IGs got fired for investigating it. Yeah, for animals, I think, or some shit like that. I forgot, but
Let's get Chris to 150K. Everyone, just do 200 taps. We'll be over the. Oh my God, sorry, my brain's not working. Tap.
No, it's all good.
Chris deserves to be at 200K. He's an amazing
Thank you.
host.
Thank
Thanks
you
for having me to hang out. This is a fun Sunday.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you for. I started out as the Hulk. Now I'm Bruce Banner again. I just had to take your advice and take my mom's advice. So I appreciate that, but
No,
sometimes
you're
to start
good.
heavy.
You're fine. You're good all the time.
He shut down Starlink.
You gotta let people say something stupid so then you could just tell them they're wrong, you know?
Yeah, it's all good though. I always need my pals to reel me in. Amazon sending satellites.
Yes, they did that with the Philippines. I can't remember. It's either Washington Post or it's the Wall Street Journal. Like I said, Rupert Murdoch's been letting the Wall Street Journal do real reporting.
Guys, Trump is terrible. Let's come up and have a convo about it. And, yeah, all that good stuff. I do.
We're arresting mayors.
Yeah, arresting mayors for advocating against ICE facilities that violate permits and zoning anyway. Forget about the moral parts of it.
And we're just giving up on habeas corpus now, which I thought could only be suspended by Congress.
Trump says, hold my Trump vodka. One of his many bankrupted.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That happened.
6 months. It took 6 months for it to go over.
Yeah, he also had like Trump Ice, Trump. God, I once saw a list. So sad. The point is not to succeed the point is one person. Trump takes all the money. Everyone else is left holding the bag. That's the point. Don't do business with a narcissist. I'm going to probably thank Tanner tomorrow, but Tanner, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. He said, you're brilliant, beautiful, articulate, and a true inspiration to our community. Tanner, don't say things like that to me.
Tanner.
Favorite 20-year-old fan.
I know, Tanner's a complete
W. I know, Tanner.
Model, he is the model American citizen right now. Him and Pickles.
Yes, he could be like the poster child.
Yo, best. Mark, you're up here saying that I don't have the answer, so I have Felice. Why don't you come up here and request up?
Yeah, I won't talk. I'll just make really obvious facial expressions. You can just look at my dimples.
Somebody's username is Chris Can't Deadlift 600 pounds.
Wait, what?
That is correct, guys. I don't know. I think I was having a conversation in my Discord VC. Yes, I did 585 back in my day. That wasn't 600. But thank you for rubbing in salt on the wounds, Mr. Chris Can't Deadlift. That was 15 pounds away back in my day.
I was a Division I athlete, so I used to have to power lift. I will never do it again.
I'm heartbroken.
Did my time, and I'm done doing any of that. Now I just walk/run. It's so great to never have to do any powerlifting ever again, no matter what anyone says. The first time I was ever a prostitute, Division I athletics. Don't sell your body if you can avoid it. It's my advice, especially not to Division I athletics.
Yeah, the first time I was at risk of unaliving from starvation is when I wrestled in college, because the person you see now had to make 125.
Worse. Oh my god! At least Tanner, I was allowed to eat. Well, barely, but more than you could.
Oh yeah, Tanner, how old are you? Hello?
4.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
All right. How is he making America great again?
Yeah, he's securing our border and he's protecting women.
Actually, let's go to the protecting women part, because that's the first time I've actually heard this. How is he protecting women exactly?
He's keeping trans women, which are males, out of women's spaces.
Interesting. Okay.
Can I don't even want to get involved. Chris, you can talk about this whole time, but I just will say, like, as far like, just to be clear, it has always been illegal. I just want you to know, whether you're a man, a woman, or 6 koalas stacked on top of each other in a trench coat. If you walk into a bathroom and harass another individual or creep on them or try to peer under a stall or touch anyone, that has always been illegal. That's not unique to Donald Trump. You're not allowed to creep on people in bathrooms. You never have been allowed to.
All right, so let's go off of your premise, right? You're saying violent criminals. Cool. Can you give me like a case where a trans person raped somebody in a bathroom? Because that's a wild claim. Can you give me a case where that happened? I'm just curious.
Well, I didn't.
You made the claim
about rape.
You said violent is keeping the violent criminals out of the bathroom, so they must have been some sort of
about rape. Are you assuming that they rape people?
Well, no, I'm not, right? The only reason that I use that term is because that's what your president did. So can you tell me any violent incident of like SA or something they weren't supposed to do in a bathroom? Because you did make the claim, right? So you should have a case in mind, right?
Yeah, I can give you examples where women are...
Okay, I'm asking you for a specific...
Why are you interrupting me?
Okay, cool. I just need you to
talk over me the whole
His
time.
live, he can talk the whole
So
time.
I'm just asking. So Tanner, I'm not asking you personal. I'm asking you if this was if there's so much of a problem. I'm just asking you for one case with the person's name, right? It should be documented on the internet somewhere. Please provide that for me.
I have statistics.
I did not ask you for that. So I did
You
ask
don't
you
care
for.
about facts?
So after you answer my question, I'd love to go through the statistics. So you said it's a problem. Cool. You should be able to name me, right, one case. So I'm asking you nicely,
Leah
right?
Thomas.
It's Leah Thomas. Leah Thomas went in a restroom and did something. Okay, cool. Can you quote that? What? Okay, cool. Can you give me the source that she went in a restroom and did something they weren't supposed to somebody?
Yeah, Riley Gaines.
So.
Oh, now you're talking about your...
Riley Gaines.
No, but this is about sports now.
Yeah,
Now
hold
you're
on.
moving the goalpost.
Tanner, that wasn't your claim. Your claim is
you brought up bathroom assaults.
so strike
that's
two,
what we're
right?
talking about.
I didn't bring up assault.
Yes, you did.
assault.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
so
You're
Tanner,
right.
Tanner. Okay, Tanner. If you bring up a claim and I'm asking you for evidence, right? You don't just get to go to another point. So one more time, right? Cool. So I don't know. So if this was so widespread, 1% of the population, by the way, you should be able to give me one case where somebody did something that they weren't supposed to in a bathroom. I'm asking you to give me the name of that person and the case, and we're going to look at it. Just don't even give me the case. Give me the name because they're going to be associated with the case. So who is this person that you claim? Just give me one case. It's sad that you can't think of one person.
Muting my microphone and stop interrupting me.
Well, you're not answering my question.
I'm not a mod. I can't mute you.
Give me the case of a trans person doing something in a restroom that they weren't supposed to somebody.
I am.
I didn't.
Leah
Okay.
Thomas.
Okay, cool. So Leah Thomas never did anything bad in a bathroom to somebody. Can you give me
Let me make my case or just interrupt me the whole time?
make your case? But if it's not on the question, I'm going to literally cut you off again. Go ahead.
Yeah, Riley Gaines said that they had to witness Leah Thomas expose themselves to them in the restroom. Is that okay to you?
So that didn't answer my question, right? So can you steel man my argument? I'm going to see if you're listening now. What did I ask
Can I
you?
just respond to that ridiculous thing? Because I just want to say something. Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
and like, this is just me. Like, I'm pansexual. That's my sexuality. So I'm pretty much attracted to more people. Like, I actually consider myself a sapiosexual, which means I'm attracted to people's brains. Like, the last thing I care about is genitals. I also was a Division I scholarship athlete. I played volleyball. So here's the thing. Like, we all had to, like, especially on road trips, like you're about to get on a bus and then get on a plane and you got to just take a shower. And here's the thing, like, you just go into the shower area and you shower. It doesn't matter what genitalia people have. If you're a decent human, you're not looking. You just face the front, the shower, take your
So now we're
2-minute shower,
victim-blaming
and then
women.
you leave the shower.
Now we're victim blaming women like Riley Gaines.
No, okay. Again, you're asking for the female experience in a locker room. I'm
This is
telling you how it
misogyny.
goes. I would never know what kind of genitalia anyone had because I never looked. And unless you're a weirdo who's like creeping on people, you're just taking your
Like Leah
2-minute
Thomas.
shower so you don't stink on the plane ride home, and then you go about your business. Period.
So Tanner, so I'm going to ask you to actually answer my question, right? One more time, right? Can I get evidence of, because once again, this should be, because here's the thing, things like E. Jean Carroll, that's been settled in court already rather easily, right? So evidence of unnecessary sexual advances
What
from Leah
evidence did
Thomas.
she bring?
So,
Tanner
hey,
is the person that looks at people's genitals.
yeah, so Tanner,
Tanner's
with all
the
due
person.
respect, I've asked you for evidence of this, and this is proving my point because there is none for Leah Thomas making unnecessary sexual advances. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you for the last time, right? I'm being cordial here. You brought this up that they're threats to people in the restroom. I'm still waiting for you to provide it. So we're going to use Leah Thomas. Cool. Give me like the court, like what happened, the evidence, not just your feelings.
Yeah, they took away her medals, or his medals.
So that's not what I asked you. Can you steelman my argument? Holy
Took
crap.
away his medals because
So, Tanner, what did I ask you? Tanner, what did I ask you? Tanner, what did I ask you?
What did you ask me?
Okay, got it. What's the shape of
nothing.
Italy?
Got to
What's
150K. Keep tapping. Let's get Chris to 200K. I didn't do that.
No,
couldn't
I did,
get rid of you,
'cause-
Tanner. But yeah, you just gotta. Here's the thing, Tanner. You just take your shower and you don't creep on anyone. It's the same thing with the bathroom. And I'll say this, MAGA. Some of you should not be in public restrooms. You need to use the bathrooms at your house. I'm concerned. You guys sound super creepy and like you're incapable of just entering a bathroom, looking straight ahead and then leaving. Like, so if that's the case and you can't do that, then you need to just use your bathroom. But some of the rest of us can just, I hold my breath when I go in public restrooms. I'm like, and I'm just like basically my eyes closed. Like, just get in there, like try not to touch anything and run out before I pass out from loss of oxygen. That's what normal people are doing. If you are not doing that, you may be one of the people that should not use public restrooms.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And there's still no evidence of Leah Thomas
I'm
doing even what
concerned
you
for
said.
a lot of you. Like, if you're like, oh, I'm going into the locker room to stare at people below the waist, you shouldn't be in locker rooms. Like, the key is you just take your shower, don't look at anyone. That's the normal thing to do. Like, I would not know what type of genitals anyone has because I'm not looking, because I'm normal.
And I feel like we should have more red flags on somebody saying that he had the right to go, walk through.
There was a lot of weird things about what Tanner said. It's super weird. Like, it's super simple. Go to the bathroom, don't look at anyone, and leave.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't we be more concerned if there was somebody that said that he had the right to go through, the changing room of like teenage girls because he owned a place at a beauty pageant? Who was that? Forgot.
I guess, God, it's coming to me. Yeah, it's like that's exactly what Trump confessed to. It's like, if you are worried, and I do love that argument, especially as a female athlete, when this is the thing about whatever conservatives suddenly care about women. And I'm now talking about math, okay, statistical analysis. The legislation that harms women is coming from the Conservative Party, right? That's taking women's rights away. That's making it less easy for us to exist in the world, to make decisions about our bodies. It's always coming from conservatives. And the weirdest thing is, the only time when I hear conservative men express concern for women is to punch down on either trans people or brown people. It's so strange. The only time they're like, oh, hold on, you guys, I care about women for a second.
Oh,
it's always to punch down on trans people or be like, I heard Kilmer Abrego Garcia hurt his wife. Like, are you kidding me? Do you guys care about the millions of unprocessed grape kits? Should we start just removing men from the country without due process who have possibly harmed a woman? Because I'm on board. Like, let's get this party started.
But you do see where I'm coming from, though. I asked him that question 8 times. I'm asking for
He wasn't here to answer any logical, you were nice.
That's fine. So here's the thing. If there's a documented case, I would love to know, like, the kid. Because here's the thing. I'll concede easily, but you can't even give me one name. Interesting. I can give you names of cis white men that do it annually by the thousands.
Exactly. And here's the thing. Anybody that goes into a bathroom and creeps on someone, it's illegal. It always has been. Surprise! You cannot go in a bathroom and creep on someone else. That's illegal.
Ooh, Stonebridge. Let's see. It's so weird. Yeah. Appreciate
Let's
you.
get Chris to 175K. We're almost there. Everyone, we're working towards carpal tunnel together. That's great. It's fine. We'll all have wrist braces and arthritis. Let's get Chris to 200K. Chris is definitely Christian. You're Christian, right? I feel like you're
Yeah, and that's why I didn't vote for Trump. Part of the reason why, actually. But you know what's funny? The Pope's pretty anti-Trump
This
too.
is like one of my only Christian friends I like.
Yeah, I mean, did Jesus Jesus actually said in the Bible, don't look
You're
out for
a
the
real
rich people.
Christian. Yeah, you acknowledge like Jesus' teaching.
Yeah, he quite literally cooked up the Pharisees for not looking out for the poor people, and I'm supposed to follow that example. So what did I not do? Vote for the person that gives tax cuts to the rich people and creates more poor people.
Yo, Chris, you be getting Gucci or what?
Huh?
You be getting Gucci or what?
Gucci. I'm more of a Louis Vuitton type of guy when I have business meetings sometimes, but you know, I'm not so here's the thing, right? My mom taught me, who's still watching, love you mom, not to be too materialistic, right? Because that stuff leaves, but things like your education and your reputation stays. So now, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I go one more question though. You be getting
Okay,
Gucci?
so hey,
you getting Gucci?
Oh, you said Gucci, gotcha. So you're
I said Gucci. No,
He said the G.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he was going somewhere. I don't know. I don't think.
Okay, you know what?
It wasn't the C word. I don't.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, come back up. But can we actually have a because here's the
No,
thing.
I think he was probably going to do something. It was not funny,
So-
but he didn't say the C thing. I don't think.
Here's the thing. The only people that are going to be buying more Gucci is these rich people from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that won't be using that money to go give people higher wages or more job growth, because we know that trickle-down economics doesn't work. That's the only people buying more Gucci.
Well, here's my thing. It's don't buy things because there's a label on it. Fine leather goods are fine leather goods, you know, like, which again, I'm actually more into vegan leather now, but again, I've recently learned it's about the stitching. Like, it's less, don't worry about brands, like, worry about quality.
How many guys got?
Back.
Can we talk about politics?
Gucci?
Can we talk about politics now, please? Can we talk about
Gucci goo.
Okay, so how is Trump making America great again? Let's actually talk politics. Go for it.
He's like helping the Israelites, just buying weapons over in Gaza.
So you just admitted that Trump's using more of our tax money that won't go to people. So I asked you. So do you know what? I'm going to take this slow. Do you know what an American is?
Yeah.
Okay, then I don't know why you would say so. Why are you so worried about another government that is Israel one of the 50 states? We're just going to take this slow because I'm going somewhere with this.
I think Gaza will be in like the 51st state.
So, no, because Trump abandoned his own plan, right? Trump doesn't agree with you. So, cool. Let's talk about Israel's involvement in the United States, because I think this is interesting, right? So, do you confirm the First Amendment?
Like all the 5 rights of the First Amendment?
Freedom of speech, address grievances against the government.
I'm on the fence about freedom of like to protest or whatever, but it's
well, I mean, it doesn't matter, because what are the 2 ways to change an amendment according to the law? It doesn't matter what you think. What are the 2 ways to change it?
Probably veto it and take it to Supreme Court.
Well, no, you actually got both of those wrong. So we're going to walk through this, right? States Convention, where 3/4 of the states, because we have laws here, right? So 3/4 of the states have to agree to a state convention, right? Which is why Trump trying to alter the interpretation of the 14th Amendment got shot down harder than, I don't even know what analogy to use there. So also, Congress can also see if they can do that as well.
I mean,
so those are.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't agree with changing the amendments. I don't agree with Trump's.
Well, you just said that you don't like the First Amendment, but the only way to.
I said I was on the fence about it. That doesn't mean I think I should.
Okay, cool. Then we agree,
my personal
Brendan.
opinion.
Awesome. Look at us.
Okay,
agreeing.
cool. So I'm going to educate you about, because this is something that's going to come into place here really soon. BDS laws. Are you familiar with what those are?
Educate me.
Anti-boycott, divestment, and sanction laws, right? Old George Bush, right? Back to his antics again back in 2008. 39 states, you can have legal action taken against you if you boycott Israel. Is that a violation of the First Amendment?
Could you repeat that?
39 states, you can have legal action taken against you, which has, for certain citizens, if you boycott Israel, right? Is that a violation of the First Amendment?
I don't understand what you're asking. You're asking me if 39 states
boycott. Okay, I'm going to take. Okay,
there are laws where if you boycott, divest, or sanction, like corporations that support Israel. Is that's right? Right? I'm getting it right.
Yes.
That
yes.
You
perfect.
can be
I like when you
punished.
explain it to me better. It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
what they're-
I'm going to give you an example with Texas, right? Because I live here.
Please explain it to me.
Okay.
Chris can talk. It's fine, but you got it.
Okay, I'm going to talk, maybe I got to break down because you never heard of these laws before, right? So, Texas, I'm going to give you an example. Greg Abbott says anti-Israel equals anti-Texas. So they're trying to punish San Marcos businesses, right, from not getting state funding anymore because they refuse to have contracts with Israel. Is that okay?
No.
Okay, so the history of these laws since 2008, it's been brought to federal courts 38 different times, and the citizen has won it all 38 times, right? So it's clearly this doesn't work. It was supposedly put in place to combat anti-Semitism, which, by the way, Israel's anti-Semitic, but we'll get to that later. So a country here...
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, no, I agree it's crazy that they call black Jews monkeys, that 52% of the citizens claim that... actually, I'm just going to go ahead and show you some screenshots from the government in just a second. They did Project Moses in the early 2000s where they decreased the birth rates of black Jewish migrants, Ethiopians, by giving them overdoses of Depo-Provera, lowering their birth rates by 50%. Now, plus they call the Sephardic Jews dogs for having
eugenics is something America does all the time?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm not.
Well, I think Hasidic Jews should be banned from Israel.
So now you just said an anti-Semitic claim now, because now you're denying Jewish people, right, where they can go. So you just...
that's my opinion, but it's not Israel's opinion because all Jews can go there on birth rate, so I don't think
that no, Messianic Jews can't.
It's false.
Yeah, it's actually in their migrant law 117B, right? Because you know why? Because apparently so it says it right here, and I don't know why we're leaving the U.S., but I'm going to take a pit stop here real quick. They said Messianic Judaism is not considered Judaism for the right of return. So yeah, they're
just in case anyone's wondering what that is. That means if you're a Jew that believes that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins, that's it's. Regular Jews don't believe that, right? They just believe Jesus was a prophet. But if Messianic Jews believe in the evangelical version of Jesus.
Yeah, so let's go right back to the United States, right? Because I'm not here to talk about Israel, though. I'm here to talk about the country I live in right now.
Yeah, I'm just curious if I can get your number after this, please. You're gorgeous.
Well, I was about to give him my number. No, I'm just
Gavin, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how is he making America great
Gavin,
again?
love the profile pic. What's happening there? Just about that flexing every muscle. Just
Yeah.
see what you're doing.
Okay. Well, why? Can you tell me a reason why you don't like Donald Trump? Just to start out.
So, Gavin, here's what you don't do in a debate, right? When you ask an answer, I asked you a question. When you ask a question with a question, you've done a paradox, right?
No, I'm just trying to start out with a basis. I understand your question.
Gavin, check this out, right? I'm a different person than you. You should be able to think for yourself without going. So if you can't
I'm
now,
able to think for myself.
Okay, then go ahead and answer the question, please.
All right, you want me to answer your question first, or I'm trying to get a starting point?
Abject stupidity.
So listen, Gavin, I believe, didn't I ask you a question first? So yeah, so if you don't have a reason that Donald...
question.
Right, so if you can't think
so
of
I
one...
like Donald Trump's immigration laws. I'll just answer your question. I like his immigration laws. I like his immigration laws. I think that we should be able to start out with that. I like the immigration laws. I think that we should be able to send back people to the country that they are coming in falsely where they should be.
Here's the weirdest thing, though. Can you just name one immigration law that Donald Trump passed?
Yeah, I can't think.
He's
we're waiting.
On the where he's sending the illegals back to El Salvador for the violent crimes that they have committed.
I said a law. Do you understand how laws are passed?
Yeah,
I understand. Yes, they're passed through Congress.
So name a law, an immigration law that Trump has passed in this term.
The Lake and Riley Act. That's another one I like. That's
not an immigration law, though. We're talking about an immigration law, right? So, with that being said, can you give us? Wait. So, before I go on, you do realize that executive orders aren't permanent legislature, right? I really hope you realize that.
You cut out. I couldn't hear anything.
Do you know that executive orders are not permanent law? They're not legislature, right? Do you at least realize that, or do I need to break that down?
No, I do. I do like the Lake and Riley Act, though. I'm saying
that's not what. Okay, so you just intentionally ignored what I said. So I'm going to start from the top. Do you realize that executive orders aren't? So I'm going to start from the top again, right? Because you just completely just ignored. So okay, do you realize that Okay, so I'm going to start from the top again, right? So it's okay.
Start from the top.
Okay, because I only said one sentence. There we go. Perfect. So do you realize? Okay, so you're being difficult on purpose.
No.
So everybody in the comments and on YouTube are saying that I'm
Someone's got to talk so someone can make a claim and then we can move on. So we're not, Gavin, you're not being silenced. Everything's okay. Just let Chris say something.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying he cut out. I'm
not mad either. It's just we're going to let Chris make his point since it's
All
his
right,
live and then we'll respond.
Myself.
Okay,
I'm muting myself.
here we go. Me too. I'm muting too.
Yeah, because I only asked you a one sentence question 7 times. So in fact, I'm going to reframe it. Is an executive order legislature? Holy shit.
One sec. No, it's not. No.
Okay. Beautiful. So in regards to immigration, right? In regards to immigration, what law, right, has been passed for immigration? That's all we're asking.
What do you mean by immigration laws?
You brought it up.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second here.
Almost got you to 200K, Chris. We are tapping furiously.
How are you going to bring something up and then not? Never mind. Just keep going.
Okay. Well, another reason why I like Donald Trump is because
what did I just ask you?
I know. I thought we was going past that, bro. Yeah, my fault.
What are you? No, because you didn't even answer.
Yeah, why are you getting so upset, bro?
Because I'm giving you one sentence question. So
I know. I'm sorry, my fault.
So it's okay. I'm gonna break this down slower, right?
Right,
so
let's
go. Okay,
I'm all ears.
Okay, cool. So laws get passed by Congress, right?
Yeah, through the legislature, the judicial. Yes, I know all that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. So let's stop there. Step A. Step B, right? You said you voted for Trump because of immigration law. What immigration laws, now that we've established is that it goes through...
The reason why I voted for Donald Trump was because I do not want people in the country that is illegal.
Okay, got it. But you said because of immigration laws. We're still waiting for the answer on the law that got passed that impacts immigration under the Trump administration.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care all of them. I like all of them. Whatever law he passed, I like all of them.
He hasn't passed any. That's what we're getting.
Yeah, no, I think he gets that. I think Gavin gets it, but then I get we're just kind of accepting he gets it, and then we're just gonna move on.
Okay.
So then let's just dig into it. The real issue is that you're biting off your nose to spite your face. You don't understand the economic impacts of mass deportation, right? They're pretty.
We don't really need them. If we would bring back jobs,
statistical analysis and math of all sorts says that that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm from Arkansas. They bring workers over here all the time and then send them back when their visa runs out. I know how that stuff works. I've seen it plenty of times. I'm from Arkansas.
Okay.
I don't think that it's that big of an economical thing. If we can get the jobs back to America and we can get the factories back to America, I mean...
I'll present actual mathematics that will prove you wrong, right? Mass deportation, I think and again, hold on, let me just look up the reports because I don't want to quote the numbers, but I mean, basically, if we just mass deport 10 million people and they got a minimum, which Trump's saying it'll be more than that, but just at 10 million, we're looking at the economy, a recession larger than the 2008 recession.
Interesting. Yes.
Yeah. And I was talking, I can't remember. There was a guy, I think his name was Charles. We were talking to earlier, and I was explaining 98 billion in 2023 was paid into our retirement for American citizens by people with ITIN numbers, undocumented immigrants who will never take that money back out. They're just paying Social Security and Medicare tax for us to retire.
Shit, maybe that was those people that was on the voting train.
It's the people in the fields with ITIN numbers.
The same people that voted for Biden back in 2020.
You realize that you realize that migrants can't vote, right? So
I know that they're not supposed to, but it happened.
No, well, let me just quote the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank. Since 2002, there have been billions and billions of votes cast, and now I'm just talking. There have been less than 20 prosecuted incidents of undocumented immigrants.
There was more votes in that election than any.
What you are talking about is statistically not happening. And I'm quoting the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank. It's not true.
Oh yeah.
You feel like it is true, and I validate your feelings. Feelings are real. You were told that, so I actually almost don't blame you. It is just not mathematically true that undocumented immigrants are voting.
Also, I just want to see where his headspace is at. I want to see if he's operating in the reality of the world we live in. Was the election stolen?
Oh, I believe so. I mean,
okay. What evidence do you have of that?
What do you mean? What evidence do I have of that? I mean, like I said, more votes cast than any other election. It just happened at a certain time period where everything just kind of seemed weird. I mean,
perfect.
Conspiracy theorist, if you want to. I mean, that's fine. You
can
get upset all you want to.
So, Gavin, you need to start every sentence with, I feel like the election was stolen. Do you understand the difference? You are having feelings, and I can validate your feelings.
No, I'm not mad at all. I can.
No, but I just want you to No, you are associating feelings with anger. Feelings can be all sorts of things. Feelings could be happy. Feelings could be calm. I'm just saying, you feel this way. Mathematically,
I don't sit in front of a.
Well, let me just tell you mathematically what we know, right? Like Trump himself, Trump was in the president during the 2020 election. He had the Department of Justice investigate. He had independent state investigations. He hired 2 third-party consulting firms to find outcome determinative fraud in the 2020 election, and none was found.
It was covered up very well.
So factually, that didn't happen, but you can say, I feel like it did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, y'all are getting enough of me. Y'all said y'all know where my headspace is at. I want to give at least one policy that y'all think that the Harris administration, Biden administration, whatever. You tell me why he was so great.
Why Trump was great? I don't think he's great at all.
Asking why Biden. He said why Biden was great.
Well, Biden didn't run, so why would I have to justify him? Kamala Harris.
He's saying what he did. No, he did. Like, I can answer you. Joe Biden. Listen, I will answer. Joe Biden recovered from the pandemic the best in the G7, and I just want to say that's the developed world that we reckon. No, just let me finish. You asked me, so let me finish. Right?
Cutting off a woman, dude, crazy.
Like, you asked me, and I'm gonna sell it to you. And I'm not saying. Listen, I don't think Joe Biden's like an economic genius. I think Joe Biden put extremely qualified, intelligent people in the right positions and let them go to work. Right? Here's another thing. Let's talk about oil and gas, because I'm actually pretty smart, and I should be in I've done a lot of research in oil and gas. What did Biden do in the oil and gas industry? He helped us claw back market share. I'm talking about the U.S. oil and gas industry. Like, what we don't understand is we're not Saudi Arabia, right? We don't have slave labor. Like, we can't just force people to tap a well for us. Labor costs a lot. Materials cost a lot. People have to risk mid-size oil companies have to risk everything they have to tap a new well. So in order to keep the American gas and oil market viable, we have to keep the price per barrel of oil in a sweet spot. And this is where MAGA's confused, because MAGA wants to pay 98 cents a gallon for gas. But if we fall below $60 a barrel, the U.S. oil and gas industry, we are capping wells, not tapping wells. And what Biden did ingeniously was keep the price per barrel of oil in a sweet spot and hold steady, so that people said, this guy's sane and I can risk everything. I can leverage everything I own and take out a loan, and I can tap a new well because I believe that this guy's going to hold the oil and gas market steady. And what Trump did, the first thing he came into office, and I don't know how much you understand about commodities or not, or how OPEC and Saudi Arabia control oil as a commodity, but he then went and implored Mohammed bin Salman, to release their reserves of oil, which would bankrupt American oil and gas. All of the headway we make to claw back market share, we now have lost because Trump's a fool, and no one can bet on a fool. What we need is a president who's steady, who can prove I'm sane
So
and I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do. And that's what Biden did consistently. That's why we were, exporting more than we were importing. That's why we were energy independent.
Let's pay more and just give more money to other countries. Yeah, that's great.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I quite literally
what money's given to
Gavin,
Okay,
don't get mad at me. What I just explained to you was the opposite.
Stop cutting her off, bro. She's giving you the explanation.
Anyways,
and
I'm
you're
done. But what you said, your response to me, it just shows that you didn't understand what I said. It's the opposite. What Trump did was give more countries money. By releasing the Saudi oil reserves, he's giving Middle Eastern countries more money, not us. He's bankrupting U.S. oil.
We're going to act like they didn't invest $300 billion into us when we come in. Saudi. We're not going to act like that.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, as soon as Trump got into office, Saudi invested $300 billion.
You're talking about no, they didn't.
That's not true.
So I'm going to tell you where that 300. Can I give you the actual source from the Security Exchange Commission? I know what you're talking about. That happened because of the. Okay, so
no.
Okay, then Gavin, I'm not here changing your mind. There's 1,000 people watching that would like to know where this 300 billion guys mods. Please just watch it real quick. Security Exchange Commission, $300 billion. It's actually simple, right? Because this is documented. It came during the AI boom, right? When was that year?
Muted me. I don't know.
I didn't mute you. Okay,
well, you can still hear if you're muted. So
20. So the AI boom happened from Q4 of 2021 all the way through mid 2023. So was Trump president right during our AI boom that we had?
What does it matter? You're gonna say, okay, so that's just like saying other people.
Can you just answer the question? I'm telling you.
I know what fucking year 2021 was.
300 billion. I just gave you. Okay, so the $300 billion, right, from Saudi Arabia, right, came as a result of our AI boom because they saw what was happening with us and they wanted to invest more into what we call Silicon Valley, right? Q4 of 2021 to early 2023 is where that 300 billion came in. Right, so was Trump president during the AI boom from Q4 of 2021 to early 2020?
You're just telling me a year that Trump wasn't president.
So
you brought up the 300 billion, and he's talking to you about. He's answering the claim you made.
Boom. There's no AI boom. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know that we had an AI boom in the United States of America.
Yes, there was ChatGPT and all that shit, but I mean, okay, and?
That's the AI boom. Yeah, that's part of it. What else happened? The generative AI in investing and productivity went up sky high in America.
We just went from talking about oil and gas to talking about AI.
Gavin, because that's why they invested $300 billion.
You brought up the 300 billion, and it's not that's like
oil.
It was
Gavin.
not.
The point is, it's hypothetical.
As soon as Biden come into office in 2021,
Gavin, do you believe that if someone stand next to Trump and says we're going to give you 300 billion, that it's delivered immediately, or do you understand that none of that has actually happened?
Mod, stop that, please, because he's already crashing out. Let's not make it worse.
Nobody's mad, bro.
Because you're quoting false info. Like, I'm waiting for the refutation of what I said.
True. Everything you say is true, right?
Well, I'm giving you a chance to use a sort.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you say.
Okay, so cool. Then you can get off my fucking panel.
Everyone up.
No, because here's the thing.
I actually do. Like, can we just talk? Like, Trump has. For some reason, Gavin believes Trump's for the people. Can we just? Because I know it's hard when women talk. I just want Mark Cuban. Because we were talking about oil and gas. I do want to talk about how Trump manipulates the commodities market. And he did. In his first term, he sold out American consumers. You know, MAGA, you're always like, I want to pay 98 cents a gallon. For once, it actually could have happened. And instead, Trump didn't do that. And he sold us out for who? For rich people. Then I'll just let Mark Cuban, because this is something to learn. Trump does manipulate commodities.
Look at the root of inflation. I'll tell you exactly when the very first kernel of inflation was set. And that was in April of 2020. It was right at the early days of the pandemic. The gas prices were $1.87. The oil companies went to Donald Trump and said, we are getting crushed with gas prices at $1.87. Please go to Saudi Arabia and your friend MBS. Please go to Russia and your friend Vladimir Putin and ask them to reduce production. So he had a choice to make. Does he help his oil company cronies, or does he help keep gas prices low? You already know what he did. He went to his he went to support his oil company cronies, went to MBS and Putin and said, please reduce production. That was the day inflation started. And you can track minute by minute, hour by hour, month by month, year by year, quarter by quarter, that as long as that agreement was in place up until 2022, gas prices kept on going up. The minute that agreement came out and production changed, gas prices started going down and you saw inflation go down. So you can take all you want and blame it on the Biden administration, but it started with Donald Trump.
And I'm sorry, and that's true. Like, Trump does manipulate commodities, but just not for the American people. And actually, let me just make the converse argument. When Trump got into office this time, he did the opposite, right? He asked Saudi Arabia and MBS and OPEC to release their reserve barrels of oil. And in that point, to drive the gas prices in America down, but would sell out American oil companies. And that's what was trying to explain to Gavin. There's a sweet spot. We have to stay above $60 per barrel of oil, or ideally around 70, or we are actually bankrupting our own market share in oil and gas. It's a tightrope walk, right? It can't go too low and it can't go too high. Like, that's what the point is. Anyways, sorry, but I digress.
No, it's all good. I'm just asking, like, if I'm going to quote the SEC, I would love a refutation.
I just think he had no idea what you were saying.
Well, also there was another deal that was actually worth $600 billion. It was a defense deal, but it actually never materialized.
What you were saying, Chris, I'm pretty sure. And so he got super defensive and he just started yelling. But
yeah, I'm sorry about that. But like, here's the thing: if we're gonna chop up, like, we have the records of these things, right? Like,
oh my gosh, wait, someone sent Queen Anne's Lace. I love that name, by the way. Your brain is fascinating and beautiful. That is the nicest compliment. Thank you so much. That is literally the nicest thing. And thank you for the $5 on Venmo. But my Venmo and Cash App is just like my name. A girl has no name. Oh, by the way, I'm almost to 200,000 followers. If you're not following me, will you please follow me? I'm almost finally to 200,000 followers. I could finally accomplish something. I've been near 200,000 followers for like 2 years. Anyways, everyone tap the screen. Let's get Chris to 300K because we do have 990 people in here. And Chris, your finance brain is probably a little intimidating to some of these people. Like,
sometimes
you're like, hey, do you know about this? They're like, no.
Yeah, my bad.
Shut up. Stop saying things that make sense.
Let me know. I'm typing your Cash App on a sticker. Let me know if I misspell that.
I need to learn how to do. I need to get better at doing that. And you're not even in TikTok Studio. I need to start using things more.
Did I spell that right?
I would tap, but I'm playing Fortnite. That's what. Everyone, we have to make up. Someone's playing Fortnite, so everyone's responsible not just for your tapping, but for theirs as well. Tap. We are cheering Chris up. Chris, what's the most taps you've ever gotten in a live?
Weird. So the ones that I did, I got taken down when I almost got 2 million. It was at 827,000, but I doubt I'm going to get there.
Let's get that tapping going. We got to cheer Chris up. Miller Miller's the best. This all sounds weird. Best tapper, great with her fingers. No way to say it. It's creepy. One day I will disappear into Miller's hundreds of acres of land. When I finally need to disappear, Miller, get my space ready. Get my plot of land ready. It's getting closer. Wait, I have 200,000 followers? Shut up. No way. Is this real? No, I don't. I have 199.6. I'm close. I got really excited. I was like, oh, is this happening? It's going to happen at some point. It will happen. God damn it. It only took me 2 years to inch this close. Why does it say 200 for everyone else and not me? That's really, it says 109, or it says a 199.6 when I log into my own page. Sorry. That's really weird. Well, whatever. Don't get my hopes up. Why is everyone saying that? I keep logging into my own page and it doesn't say that. Refresh. Whatever. One way or another, I'm going to get there. Yeah, we'll definitely celebrate. The thing about getting to like 200,000 followers is that like then you lose followers and then you're not there the next day. So like,
yeah, you're like, no.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, and then like the next day you're like, oh, like so. I probably shouldn't celebrate until I get like well past it. So then if I lose a bunch.
Let's see.
Let's get some more people. We're feeling extra nice today. We're going to let you talk and express all of your feelings, MAGA. Let's talk about immigration.
Sorry, guys.
Because I know you guys, that last guy was going to talk about immigration. He was ready to be like, brown people are ruining my life. It's the opposite. That's the problem is let me pull up this study. Because we should start making the actual. I think Peterson Institute of International Economics has a good one. They're like my favorite think tank. That's so sad when you have a favorite think tank. That's how you know it's sad. Like I literally do. Every time I see them, I'm like, they're thinking again.
I think that because I have favorite think tanks for all sectors, but for the military, RAND does amazing studies, and for GUN violence too.
Let's see. Oh my God, they have new ones on tariffs. I'm gonna have to read these. This is so. I wish I had a life. I wish I could say I had a life. I don't. This is what I do when no one's watching me. We're just reading studies. Oh, and I do want to say this. As long as we're on the topic of oil and gas, if I hear one more MAGA person say that Biden stopped LNG, liquid natural gas exports, I'm going to lose my mind. No, we didn't. We exported more liquid natural gas than anyone in the world in 2023. I haven't looked at the numbers in 2024, but we have to be like top 2, top 3. The only thing we did is pause new contracts because we were doing my favorite statistical analysis on impact study on climate crisis. But I keep hearing people say that we stopped LNG exports or something, or we didn't.
Yeah, they're gonna make up anything, to be honest.
No, but this is and here's the thing. I recently finally read the whole study, like the impact study that Biden had done. And yeah, it's a little bit about climate crisis, but here's the scariest part. The reason they were doing this study is as we export more and more liquid natural gas, Americans that depend upon it for their energy, I think it's going to raise, the prices will raise by like 30-something% in the next 5 years. It's as we export more and more, the prices are going to raise in the US, which is super scary. Oh, I know. The reason I know so much about oil and gas, like Mr. Global, basically gave me this base of education, and then I started listening to earnings calls, and I really just went wild with it.
Brilliant.
Oh my God, I love that guy. That's the guy from what's that show where he plays a minor league baseball player?
Trailer Purpose. Chris.
So hold on. You don't colonize my life like Israel's colonizing Palestine. I gotta ask screening questions to make sure that you're in the right area, right? So how old are you?
26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm here to ask you about the tour thing you're a part of.
So okay, cool. So you didn't. So you're not in the right life. Cool. See you later. Read the room, guys.
The show was called Eastbound and Down. If anyone has never seen it, highly recommend. That was his profile picture. I could not remember what that guy's name was. But can somebody come up and talk to us about something, just not something that's stupid, things that, are possibly bankrupting us all? Let's talk about the obscene transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. That's the thing, MAGA. This is the point. It doesn't matter what you feel personally about anything. We're all drowning in the same life raft being robbed by the same people. Yes, Daniel McBride. Thank you, whoever just wrote that. I can never remember that guy's name. That's my ADHD. Just went. The guy from Eastbound and Down. That's his name. Thank you. Is Trump losing his marbles? Are you kidding? Yeah.
He's already past that. He's already way past that.
He's losing his marbles. Trump says that no men should be able to wear makeup and read stories to children. And every day this man smears himself in horrific makeup that's like from a horror story, goes out and like makes us all look at it's the like. Someone do explain to me why Republican men in Congress and in the White House are all wearing a full face of makeup every day while saying it's wrong to wear makeup. Like, if you're going to wear makeup, can you put it on correctly?
Yeah, it's like Cheeto dust. He gets JV.
You'll be using Cheeto dust in prison. That's when you will mix that with water to then somehow continue painting himself orange. I used to say that. I was like, he's gonna have to crush up Cheetos and but it's wrong to wear makeup. But for some reason, all conservative men in Congress have a full face of makeup on. It's the weirdest thing. Does anyone want to talk about that?
Somebody said, Chris, you're my favorite DEI hire. Thank you.
Yeah, if by DEI hire you mean qualified. Like, that's another great thing to talk about. Chris actually went to an Ivy League school. Like ironic. Let's talk about how no one Trump hired is qualified. Who wants to talk about how Biden's cabinet were a bunch of qualified people and Trump hired people? Let's talk about the Navy secretary. We've got an art dealer running the Navy. You're probably thinking, oh, he must have been in the armed services at some point. No, he never was. He's a guy who sells art and he places trades for Michael Dell in a 5-person office, the computer billionaire. And he gave Trump millions of dollars and now he's running the Navy into the ground. Or there's the guy that runs the IRS who's not even an accountant. What's that guy?
Yeah, what the hell?
He owned a putt-putt golf place, though. Billy Long, he owned a putt-putt golf place, so that did happen. But he is running the IRS now. You're talking to us about DEI hires? You would be so lucky for brown people to show up and run your business efficiently. Especially if these two brown people showed up and ran your business. I don't want to brag, but it'd be going well. It'd be firing on all cylinders. So what's a DEI? Dawn, Eric, Ivanka, Nick, Bella? That did you name yourself after Nikki Bella? By the way, I love that name. Sorry.
Surgeon General, who is it a doctor?
Oh yeah, the Surgeon General. That's another great one. And when Trump got confronted about it, like the fact the Surgeon General isn't a surgeon, he was like, "Oh, RFK told me to hire her." Oh, great. A guy who has no business doing the job he has told you to hire someone that never finished their residency to be the surgeon in charge of all the other surgeons. That's comforting.
Then don't even get me started. So obviously, I can talk about hours about RFK Jr., but let's not even get started on that one because you already know somebody that's going around saying, defying science, saying that autism is a curable disease and he's going to find it by September. Environmental lawyer, zero public health, sir. Like, bro had a brain worm eating road unaliving off the street. Like, honestly, I can't. That dude is the one person that I believe is going to do the most damage to American citizens.
Have you ever heard, God, I need to find the clip. The guy, oh my God, is it Lawrence O'Donnell? Like, have you heard Lawrence O'Donnell? Because, like, Lawrence O'Donnell is one, if you never heard Lawrence O'Donnell, he's amazing. He has a show on MSNBC, like The Last Night Show. But he, has been a reporter since Nixon, right? He's literally reported on every presidency. He's an amazing reporter. But he apparently went to college with RFK. I don't know if anyone's ever... Lawrence O'Donnell once did, a 5-minute speech about being in college with RFK. It was... the most damning thing. Hold on, I have to find it. I have to find it. I've never heard somebody shame another human being like this in my life.
Yeah.
It was.
Guys, type a 1 real quick if you're in the Houston area. I'm trying to see who's around. I got something to show y'all if there's enough people in here. Sorry, go ahead, Felice.
No, it's fine. I'm just about to show something super embarrassing for RFK.
RFK.
And like, Lawrence O'Donnell's a nice person before you hear this.
And that is who Donald Trump wants to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. A science ignoramus who was in a heroin stupor every day. Here is what Robert Kennedy said about the polio vaccine last year.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Those are big words. What about the polio? Can we talk about the polio?
Well, here's the problem.
Yes.
Here's the problem. 98 million people who got that vaccine in my generation got it, and now you've had this explosion of soft tissue cancers in our generation that kill many, 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 many more people than polio ever did. So if you say to me that the polio vaccine was effective against polio, I'm going to say yes. And if you say to me, did it kill more people? Did it cause more deaths than avert? I would say I don't know because we don't have the data on that.
Yeah.
That uneducated buffoon did not take a single pre-med science course in college. He could never get through organic chemistry or inorganic chemistry. And in the class I was in with him in college, he could not keep his eyes open. I did not know then that he was a heroin addict every day he was in college. He has said he was a heroin addict for 14 years. And while he was a heroin addict...
Okay, but you guys get the point. It goes on for like 5 minutes. That's what it's like being in college with RFK. I love Lawrence O'Donnell. He is like... If you've never seen his show, the first 20 minutes of Lawrence O'Donnell's show is like the most... If you miss Rachel Maddow now that she's not doing 5 nights a week, I suggest Lawrence O'Donnell as the remedy.
Guys, real quick commercial break, guys. So I just got upgraded to keynote speaker for this event, like me and other 5 people. So, guys, if you're in the Houston area, guys, please join me. Right part of this is a protest, but also an educational series on why funding G-side is bad in the history of Palestine and destabilization of the global south due to Western imperialism. So please join me for the We Reject Zionism, right? Panel located International Nakba panel. Nakba means catastrophe, which is what's going on. Sunday, May 18th at the Arab American Culture Center in Houston, Texas. And guys, I'm going to say this because I am a realist. The more white people that can congregate around me to make sure that I don't get arrested, because you guys won't, I will. So Chris, I see you down there. You're my boy. Please stand right next to me so I don't get arrested. But honestly though, Houston's been very fair when it comes to these protests, but just in case. So guys, take a screenshot of that. I'm about to switch it back to the topic, but yeah, know it that your boy is in these streets and all that good stuff. So yeah, see me there.
That's awesome. I'm so excited. Are you going to be live streaming? You have
of
to
course.
Have someone stream your speech.
Yeah, there's some
cheering you on.
Yeah, so guys, let me get a plethora of white people to surround me just to make sure I don't get taken away.
That's actually great advice. That's like every lawyer I meet, I'm just like, if I disappear, will you please look for me? They're like, what? I'm like, just say it.
But guys, honestly, guys, for those of you guys who've never been to like a pro-Palestine, just come guys, look. So it's different than what Trump's painting, right? I'm protesting right next to Jews, Muslims, other Christians, atheists. We're all under one collective mission that G-side funded with our tax money is bad. It's bad for us as Americans. This is bad morally, guys. So come join me. It's gonna be a good time.
It's bad to deny due process. Yeah, like those self-hating Jews. That's what Israel calls the Jewish people that protest the G side. I love it. The people who can follow a line of logic. You're doing good work with that. And look, now you're getting like keynote speeches. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. I don't say that enough. I really am proud of you.
I feel like that my sister's like can give me ups right now. I appreciate that. Because people do say in my Discord that we're related and that I'm lying, but
we are related, kind of slowly. We are. I do
skins.
feel that way, like we're literally sister and brother. I know you say that about a lot of people, but
W light skins.
W hybrids.
A W, except for one person who's been to someone from the squad.
Exactly, just one person.
Oh man.
And yeah, we don't bring him over here. We
don't bring that. Sorry, I blocked it.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. He sometimes people don't hit the mark in the squad, then they get disowned by the village.
Who's back? Someone said Harry's back. Why is no one requesting? Why does no one want to talk to us? Can everyone share the live with their 5 least favorite Republicans? Why does no one want to talk to us? We'll be really nice.
Yeah, I'm definitely calling it. Also, Felisa, if I didn't misspell this, her Cash App's located above me, so please tell me if I misspelled that or not. I have no idea.
Girl has no name. Just like my profile name.
Oh, shit. Did I misspell it?
Oh, yeah,
Shit.
you might have. It's just, but you could just, the way my profile name is spelled, it's weird. It's 2 Z's. Really?
Oh, yeah, no, I got it. I got it. Let's go. Yeah.
I can't even see it. But we need to... Any Trumpers who want to speak to us, we are desperate for attention.
Yeah, guys, if I don't get...
talk about brown people invading the country.
Yeah, guys, if I don't get my debates in, then George Soros won't give me my protest check, guys. So.
Oh, it's true. We have to debate a certain amount of people, or George Soros' son, who's running the show now, won't pay us.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So please help us, or we won't get our check.
Still waiting for my apparently.
I don't know any Republicans. I need to I do follow. I used to follow Republicans, like especially when I debated a lot more. So I actually do. Like I don't know anymore if people are my friends or I'm following them because we debated. It's probably more. Too bad this Brad guy isn't around. I talked to this Brad guy with pickles who was pretty smart.
Yeah.
Let's get Chris to 400K. That's a goal we can set for ourselves. Hello, Trump people, don't you want to argue with us? Thank you, Illusion. What do I do for work? This is what I do for work. In the past, I was a teacher for a little bit. I was a 2nd grade teacher. In college, I did like research work because I was a history major. And then, like after that, mainly when I made the most money, I worked in advertising in the tech industry. They called me the Rainmaker. I worked for a publicly traded social media company. I used to reverse engineer ideas into people's heads for a lot of money. And yeah, and now I think I'm teaching. Like that's my real passion. Is teaching. So that's like what I think I do now. Is just explain the world. You live in the Bay Area. I feel like the Bay Area is overtaken by MAGA now. Like the last time I was in San Francisco, it's like it used to be like illegal to support Republicans in San Francisco in the tech industry, and I feel like that is shifting as they form an oligarch around Trump. Times they are changing in the Yay area.
Guys, if you had somebody you didn't want to eat dinner with at Thanksgiving because they voted against your own interests, why don't you just invite them here? We're going to talk to them.
Yeah, exactly. Invite your... Subway had Montana, this woman had that idea. Like, we debate people's, like, MAGA parents. I was like, that's actually a good idea. Except... Like she was like, oh, but be nice to him. I was like, no, like I'll talk to the parents we want to like scream at. Yeah. But facts still matter. He was like, oh my God, like that's a great idea. I'll be nice to people's parents and like explain things to them. I was like, give me the parents that you want someone to humiliate.
Do you know what was funny as hell today and it boosted his views already higher than Eating Chicken? You know Johnny Palmadessa?
Oh my God, yeah. I actually love Johnny's so funny.
He made
love me some Johnny.
I don't know why this hyper boosted his algo, but it also had somebody crash out. It said Happy Mother's Day except to Melania. They just all came flooding in.
Oh my god, that's a good one. We should have said that. We should say something horrible. Do you have a background for me? I also saw this one. I can't remember it. Like it was like a background of like Putin and Trump like in drag or something.
Oh
like,
man,
it looked like they had just like engaged in sex, and like that was one I saw people just get super angry. Johnny is so funny. I love Johnny. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with him a couple of times, and it was super engaging. Yeah. I'm gonna invite myself to hang out with him sometime.
Yeah, he's cool. Like we got to hang out in person. He's cool. He's definitely not one of those people that changes up like when he's in person. Like
chill.
Yeah, he's definitely like a brother figure. Like we were, just cool guy.
He's like you're probably younger than
he's younger.
Like he's pretty young. Like I was like shocked how I can't remember how old he is, but I remember thinking, oh, you're super young.
You said without Trump you got nothing. Actually, without Trump, we have less bigotry, more money in our pockets.
Well, we could talk about it.
Oh, guys, please don't, guys, move the views. It was at 666. There we go. Thank you. Oh man, Trump supporters request up, guys. Donald Trump sucks. He's terrible for the economy, terrible for foreign policy, rapist, felon, fraudster. Guys, I'm just gonna spill the tea. I'm gonna spill the tea with you right now, guys. So I went on a Bumble date yesterday.
I'm so excited.
And she's already asking me tough questions, which I don't mind. She's like, "Are you against?" Because she lives in Texas too. She's like, "Would you be against dating a white woman?" I'm like, "I don't really see color like that."
Is she white?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have an. I mean,
then
guys,
why is she? If you already went on a date with her, why is she? Wondering if you want date? Like, haven't you already proven?
Because she's from College Station.
Oh, she's from College Station. Did you meet her? Isn't that's Texas A&M, right?
No, but that ain't got nothing to do. Like, no. So I just said I met with her on Bumble, which means she hasn't seen. Yeah. So I mean, guys,
does she reside in a dorm?
No. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
she lives in Dallas. Okay.
You brought it up.
She's my age, but she's from College Station. She lives in Dallas.
Okay, and just making sure you are not picking someone up from a college dorm.
No, I'm definitely not. We're both 29. We're very.
Get me in, Mursk. Are you a Trump supporter, Mursk, or get you in where? It depends on what you mean by that.
Yeah, I just sent you an invite, Mursk. Here we go. Mursk, how old are you? How old are you?
58.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Old enough to party.
How is he making America great again?
Well, let me ask you a question. Democrats, how much money have they spent in the past 4 years?
Awesome. So you're talking to a Republican, so I refuse to answer your non sequitur. Now, I did ask you a question. So you're talking to a Republican.
Non sequitur is Latin for it does not follow.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Trump is terrible. Prove me wrong. Who's wrong?
Okay, so Mursk,
listen, wait, can I just answer? If you want a genuine answer, we need to get money out of politics. We need to get rid. Yeah,
absolutely.
We can agree on that.
Let's start
Money,
with the lobbyists,
100%. Money needs to get out of politics. 100%. As long as it. Let's get. Don't get me started on that. Well, actually, can I play devil's advocate to that real quick? Okay, so just think about this, because I also am like, we need term limits. And you know when I realized we need term limits? Like when Dianne Feinstein, when people were propping up her head, and I had heard that she gave up power of attorney. She was no longer making decisions about her own life, but was voting in the Senate, and that scared me. But here's the other side of that. Like, do I think Bernie Sanders needs to be term limited? No. Sure. Do I think, you know what I'm saying? Like, so there's like, when I want to make an argument, then I argue the converse with myself. And like, I'm a native born Arizonan, and like John McCain, you could not have pried him out of our cold dead hands. You know what I mean? Like, John McCain's our hero. Now we have two other war heroes as senators. And John McCain had brain cancer and was voting to defend Arizona. So
let me ask
I'm
you a
just saying
question.
there's two
Let's
sides
get
to
some new
both.
blood
Right?
in this.
Hold on, Murs, hold on.
Yeah.
So, with all due respect, like I did ask you a question. So we can actually move to this topic, but damn, okay, so after fine, you know what? Just forget I asked you a question. Let's talk about term limits, but I do actually want to talk about the DOE afterwards. But please go ahead with your term limits.
Oh, we're done. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm sorry, Chris. And
Let's get some new blood in politics. There is all old blood,
like AOC and Jasmine Crockett. I can tell you're a big AOC
nothing
fan.
about what the kids are doing. The kids aren't addressed. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed here, but I don't know.
Okay,
I agree with that in general.
Social media is a wicked thing if you don't handle it right.
Well, yeah, I
that
mean,
too.
Trump's a prime example because he's saying things on Truth Social that probably, shouldn't be, as the president of the United States, probably shouldn't be out in public. Same thing with Elon Musk telling what he's
Fair
finding.
enough.
So in the
Market manipulation.
Yeah, so also what Elon Musk should probably shut the hell up about what he's looking at in the Treasury and in Social Security. I do agree social media, especially under the Trump shit, even the first Trump administration, Russia paying Tim Pool and Benny Johnson $400,000 a week to go push pro-Russia propaganda, right? So I do actually agree with you on that one.
We got to peel the onion back a little bit and see what's going on.
Well,
We
yeah,
have rights to know where this money's going. I mean,
I agree.
And this PPP money, how flagrant was that? And everybody stole off that thing.
Amen. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
Person. Yeah.
See that? And
Well, you're speaking. Yes, real corruption, right?
Yes.
And here's the thing. This is the thing about you voted for Trump, but here's my thing. If you want to find real corruption, and you're like, we're rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, who did he fire first? The inspectors general.
Yeah.
Those are the
lady in
real
New York.
auditors. Those are the real people that can find the real fraud. And for some reason, Donald Trump got rid of them. I think that's super fishy. What do you think?
It is.
And also, I want to point out, they were in the middle of finding things on Elon Musk, and they weren't even done yet. For example, the SEC IG Musk already settled this. He had to pay a settlement of $150 million because of the way he bought the stocks from X, right, when he first acquired it. Also, violations with the DOT, the DOJ, some very sketchy things with the Air Force when they allowed, Starlink when he was flying him over Ukraine, also leaked info to Russia. Neuralink EPA violations and violations with animals. So, here's the thing. People are like,
I do agree
Elon Musk. So, here's the thing. You're appointing somebody that's sketchy to go audit the government, and, the dude already had access to the Treasury with his 19-year-old Harvard student and the Social Security. I don't think it was I don't agree with Doge getting set up at all for economic and security reasons. In fact, this is only going to lead to more controversy and heartbreak down the road for Americans. Yeah.
What do you think about Pelosi?
What about her?
Well, tell me your feelings about her. First of all, I don't know how you get that wealthy, making that kind of money.
Yeah, so I can actually tell you why, because we actually ran over the scenario. Do you know who she's married to?
Yeah, the lawyer.
No, she's married to Paul Pelosi, one of the most successful hedge fund traders ever. You know what happened?
Tell me what happened in the house there where the guy got hit with the boyfriend.
So, can you address what I said? I'm not just gonna. So, do you
Someone
know?
attacked him with a hammer.
Right, and
but the guy had his underwear off.
And also, I actually
don't do that, Murs.
Well, that's what the media does.
Don't do the weird homophobic thing. That's not true.
Also, Mursk, I have no reason to, now that we've established that her net worth's tied to who she's married to, I actually have a lot of revere for Nancy Pelosi because she's actually been an advocate for, appropriate tax reform. She was actually one of the people that advocates who advocated for Bill Clinton's tax policy that we should be running now. The one where you weren't giving all these tax cuts to billionaires and it energized the middle lower class and the economy was just skyrocketing anyway.
And actually, Nancy Pelosi also comes from a wealthy family. I'm just saying, if you understand who Nancy Pelosi also inherited wealth. Nancy Pelosi comes from a very prominent, very political.
Look at Obama then.
Fixture family in San Francisco. Like she's like generational wealth in San Francisco. So it's not like we're not saying she had nothing, but here's the point, Marsk. Like, I don't like the weird homophobic reference. I think that's a low blow.
Well, that was a little
but here's the truth. Nancy, if you think Nancy Pelosi is an insider trader, we have many worse culprits than her.
No, of course. No doubt about it.
Unusual Whales report. Look it up. Unusualwhales.com. You can look up the most disgusting insider trading incidents and who's outperforming the market. And actually, Nancy Pelosi is like not even close to the biggest problem. But yeah, we have, just like you said, your term limits and all that, and then we gotta stop Congress from not just Congress, but their family members from placing stock trade. We have to stop them from profiting off insider information.
So I'm gonna go ahead and answer your Obama reference, because I'm not gonna let you disrespect the GOAT like that, right? So let's go through all the items about how his net worth accumulated, and I'm gonna show you how none of these were sketchy. So number one, presidential salary, nothing sketchy there. He also had multiple actually Netflix deals, right? 2018, for example, signed a huge Netflix deal in 2018, right? So also, with that being said, also he got 3.3 million from his book royalties. None of this is sketchy because all of this is literal. Also, many speaking engagements. Honestly, a lot of corporations, once he got off the presidency, people, because it have you heard the dude speak?
$1 million an appearance for a while.
Yeah. Have you heard the dude speak before? He's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but
Hillary Clinton gets like 800K speaking appearance after
he was a president.
So that's the point, right? Because his net worth was very low all the way. So before he became president or anything, he didn't come from anything. Most of his net worth that increased to 70 million came after he was president, because of the deals, because of the books, because of speaking engagements, because of Barack Obama real estate after he was president. So he made his money honestly, right? So I don't see what the issue is.
Oh, see, that's where we agree to disagree.
Okay, can you give me evidence that it wasn't? Because I just gave you all the itemized items. He signed. Oh, wait. Sorry. One more thing. Okay, in 2020, A Promised Land, right? A book that's part of him and his wife's memoir, $65 million book deal. 2020. That was far after he was president. Okay, so now tell me how Barack Obama...
all the donations, they can spend all the money they want.
Hey, so Mursk, I asked you direct. We're talking about Obama because you brought up the GOAT. Tell me how he made his money dishonestly. I gave you everything that led to a $70 million net worth.
It's worth more than 70 now.
So, so are you going to be difficult with me? I'm asking you to tell me how...
difficult.
Okay, can you tell me how he...
really earned the money, though. Being president...
I just told you...
$400,000 a year.
I just told you how Barack Obama made his money, and interestingly enough, to refute your claim,
Creek also pointed out, and he has a Netflix deal too.
Yeah.
So just thanks, Smokes Creek. And by the way, I saw you live the other day. Miss you. Nice to see you.
You guys, this is a great conversation. Both you guys should be dating. I don't know if you guys really are. You next? Yeah,
we're siblings.
What the hell?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
No, we're not.
No, you kidding? I'm sorry about that.
No, man, it's all good.
Dude, man, I'm so sorry.
You should be dating. That's a weird thing to say. Okay, we'll consider it, but probably not. No, but here's the thing though about Obama, and like this is the truth. And think about it, because you sound like one of these people. Every single thing Obama did, everything. If he bought a pack of cigarettes, they tracked it, right? Like Obama, if they had anything on him, anything at all, he would be in prison.
Right.
Like Obama could not breathe without someone being like, he's from Kenya. I know it. Like,
well, who knows that?
I mean, think about it. Fine tooth comb. They had investigators trying to discover a thing that man did wrong. If he breathed wrong, they were going to impeach him, and they couldn't find a thing because he didn't do anything wrong. He could not. He had to be above reproach. Those are just the facts. And then you're voting for Trump, and the corruption is unbelievable. He just accept plane.
It's on
from
both
Qatar.
sides, though. It's on both
Imagine
sides.
if Obama was riding around in a plane a Middle Eastern country gave him. You guys would have crucified him. Like now, based on the line of logic I just said, can you admit that that's true? That you give Trump
agreed.
extra leeway that you'll give
fair
him?
enough.
So,
thank you, Mursk. See, I like you. Thank you for admitting that.
So, Mursk, before we move on to the next topic, though, because Obama, I will defend that man because, the dude was top 5 in my book. I do want to ask you respectfully, right? Because I walked you through what led up to his net worth. Now, can you tell me if you're making the claim that Barack Obama made his money dishonestly? I would love for you to tell me how.
Well, it depends on how you term dishonest, though.
Okay, cool. So, would you like
it's an illegal system? I guess it's honest.
It's okay. So we're gonna go through.
I don't agree with how that works. The lobbyists are destroying everything.
Can you tell me what him signing a $65 million book deal openly in public is dishonest?
He signed it before he was president, though. If he's
so you're making my point because he's focused on running the country and not making money illegally. That he did all this stuff after he was president. The book, the Netflix deal, which probably why he was such a good president because he was focusing.
Let me ask you a question. You're in Chicago. He's building a huge presidential palace.
Hey, so Mursk.
He deserves that now? $65 million presidential palace?
Mursk.
Now, that's a little weird.
So I'm asking you just to be respectful, to acknowledge what I'm telling you, right?
No, of course. No,
so we're gonna go back. I will defend Obama because he's part of the light skin squad, and that's my boy, right?
Yeah,
Plus, he was an amazing president that gave Trump the economy that he took credit for his first term. So I'm going to ask you one more time, right? You claim he made his money and you know what's funny? Because right after this conversation, I'm going to ask you the amount of times that Trump didn't report anything to the SEC for the amount of meme coins that people got ripped off of. Why he said he was going to give his tax returns up in 2016 it's 2025. The real reason why he wants to take the Panama Canal is because in 2019 he bankrupted hotels. No surprise there, bankruption, right? He lied to the SEC about the amount of employees so he wouldn't have to pay Social Security. But now all of a sudden, when the Panama Canal has never given us an issue,
Well,
I'm sorry.
I got a couple answers to that.
If that's fine, because if you're going to point out fraud with Obama,
cool, man.
okay, so cool. No, it's fine because now let's go to Obama. Now close out Obama, right? Do not talk about the homie like that, even though he doesn't know who I am. So how did he make his money dishonestly? I want you to actually tell me how.
Depends on what's in the law of the government. That's the problem, I mean, it's a big question because everybody's not abiding to the law here. I mean, both sides.
Okay, what's illegal? Okay, so Mursk, I'm going to keep asking this question because I'm not going to let you run. You're going to have to tell me what's illegal about a public. Okay,
campaign funds. Okay, let's start with campaign.
Hey, so Mursk, I know you're not about to be difficult with me.
You want to talk about campaign funds?
I never brought it up. Okay, so Mursk. Okay,
that's how they spend their money.
Mursk, we're talking about
with campaign funds, and they can.
I don't like super all money in politics. It's come to my attention recently is super corrupt, and you're right. Super PACs are hoarding money. It's a lot of grossness. Politics is corrupt. We need to get money out of politics, but we all agreed on that. But Obama is not like. What we're trying to say is Obama's finances and nonprofits, if you don't know anything about nonprofits like
yes, I do.
They're gone over with a fine-tooth comb.
Those are a sinkhole for money.
Well, listen, in general, I agree with you, but this is the point of the logical argument, right?
Go ahead.
Obama is no more or less corrupt.
Fair enough.
So,
that's all.
Okay, so
except for I'm talking now about the way campaign finance.
All that should go away.
So
and then we can talk about Trump's corruption.
Okay, cool. So I agree with you, but the problem is you brought up net worth, right? That's two different things. So is there any? I'm going to ask you this question one more time because I feel like you're purposely ignoring me. There is nothing nefarious about Obama's net worth from start to finish with the increases based on what I said. Plus, I listed it to you, everything. Do you agree with that statement, or do you have anything? We're talking about net worth. Net worth and campaign funding are two different things. We can talk about that, but net worth, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think the campaign funding gets
Mursk. Mursk, no, okay, so Mursk, okay, so
well,
I
they
do
can
think.
take that money if it's not used. They can take that.
Can you give me evidence of Obama doing that, dude? Oh my gosh.
I cannot do that.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the next topic because you cannot verify. So now we're going to talk about Trump's corruption, right? Because I'm going to make you and unlike you, right? I'm going to hope that you can actually give me an answer for this because you voted for it.
Go ahead.
Okay, he still owes. We're talking about campaign funding. Let's actually go there because I actually used to live in one of these cities.
You got your homework done. I jumped in here pretty quick.
Well, yeah, because you come
a couple days. I'll come back and talk.
So he owes El Paso, Texas, $900,000 from campaigning in 2019. Yeah. How come he hasn't paid it back yet?
Oh, I don't know. That I don't know. That's chump change to the guy, though.
Okay, so hold on. You just complained about campaign funding being used nefariously. I gave you an example about how he owes a damn city $1 million.
City of Mesa,
let me ask you a question.
Money too.
Wow. Mursk, hold on, Mursk. I'm not gonna let you. Hey, no, Mursk. You literally just did a whole witch hunt saying that campaign funding is bad. No, you will stand and fight for the person that you voted for because the quite literal hypocrisy. You're pointing out something that Trump he owes 14 cities, by the way. So let's get through campaign funding that you brought up, by the way, right? So let's talk about it. Why does he owe 14 cities, including El Paso, like large amounts of sums of money, right? That he still has from his from campaigning in 2019. You brought up erroneous uses of campaign funding. We are going to address this now without you running because you brought it up. Oh my gosh, dude.
You didn't answer my question. Trump or Kamala?
Okay, Mursk, can you tell me what the shape of Italy is?
I know. No, don't do it.
Shape it. Oh yeah, it's.
Don't answer. He's gonna kick you out. You're about to be booted.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Wait, can I just say something to you? Because I'm not gonna let you do Kamala like that. First of all, Kamala, and second of all, if I showed you resumes, because I can't stand, Mursk, this, if you take one thing, you need to receive this. If I showed you random resumes and you never saw a picture and you didn't know whose they were, pound for pound, Kamala Harris is one of the top 3 most qualified people who has ever run for the president of the United States.
Absolutely not.
Hey, so
no, listen.
I'm sorry.
That is a fact.
Please,
listen. What you need to then say is, I feel like that's not true because I feel like women can't do the same job as men.
No,
but it is true. It is true. And if you go back and listen, watch Trump's debate with Kamala Harris. It's like a prophet is now speaking to the situation we're in. That's why Goldman Sachs, real financial firms backed Kamala Harris's real budget. Trump didn't even give a budget. She is, whether you feel like women can't lead, and that's something to unpack within yourself. But pound for pound, if I just said, look at this stack of resumes, and you tell me who's most qualified to run for president, I'm telling you, it's her.
Can I say one quick thing to close out the last thing? Because I do actually want to have this conversation. So, Mursk, you affirm that abusing campaign funding is bad, right?
No, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So, cool. We're going to move on to the next topic. You were unwilling to give me an answer for 14 cities that Trump still has campaign funding for. Thank you so much. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's go on because you were because you were unwilling. You were unwilling.
Committee house.
You were unwilling to give me an answer. I just want to make sure we close this out. So now, no. We're on to Kamala Harris now because you brought her up, right? You were unwilling to answer more than 13.
She doesn't know what a sentence. She can't even say a sentence.
That is, talking. Can I just say, you're talking about the Attorney General. Hold on, you're talking about the Attorney General of the 4th largest economy in the world, and you're saying she can't say a sentence.
They're going
a woman who stumped Brett Kavanaugh, a Supreme Court justice, in a line of questioning.
Yeah, but they're going broke.
And you believe that Kamala Harris can't form a sentence.
Your brother-in-law.
Listen, I'm not upset with you. I'm telling you. You are wrong. And then really what you need to look at is, why do I believe that is true? When you're talking about one of the most successful lawyers, the Attorney General for the 4th largest economy in the world, who has win after win after win in court. Oh, you just shamed Kamala Harris?
Yes,
That's
I
not
did.
true. And here's the weird thing. Like, and Mersk, I want to calmly have this conversation with you.
You're right. You're right. Fair enough.
I know you did just try to shame a woman because you're intimidated by her. But I do want to, let's logically look at that. You're talking about the man you support has been credibly accused and then had due process in civil court, right? A jury of his peers found him liable for SA, right? You're talking about someone that legitimately not just slept their way to the top, but against women's will, SA'd them to the top. And then you have the nerve to imply, which by the way, that reference and where it comes from, I can tell you it comes from the former San Francisco mayor, what is his name? Is his name Willie Mays or something like that? Anyways, when they had a brief relationship, he had no bearing over her career. No, because this is the thing. And I want you to think about what you say. When you say Kamala Harris slept her way to the top, how can you sleep your way to the top when you're an elected official?
Easily.
No, Mersk, this is not a trick question because I want you to think. You can't sleep your way to the top when you are elected. Right. Do you understand the difference? No. It's not appointed. It's not your boss that gives you some job. No, I know you can get this. There is no way possible when you are Willie Brown, thank you. When you are an elected official to sleep your way to the top, right? She was elected by the public. So I know now logically it's clicking in that is in fact not possible. You feel intimidated by a very intelligent, multiracial woman. Mm-hmm. And now you accused her of that. Like you ran out of things because I explained, nope, she's qualified for the job. And you're like, I better accuse her of being an SLUT. And just Merce, come on. You got to stop that. That's not cool.
I'm being honest with you.
Well, do you think I did? Do you think that my brain works like this because of who I had SEX with? Is that what you're implying?
Hold on, guys. Hey, Mersk. So, listen, I can deal when you disrespect me and not answer my questions and talk while I'm talking, but don't do that with. Hey, Mersk, what the hell, bro? Okay, if you want to see me get in, you're triggering my old army days, right? So just let her finish, right? Because here's the thing: you quite literally refuse to answer anything about your damn campaign funding that you said that anybody abuses it, right? So let her finish and then go back and forth. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so let her finish.
We know now, we've cleared up that Kamala Harris's resume is literally top 3 of most qualified people to ever run for president. And now you've fallen back on she must be an SLUT. But you can't sleep your way to the top when you're an elected official because you don't have a direct boss. The people are your boss. Her job, her resume, when you look at it, it's not a boss that promoted her. It's the people that voted for her. And unless you're implying that every person that ever voted for her, somehow she slept with, I think that Mersk, that was a moment of insecurity. You felt backed into a corner and you accused her of that. And that's very obviously not the case.
Fair enough, but...
Thank you. See, you're a reasonable guy.
I am. I listen to both sides. I don't think anybody's right or wrong here. So,
well, you're wrong in this instance, and we are now just letting it wash over you like a gentle wave. And I get it. When intelligent women speak, it scares me. I saw Kamala Harris speak live 5 times during the campaign, and I'm telling you, you have never felt power like that until you are in her presence. Don't make me I have a picture with her. The only woman I've ever been in their presence that I felt more power coming off them was Jasmine Crockett. If you were around Kamala Harris, you would get on your knees for her. I promise you.
Jasmine Crockett,
and that's why you're intimidated by these women because you know how smart they are.
I'm intimidated by intelligence.
Yeah.
And that's not
Thank
intelligence.
you, Mursk. Look at you being honest. There you go.
Wait, so what about Donald Trump's intelligence? Him denying climate change, telling people to go inject themselves with freaking. Hold on, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, got it, right? Because I can get real spicy real fast.
No, I know, I get you.
but my mom did come in here and told me to listen to Felice. That's what. So don't ever violate mama's orders, right?
No, I got
So what's intelligent about Donald Trump? The way that he thinks the tax cuts for rich people actually works, the tariffs that don't
that's
work.
not true.
So can I get through one sound? My goodness, dude. You
Fair
claim
enough.
that you listen to both sides, but cool. So when I debunked that one side's not freaking misappropriating campaign funding, like you couldn't prove with Obama, I gave you 14 cities, including one that literally had. So can you actually just listen to the argument? For somebody that supposedly voted for Trump, you can't defend him very well, especially when he's doing the nefarious activities that you're supposedly against, right? So with that being said, well, I mean, you're the one that brought up campaign funding. I hate when people misappropriate it. Well, give $1 million back to El Paso. We call it even. So, geez, I lost my train of thought now because you quite literally interrupted me when I was giving you an argument. So,
I'm letting you speak, man. Go ahead.
Gotta speak softly to Mursk. This is the voice which you can receive information in.
Yeah.
See, you see what I did there? You gotta lull him into a false sense of security.
No, it's
false sense of security.
Okay, so
anyway,
what about Trump?
I want to answer your question.
I never even got 2 sentences to ask you until you start cut. So what about? I'm okay, Felice. You can go ahead and have him because this dude's over
I'm
here.
finding my picture. Someone said put your picture with Kamala up, and I'm like, I'm just finding it. I also found my picture with Jasmine Crockett, the two strongest, the people I almost fainted. In
Jasmine Crockett. All she does is spew her mouth out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another person you must never have seen their resume. You know that she's
There's a way
very
to talk to
accomplished
people. There's a way to
legislator.
talk to
She
people.
holds honorary doctorates. That she is about to be the future of the world. If you don't believe that Jasmine Crockett is intelligent, that's not an
Didn't
indictment
say
on
that.
her,
Very
Mursk.
educated.
It's an
Very
indictment on
educated
your knowledge of other people.
Yeah, but why does she have to change the way she talks every time?
She's just a person who lives in Texas. I don't know what you mean by change the way she talks. But I will say this. Listen, it is a sign of strength and of power for you as a man to just be able to say, oh, yeah, that woman knows her shit. She's smart. You know what I mean?
Well, if I agree with
Merks,
it, I
do you think I'm intelligent?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. So just say that, admit, it is less insecure of you when you run into a really intelligent woman to just say, like, hey, I'm not intimidated by women. Like, there goes a super smart woman.
I appreciate that.
So when you start saying like, oh, Jasmine Crockett doesn't know what she's talking about, that's not, nobody's thinking that's true. We're all just thinking, oh, Mursk is really insecure and he's intimidated by strong women. That's what we're thinking.
Not at all.
Do you know what code switching is?
What's that?
Do you know what code switching is?
Of course not.
Okay, so it's
not that smart.
Well, okay, because here's the thing. What you're accusing Kamala and Jasmine Crockett of, Trump does the exact same thing, and I'm going to demonstrate it. So it's alternating between 2 or more languages or variety of languages in a conversation.
Yep. That's what
Mursk. Okay, dude, Mursk. Oh my god. Okay, so I didn't. So here's your chance to defend Trump again. You didn't defend him very well after we both agreed about the campaign funds. So does Trump talk the same way when he's located in Trump Towers that he does when he's addressing the country? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're telling me. Okay.
I don't think he changes his verbiage.
Okay, cool. So let's do another example then. I tend to think otherwise, but I'm actually going to go ahead and give you a concrete example. The way he talks on the Howard Stern podcast, does he talk that same way when he's addressing the country? Let's see.
Fair enough question. Now, that was before he was ever president, though, too.
Okay, so cool. So with that being said, cool. I never said...
You're sharp, man. I like you. You're sharp.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, because when I'm over here talking to a brick wall, right? So...
I don't think I'm a brick wall. But
so here's the thing. So you've already said... So Trump code switches, Kamala code switches. I don't see the issue here.
Oh, I see Kamala on the screen here.
No, that's Jasmine. You
Jasmine.
did see Kamala. I was just proving that I once stood in the presence of greatness. That's Jasmine. That's me. I just was proving that once I was around real power, I stood in its presence.
How come nobody wins?
What do you mean?
How come Democrats didn't win this time?
Are you
well, do you really want to get into it? Because I want to tell you why. Actually, I'll tell you this, Mersky. You sound, and I don't want to make assumptions, but you sound like a white guy.
$1.1
and
billion
actually, I want to tell you why.
money.
I'll take response. You know why I really think?
Yeah.
It's the same reason Mustache Man got in power. And this comes, no, truly, just listen to me. This is not a joke. Like, I have a degree in history. What it is when the middle of the country, and I'm talking about moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans, continually ignore the white males being disenfranchised and robbed, right? Accepting lower wages, losing their claim to upward mobility in society. Like, this already happened once, right? That's what it is. It's the acceptance of moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans accepting money from lobbyists and from billionaires. And instead of listening to the average person, the middle class, people screaming like, hey, I'm being robbed and I need some help. And maybe they don't understand by who, but it's the disenfranchising of the average white American male, and then them saying, I need somebody who's going to change something. That's exactly how Mustache Man got in power in 1930s Germany, and it's exactly what has happened now. It's people looking for a savior and misinterpreting who is going to save them.
Yeah, and I noticed based on the campaign funding, that's actually a great example, because you're more worried about defending somebody's reputation, and I've heard very little substance about actually fixing the country, right? The first thing that you went to is politicians' net worth. You got flamed on Obama. You started talking about campaign funding. Donald Trump's the worst culprit. You couldn't defend that. I've heard zero. So you're more worried about defending a person's reputation that quite literally doesn't give a fuck about you. Including when Trump wasn't president, he didn't give a fuck about the people in the working class based on his businesses that went bankrupt, Trump Towers, all this other stuff. What happened in Panama, the workers for his hotel? So I find it rather interesting. You're more worried about somebody's reputation that will never care about you compared to actual policies. I just find that very interesting that we've never had this conversation yet, and you've been up here for a long time.
Okay. So can I respond to that?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Well, let me just give a response to that. So how come we let all these illegal aliens in the states here?
What does that have to do? Okay, no, it's fine. I'm going to actually go ahead and answer your question because you didn't. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Because just like I flamed you up on. No, it's fine. Didn't you just ask me a question? Didn't you just ask me a question? I'm going to go ahead and answer, right? Okay. So, with that being said, right? So, you got flamed.
They want people.
So, you got flamed. Okay, so, Mursk, it's getting to the point where I'm probably going to have to swap you out in a second if you keep.
No, that's fair enough.
Because you've been
back in another day or two, but.
Well, yeah, go study up because you're definitely going to need it again.
Well, you know what? I can study up enough when I see a bunch of buses
you've
coming
received
in town,
a lot.
They had nowhere to live except the hotels we're paying for.
No, Mursk, it's the exact opposite. You
How is
believe that.
Okay.
No, listen, you believe undocumented immigrants are a drain on the economy, but it's the exact opposite.
Absolutely.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
Oh, my taxes in Chicago.
Okay, so hold on. Let's go ahead and talk about
$800 million for these.
Actually, Mursk, watch this. Whose tax plan are we under right now?
What's that?
Whose tax plan are we under right now?
What makes a difference?
Hey, Mursk, if you don't answer the question at this point, you've been so disrespectful to me, and I've answered all of your questions. If you don't answer this question, I just think you have to come back. I don't respect you at all because I've even went to Obama and listed out his net worth. I've listed out the campaign funding. I've listed out all these reasons, and I've defended the position.
Questions.
So because every question you've asked, I've answered, but you've barely answered any of mine. So with that being,
talking about
Mursk,
the immigrants,
okay, Mursk. So one more time out. So I'm just gonna have to part ways with you. Whose tax plan are we under?
Trump's.
Okay, cool. So now, okay, wait, you don't think we're under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act right now?
Not quite yet.
We are. It was first
They're
signed.
10-year tax plans. We're still under the TCJA from Trump's first term.
Oh my gosh, man, this is bad. So, Mursk, it's been Hey, so Mursk, I've had you up for a while. I do have to move on to other guests.
I really do. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. Appreciate
I followed you, Mursk. Hey, you're not too bad, but you should, just be more respectful. Ooh, a Seahawks fan.
Armand, how old are you?
Yeah, like 10 seconds.
No problem. Take your time.
And I just want to say, I'm sending everyone in my Discord, I'm just adding everyone, just an American Immigration Council report on the actual economic effects of mass deportation and how it will lead us into a recession. Like, that's an economic argument. However you feel about brown people, it will not help us to deport them en masse.
Yeah, while Armand's figuring out, I just want to. My homie Zay is here. What's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on, bro? How you doing? Hope everybody had a good Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying?
All day. Yeah, man. What's going on, man? Also, it's a great day to be black today. Don't you agree?
I do agree. Black and
always,
proud.
Baby. Always, baby. Always.
How you doing, Felice? Nice to meet you. I don't think we followed each other, but I'll just go ahead and shoot you a follow there.
This is another person that I recommend, by the way. This is like
if Chris recommends you.
Yeah, this is S tier. We're talking about this is S tier along with Erica and Rhea.
That's a big recommendation. I'm a follower.
What's going on?
You.
How's everybody doing? Hey, let's get the likes up to 400K. There's about 800 of y'all in here. Come on, guys.
In saying that, if everyone just taps, we can get close to 400K.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Oh, Armand's back.
Yeah, Isaiah, we're going to get back to it, but I'm going to make sure you guys both team up for some debates because I love both of y'all. But yeah, man, Zay, you have a good one, boss. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Yep. Armand, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
18.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So how is he making America great again?
Well, like he's bringing back like jobs and stuff, and like
okay,
he's like more. What's the word to use for this? He's like more. I guess like the borders is better.
Okay, let's start with the bringing jobs back because I don't think we've talked about that yet. What evidence do you have that's happening? Because I have evidence of the opposite.
Yeah, well, that's what like the point of the tariffs is.
So that's not what I asked you, though. Okay, cool. So you're claiming that the tariffs are having an effect. That's a claim. Now I'm asking you to substantiate it. I'll go first. The tariffs are having the opposite effect because since the tariffs have been in place, I can actually quote numerous layoffs from manufacturing, especially in the American Midwest, to include Ford, which laid off 1,000 people. You quite literally have another factory moving from the Virginia area over to Hanoi, Vietnam. Like the first time, Apple said that they want 100% of their iPhone manufacturing to India by FY 2026. And then you have numerous factories in the American Midwest saying that they don't have the cost to open up new factories for websites. I mean, sorry, not for websites, sheesh, for cars, right? So the exact opposite is happening, and they all quote the same thing: high input costs because of retaliatory tariffs. And who's the one to put the blanket tariffs that caused the 145% retaliatory tariffs? That would be Donald Trump. So I have evidence that the opposite of what you're saying is happening. Now, can you give me evidence that it's bringing jobs back?
Yeah, so it's like companies like putting investments towards making stuff in the USA, which...
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, so like Apple announced a $500 billion investment.
That was under the Biden administration.
It was under Trump.
It says
it was under Trump. No, it was. It's just not to manufacture anything.
Oh, okay, because I see two...
It's not to manufacture anything, though. Like, Trump made a specific allowance. If you look up in the dead of one Friday night, Trump actually exempted, like, Apple's issue. Like, Apple is not facing the same tariffs that most companies are. Like, they actually bought themselves an exemption. So,
yeah.
The thing, tariffs... Here's the
so like
not to head you off, but like the problem is globalism, right? Why did globalism happen? The offshoring of jobs was a conservative idea because nobody wanted to pay. As labor laws increased in the US, no one wanted to pay wages right? No one wanted to give people the bathroom break. So they started offshoring manufacturing to places where slave labor was legal. And what you're like, so that's what you have to understand is to bring back manufacturing, we would have to pay a living wage and increase the cost of labor to a point that is in capitalism irreconcilable. Manufacturing's not coming back here.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, you bring up a good point, but I just think that like that's the only way we can really fight off the current model that we have, where it's like slave labor in like China.
By doing more things that promote slave labor.
But I wouldn't say that paying people even minimum wage is slave labor. Like, I don't think that's the same at all.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, but you're saying that
I'm saying that, well, let's say under these tariffs, let me just give you an example. We are actually losing jobs, especially in manufacturing, which you can look this up. Like, we've lost jobs in the auto industry, we've lost jobs in the steel industry. So because the things it takes, the products it takes to make something cost so much in the US. Now on top of that, there's tariffs to get the things we need to make things. Labor costs a lot. And then on top of that, you have to consider the value of the US dollar. And I'm just doing a basic like economics lesson. But the value of the US dollar, this is still, even though it's actually decreased by, I think we've devalued the US dollar between like 10, I don't know, Chris can probably know better than me, but around 10% since Trump was in office, but probably more at this point. But even with that, the US dollar is still the gold standard of currency. So if we wanted to export more, like when you hear Trump saying, oh, these trade deficits, they're a problem. No, they exist because of the cost of goods here in the US, the cost of manufacturing, the cost of labor, and the value of the US dollar. When other countries want to export more, do you know what they do? They devalue their own currency.
Yeah.
Super dangerous for us to devalue the US dollar. Well, I'm just telling you what would have to happen. Like if we wanted to increase output, we would have to devalue our own currency. That's the reality, which is super dangerous in a lot of ways. Like trade deficits are not a problem. Trump just is saying they are.
Stuff a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, no, that's a good point. I don't know what to say. That's a fair point. I know about like the devaluing the dollar and stuff. Like, I understand that, but like, do you not think that? Like, I'm not in. Like, obviously, it's like a really big thing to get into, especially if he wants to, keep it going. But like, don't you think that like if it was successful though, which he believes it could be, wouldn't it just be better?
So hold on, you're saying
for everybody if it works out?
Because
Connor,
it's not
request don't spam the chat. Connor, be an adult.
Armand, you're making an argument from silence because since we've recorded every time we've done blanket tariffs in the era of having social policies, it's never worked out for us. So, and I'm going to tell you why it won't ever, because there's some absolutes that would have to be in place in an alternate universe for it to actually work out. We end up getting punched in the face every single time, including when Trump did the first time with the Chinese trade war, which he had to beg China to stop via the Phase 1 agreement. So let's go through the two fundamental things that would need to happen for this to work out. Do we have everything that we need to be self-sufficient in the United States if we wanted to? Raw materials wise and the appropriate quantities and all this other stuff.
Do we have enough? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that would have to be one of the two things.
Probably not.
Okay, so we can already stop there, right? So, for example, we are modernizing. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so things like these AI data centers take a lot. Like in order to have, these things, Amazon already jumped the gun a long time ago. They started investing $500 million into uranium. We actually have to import 95 to 97% of that shit. Also, the precious metals exist more in the Indochina area than they ever do in North America and in Africa. So that being said, and that's just a few commodities, right? I can go over a lot more that just either don't occur here in large pockets naturally, or is just better quality, like certain produces from other countries as well, based on the climate, right? So if we're never going to have these raw materials and commodities, then blanket tariffs will never work.
Made it to 400K.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get Chris to 450.
So with the current tariff model that we have, so you're saying it won't work?
Yeah.
Like, bring the whole. So like you think that like, what if? But like, it's not everything that we import is that we're trying to bring back. It's like stuff that we could do that's like possible.
That's not what Trump's doing, though. Is Trump doing blanket tariffs on Chinese commodities, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I do agree with that Trump never wants to do? Targeted tariffs. What you just described is what a smart person should do. Targeted tariffs, right? On things that we control. For example, I'm going to give an example that Biden did really well. Solar panels. We made a fool's ransom off solar panels because we had the means of production for it. Target them. Trump doesn't want to target them. He's spraying and praying, and it's going to hurt us again. It is right now.
So what you're trying to say is that like, if there's a possibility of manufacturing a specific product in the United States, we should put a tariff on that on imports so it incentivizes to manufacture that in the U.S.
You haven't demonstrated that. I've demonstrated the opposite. I've demonstrated that blanket tariffs hurts American manufacturing because of high input costs. I've demonstrated that already.
Well, you were on the right track with what you said, but not before we have developed the industry. Like, the example would be like microchips. Like, Trump's trying to like cripple microchips like that we need from Taiwan and other places. But while we are trying to build up our ability to manufacture microchips, like we only want to use protectionist tariffs on certain industries once we have the infrastructure up and running, right? Like that's why we use blanket tariffs to protect, say, steel or the automotive industry or solar panels, because we have the infrastructure up and running. But we don't want to like bite off our nose to spite our face before when we still need the stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, overall, I'd like disagree with blanket tariffs, but I mean, there's some good ones. No, but that's what I'm saying. There's some good ones.
No. Like go. Like no. Just go ahead. This is great. Like you're doing the work for me. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, look, blanket tariffs might not be the best thing, but I think what we could do is apply nigger tariffs.
What the okay, that's insane. You are
so embarrassing to be of such low intelligence that's what you literally do. Like, I'm so embarrassed for you.
I am sorry for that last guy. I mean, I'm sorry we have people like that in the world, but yeah.
Really? I'm not feeling confident about you either right now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you think that. I want to make some points on why I think Trump.
Hey, Connor, I didn't screen you yet. Don't colonize my panel like Israel's colonizing Palestine and the West is destabilizing the global.
I don't feel good about this.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it either, but it's all right, though.
I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't mean to do this. No.
I not? Like, my instincts are never... Listen, insecure white gentlemen, and by that I mean incels, what are you doing with your lives? I'm sorry you don't understand math. Like, that's the answer. Like, think about your line of logic. Hey, I'm embarrassed because I don't understand tariffs, so now I'm going to get super racist. Or overtly sexual. Like, it's embarrassing. It's not us. It's you.
Do I have any mods in here? I want you guys to do a little bit of background research, and just throw it in Discord if somebody's sketchy, because that's you got insane.
I told you, like,
yeah,
you like. Did you hear his voice in that picture?
Yeah, I should have dropped him. Awesome. Jay, how old are you?
Again.
Yo, what up, nigga?
That is definitely not my name. That is definitely not my name.
Super insecure of all of you.
We have Admir. It should be an interesting Admir, I don't think we've ever had a conversation before, but I've seen you around.
No, sir. How you doing, man? Felice, how you doing?
Hi.
Yeah,
I know you, I think. Like, don't you hang around Jay sometimes?
Yeah, we do that Tuesday thing, and yes.
So
actually, you and I had a conversation. It was a little time back, Felice. Yeah,
I know. I just noticed I'm following you, so I don't.
Yeah.
That probably did happen.
Yeah, it's all good. But listen, I don't know what is the deal.
Sorry, guys. I had to plug my mic.
I don't understand why can't people just admit if they're wrong. They're
With
wrong.
the people that we just all had to witness, whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
None of us will ever be the same again. Like, I literally want to like bleach my eyeballs.
So we talking about politics today, Admir, or are you over here just playing center?
No, I want to, I'll ask the question and I'll drop down because I'm very interested on what is both of your guys' position. And I've asked this several times, so I want to see what your guys' position is. If you can just kind of educate me on what were between both Biden and Trump's policies when it comes to economy overall.
So
if you can just kind of run it by and,
So before we answer this, can I ask you why we're talking about somebody that didn't run, and why are we not talking about the current economic policy of somebody that's been in office for over 100 days? Can I just preface that first? Because I feel like you guys do this a lot. So can I ask you why this is important to today when he's been in office for well over 100 days?
Because I can sit here and admit that it's a concept of a plan. And there is no plan.
Okay. So
right, and I've heard you talk about the
Starlink connection.
Willing to learn all that. So I said,
okay, can you
You're cutting out a little bit. So just the last couple of sentences,
Chris.
just repeat them.
So yeah. I think I heard what he said. I'm going to use Kamala Harris's plan because she actually had one that was written down.
That was the same plan as Biden. It's the same budget.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about it, right? Why was Kamala's plan going to be so much better? Let's start with housing, right? Because this one's actually very important because your president messed up, kind of destabilized the housing market. Captain Kamala was going to come over here and fix it, and freaking here's why. And then I'm going to get to the other things like taxes and all that flashy stuff you guys love talking about. So the first time homeowners policy would have been revolutionary because contrary to what the conservatives actually say, a lot of states do this right now, just in a lesser degree. Number one. Number two, according to the data that we have, right, the people that get first time homeowners assistance have 60% less evictions than the ones that don't. So Mr. Admir, is high eviction rates good for the housing market or bad for the housing market?
Bad.
Perfect. So Kamala Harris was going to do something that was good. Number one.
And increase inventory. Like, can I just say, the biggest problem with the housing market, well, number one was when we let corporations hold houses as assets. That was another conservative problem. Like, everything conservatives do has to do with consolidating wealth at the top of the economy and effing the rest of us. So that's the number one problem. Like, I live in Phoenix, Arizona, where like 40% of the housing inventory is being held by corporations like BlackRock. And so we need more housing inventory. Like, it can't come from nowhere. We can't get them to stop renting their assets as Airbnbs. So we have to increase inventory. And that was part of Kamala Harris's plan, which I don't know why Trump doesn't just do that. Like, it would make a lot of sense. What happened to his Trump cities? Does anyone remember the Trump cities?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
good luck with that. But Chris, either one of you.
Cool. What's
increasing. So I did read Kamala's policies, and that was one of the Kamala. I can never pronounce it.
That's fine, bro. It's all good. Go ahead with it.
I actually supported that particular policy. However, I was trying to figure out is if you're trying to give people, let's say, a $25,000 down payment, right?
Correct.
How would that be implemented? Would that be on tax break? Would that be on the back end? How would that actually be implemented?
Okay, so there's actually multiple ways you can. And first of all, you know what's crazy? States do this already, including Maryland, which actually is probably the closest to the 25,000, right? It's so
the tax credit.
Yeah, so that's one. That's the most common way. Actually, I'm just gonna go with the most common way.
That's how it was in her plan. It was a tax credit.
When I go on my finance bills, I get sometimes people don't understand me. So yeah, tax credit.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I mean, I just don't understand why that was such a controversial policy when it would have helped all of us, regardless.
Yes. States do it already. States do it already. Yeah.
Correct. No, but I appreciate you letting me up, man. And please, thank you again. At least you guys can be cordial, and so I haven't had any issues with either one of you guys. So. Much appreciated. Keep doing what you guys are doing, and I'll just stay in the back and learn. So
yeah, man, no problem.
It's nice to meet you, Admir, again.
Yes, ma'am. You stay safe. Bye-bye.
Yep. Oh snap! What the hell?
Quentin, we saw you and we lost you, buddy. You were here and you were gone. R.I.P. We almost have Chris to 450K. Like, what if we got to 500K? Everyone tap the screen. Let's make dreams come true. I love John Ossoff. Whoever typed that, I'm a huge John Ossoff fan. Huge.
Somebody
the junior senator of Georgia. Huge fan.
Somebody said on YouTube, is like, why do you have your box set up like you guys are about to engage in a presidential debate? Bro, if we did that, I would get fucking smoked. Like, I'll be honest.
Debates are fun.
I would get smoked if I had to debate Felice one-on-one or anything. Just being honest, you got to cut your losses somewhere.
I would never debate you.
Yeah, I'm scared.
I would leave.
Somebody said, Quentin.
Felix, I would like to talk about your housing point. You said that.
Hey, so I didn't.
Housing was worse.
Hey, so Quentin, I didn't screen you yet. Don't colonize my panel like Israel's colonizing Palestine, like Britain colonized India.
That's a momentary heart attack.
Yeah, right. Don't come up here yelling. And first of all, well, you're making a claim that I never said, so that's how I know you're up here. Just so how?
Please.
She never said that. So how old are you for TikTok? Gosh, man, you guys have no manners. Do you just break it? Okay. So how is Trump making America great again?
Felix, you got some big titties. I ain't gonna lie. You just got some big old
Your mom should have had another glass of wine. Just saying. Would have been a better use of time and space.
So I love being disgustingly objectified by men. Thanks, Denise, for becoming a rad resistor on YouTube. Sorry, I didn't have my YouTube stuff open, so I just saw that. Thank you so much for the support, and to everyone who subscribed on YouTube and is listening on YouTube and Twitch. And I swear, I think people were trying to tell us that was. I had a feeling the minute. Did you guys not hear? I knew something bad was coming. But yeah, that's the thing when I debate. People are going to say horrible things. That's just the nature of it. Yeah, and actually, Chris, you bring out a lot of horrific racist people too. So we are like the perfect mix of people wanting to scream either horrific, misogynist or racist stuff at us. This is probably a record of just disgust. Oh, Quentin's still going in the chat. Quentin, you can look all you want. I would rather die than let you touch me. I smell your insecurity. Objectifying women publicly, it does not make you a man. It makes you super insecure and embarrassing.
J-Dev, how old are you? Sorry, say it again.
18.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Okay, we're just looking for Trump supporters.
RFK. I voted for
RFK didn't run.
Yes.
He joined the Trump administration. But it's okay. You know what? We can play ball at this one.
He was on the ballot still. He couldn't get off the ballot in certain states. He was still on the ballot.
Actually, I do actually. We haven't talked about RFK enough and the injustices he's doing to the environment and human health. What would have made RFK a good president? Let's talk about it.
I really just voted for his dad and his uncle.
So he would have done nothing for the American
You
people.
might be talking to a child. I don't.
Yeah, I'll use my best judgment here.
No, I just don't want to. I'm also now just convinced everyone's either gonna harass me or yell something racist. Like, I feel like I have PTSD. Can somebody come up here and not yell something racist or sexist? Like, just surprise us and have a intelligent argument. That would be super crazy. Just get wild and just be like, oh, I had this intelligent thought.
Let's see. Oh, we got Courage the Cowardly Dog. Let's go. Let's go. That's my favorite cartoon. We're one of my favorite cartoons. Courage, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Felix, you got some big titties. I can't lie to you.
Okay, I'm just gonna block you while I'm out the panel. You're the same dude, so sorry that you. There you go. Goodbye. You are a fucking clown.
Men are super embarrassing. And this is, if anyone's ever wondering why I don't debate so much anymore, it's this.
Yeah, somebody said bro's mom is embarrassing.
Like, why don't you debate alone? Because this is this is what I have to deal with.
Yeah, somebody said any bears waiting to come up as crazy.
Neanderthals whose brains don't work.
How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 37.
Okay, did you vote for Donald John Trump, born 1946?
So why are you a liar according to...
Did you... Okay, so you didn't vote for Trump. Got it. Okay.
Why are you a liar? What?
No, random ass. Guys, if you're going to bring up high school drama, I haven't been in high school for quite some time.
Oh, was that about the...
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's okay. They're not worried about fixing this country. Yeah.
My boobs aren't that big, but thank you for thinking they are. Love it.
No transparency? Yeah, Doge didn't do that for us, that's for sure. You got some fans in the comments, though.
Oh.
No, I'm not talking about like.
No, I
Quentin.
know.
Not Quentin level fans.
I know. A lot of people that watch me debate know that this is how it goes for me, so they hype me up a lot. Thank you for the people that support me in normal ways.
Yeah.
The non-scary ways.
Yeah, Quentin.
Appreciate it so much.
Parents failed Quentin hard on that one.
Yeah, Quentin, bless you. That's not normal behavior.
Yeah.
Imagine what it's like in real life to run into Quentin. Imagine having to be in public space with him. It's probably really uncomfortable. I know, we should do this more often, Chris. Maybe we should have a Sunday ritual of doing this, because I feel like this is working out. We're finding our groove. Felice is the commune leader, I know for sure. When we finally do start our doomsday cult / commune, I will lead the way. We just know we're not gonna die.
I'm gonna make us a wallpaper, one of those cool AI ones.
Miss me with that hangout. Oh, Seabass, you always make me smile. Why can I not find my own email on Grindr?
Michael, how old are you?
55.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Normal
I voted for Donald J. Trump.
Yep. How's he making America great again, sir? Go ahead.
He's protecting us from an invasion, number one.
Okay.
It's called the Enemies Act. Enemies Act. He has power to call in the military, boots on the ground. It's protecting us, number one.
Okay.
He's also taking care of our waterways in the Middle East, keep them open. I could go on and on. How much time do you have? All this.
Well, no, I actually want to
What
go
do you
ahead and
mean
talk.
when you say he has power to call in the military? What are you talking about?
It's called the Enemies Act. I mean, you should.
The Alien Enemies Act is what you're
Right.
referring to, but that has nothing to. The Alien Enemies Act has to do with deporting people without due process.
talking about
it has
the one in
nothing to do with calling up the military.
1778 was the original.
So, Michael,
You're wrong about the Alien
There's
Enemies
one for the in the 20s. So, I mean, you want to
Can we talk? Can we? Yeah, because I'm actually about to talk you through it. Because I really. So, who is the only people that can declare if there's an invasion in the country? Who is that? Sorry, not person. What's the entity? We don't live in a monarchy. Who is that?
Okay, in the Enemies Act, Trump
Congress.
That's
Michael,
why- okay.
Michael. So, hey, Michael. Let's slow this down real quick, right? So, you haven't demonstrated to me that you even read this shit. Have you read this before? Because you would hold on. Don't tell me hold on, right? Because this is important, right? Can you have an honest conversation? Did you read this or did you read this on CNN? Because quite literally, Congress is the one that declares 2 of the 3 criteria. Trump has no dirt, which is why the courts fought him on this. Now, did you read this? Let's have an honest conversation. I need to know who I'm talking to. Did you actually read this act before you came up here and started talking about it? Sorry, take as long as you need. Read it right now if you want to. I don't care.
Be muted. That's why I cannot.
I didn't meet you, neither did my mods. So, did you read the Alien Enemies Act, or did you just see it on CNN and started talking to me about it?
There's 2 of them. Which one you talking about?
I've read both of them, right?
Okay.
Pick which one. It doesn't matter because Congress has jurisdiction in both, not the president.
Okay, now if you read clearly the one from the 1700s.
Yes, 1796.
Trump has the power, and in case of an invasion, to call the military.
Okay, cool. Michael, stop there really quick. Cool. Beautiful. Who has to declare an invasion, though? Who is that?
Trump can declare it because of the migrants.
No. Okay, so Michael, what you just said was false. I'm going to go ahead and actually recite. This is how I know this is bad faith. So I'm going to tell you exactly from the actual Alien Enemies Act, right? First of all, the president that can't do that according to the act. Congress does. So we're going to go through the 3 criteria that Congress has a jurisdiction on, and we're going to actually see. So here we go, Alien Enemies Act, and that's how I know you did not read the bill because you guys put Trump as a monarch. Unfortunately, we follow the laws of the land here. So here we go. 3 criteria. 2 of these criteria have to be actually in place in order. Alien Enemies Act of 1798. So let's go ahead and start this. Let's go ahead and start this money real quick. There must be a declared war between the United States and a foreign nation requiring an act of Congress. Now, Mr. Michael, did Congress declare war recently?
Not technically.
Okay, so the answer is no. I don't need technicalities. It's either they did or they didn't, right? Because we follow the laws here. So
they didn't then. If you want to
so that's 1 out of 3. You have 2 other opportunities to not fuck this up. Okay, here we go. Not only am I going to read you the next part of this, I'm going to read you the actual interpretation of it from the judicial branch. There is a perpetrated, attempted, or threatened invasion of U.S. territory by a foreign nation, and then the interpretation from the judicial branch, either large scale military or small scale military. Are we getting invaded by a large scale military or small scale military by a foreign nation at the moment?
The cartel.
That's not a small or large scale military, right? So are we? So hey, Michael, don't.
Can I expound on that really quick?
It's paramilitary.
Well, I can prove it to you, Michael. There
pull
was
it up on my Google.
Trump's intelligence agencies released a report clarifying that Tren de Aragua and MS-13 are not acting on behalf of the states.
Boom.
Can I rebuttal something, please, before you drop me?
I'm not going to drop you.
Me neither.
Okay, I don't have the power to drop you.
Okay, tell me this. This is going to shut this live down. Why are there military vehicles at the border and troops at the border. Tell me that.
I got it. Can I answer, please? I know.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I was going to say. You're confusing Trump's end run around the posse. You're confusing Trump's. You're right about that, and you're confusing Trump's end run around the Posse Comitatus Act for like him essentially invoking either the Posse Comitatus Act or the Insurrection Act. What's happening is, well, twofold. Number one, I am a native-born Phoenician. I was born in the state of Arizona, not a transplant. So across California, Arizona, and New Mexico, in the dead of night about 4 weeks ago, Trump basically did his end run around the Posse Comitatus Act. He basically signed over a bunch of federal lands, a huge strip, and created to the Department of Defense. He created a military installation that when undocumented immigrants or anyone, American citizens as well, anyone that now crosses onto this strip of land can be basically detained by the military. That's one reason. But the other reason goes back, and I think it's like the best example is the reason Kristi Noem, that weirdo whose brain doesn't work, has her job as department head of Homeland Security. It's because she
very hot.
Her brain does not work, and now I know for sure yours doesn't work, Michael. Thank you for confirming that to me. Like that, the fact you would defend if Kristi Noem's brain works is an indictment on your own intelligence. But anyways, what she did do that Trump liked, other than F. Corey Lewandowski over and over while she was married, was she called up the South Dakotan, as we say. I lived in South Dakota. Shout out to Sioux Falls for a year. South Dakota National Guard, right? And do you know how she did it? Because this is fascinating. The reason Norm Eason's security clearance was revoked, that's the head of, and Noah Bookbinder, they run the Crew, Citizens for Renewed Ethics in Washington, or Responsible Ethics in Washington, a really great think tank that Trump hates. They did a FOIA request and looked into Kristi Noem calling up the South Dakota National Guard and deploying them to the border. And it's really effed up what she did. What she did in the first deployment was declare that there was an invasion. And this is the crazy legal logic that, like, exactly what you're saying, Michael. The cartel was invading, and the first largest reservation, indigenous reservation is in Arizona. It's Window Rock, the Navajo reservation. The second is in South Dakota. It's called Pine Ridge. And she said that Pine Ridge was a forward operating base for the cartel. And that's why she needed to call up the U.S. military and turn it on American citizens and deploy them on American soil. And here's where it gets super fascinating. What those documents, the Freedom of Information request, revealed was on the second deployment, a billionaire from Tennessee sent her millions of dollars. Imagine the implications if you are a billionaire and can call up the American military with your money. And in the FOIA request, which I can send everyone in my Discord this article because it's a fascinating read, and this is why Trump hates Norm Eason and Noah Bookbinder. In the FOIA request is John Thune, Mitch McConnell's golden boy, the new majority leader of the Senate, basically being like, hey, we can't have billionaires funding the American military being called up. You have to do something about this. And they sort of redid it so that it wasn't a billionaire's money. But then the South Dakotan people were like, we're not paying to send these people to the border. But that was the first go round of calling up the American military and claiming an invasion and trying to say that an indigenous reservation, Pine Ridge, was a forward operating base of the cartel, which, by the way, Kristi Noem is no longer allowed to set foot on that reservation for lying about indigenous people, and they completely disproved everything she said. But yes, I do acknowledge that what you're saying happened.
It took you an hour? Can't you just say you're right, Michael?
No, I'm just giving people facts. Some people want to learn information. You don't, Michael, but some people do. You think Kristi Noem's brain works.
That's not true. What about Pam Bondi?
And hold on, Michael.
Pam Bondi is the saddest argument.
Yeah, and plus also Michael.
I've ever heard.
Michael, so can you give me?
Hold on.
Okay, so hold on. This is mine. What the fuck do you mean? No, this is my live.
I know.
So,
but can I say something?
No, because you lied about the Alien Enemies Act. We're going right back to the topic that you brought up.
With the right date, 1798. Remember?
That's not what your claim was, though. We went through the 3 criteria that need to happen, and you were wrong about 2 of the 3. I don't even need to list the third one.
Friend up here, I said the cartel is an invasion.
According to who? Who's the one that makes that jurisdiction?
Police said it was.
No, so okay, so Michael,
well,
can you? So no, Michael, no, can you? So Michael, cool. Got it. Yada yada. La. Can you tell me? The answer is no, right? Can you tell me when Congress declared an invasion, dog? Is Felice Congress?
Congress hasn't done it yet.
Okay, cool. So the Alien Enemies Act argument is over. Now you can talk to Felice. Thank you. So no, go talk to Felice. You say you want to talk to Felice. Go ahead and talk to her.
Okay, no, look, it's not. I know what you guys are doing. It's not going to work this time.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
you being a dumbass has nothing to do with me.
I'm not doing anything. I will say this: a judge did say that Trump could deport people under the Alien Enemies Act under one condition: that he provided them due process. He hasn't provided them. And then a second federal judge a couple of days ago said he couldn't. So I don't really know what's going on.
Hello, I don't mean to interrupt, but those are Obama and Biden judges that are.
They're not. Trump. That's wrong.
They are.
Boasberg is not. He's a Reagan-appointed judge. Hey, he's a Ronald Reagan-appointed judge. And the fact you can't figure that out is very sad for you. Well, but Boasberg is a Reagan-appointed judge.
That's one.
Okay, well, that's the one we're talking about.
Right.
Well, what about the other ones?
Oh, wait, no, Michael, wait. Hey, Michael, the host is talking.
Oh, sorry.
Can you concede, so she just named you one, we can name more. Can you concede that they're not all Obama? Not that would matter
Boasberg,
anyway.
The one that's doing the most with the Alien Enemies Act, he's
what about Garcia? What about El Salvador? Garcia.
Hold on, Michael. Why are you...
Boasberg.
Yeah, why are you running, bro? You made a claim substantiated. Make a claim that all of the judges were...
He's a Reagan-appointed judge.
Okay, that's
embarrassing.
That's the one with doing the Gilmore.
Well, give me another one. Give me one more.
Okay.
Without looking.
Like, are you saying that you want us to find an Obama judge for you that's making rulings you don't like?
They're all over there.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's beautiful. Michael, you made the claim. They're all over. You tell us the judges. No, it's cool. So... your mouth is moving faster than your brain, right? We've already substantiated that not all the judges. She even gave you a Reagan one, Michael. You are moving. Your mouth is moving. Your brain ain't doing too much up there. So let's go ahead and now you owe us now. We proved our claim. We gave you 2 judges, one Reagan and then, the other one, not Reagan, or somebody else as well. So you give us evidence now that all of the judges are like Biden or Obama. You are doing entirely too much this, not much of this. Go ahead. Plus, also, even if they were 100% Obama and Biden...
look, Michael, and see if I can find any for you. I'll see it, but I don't know if, search will really yield that. Like, what would we search for? Federal judges who ruled against Trump. Federal judges who ruled against Trump. Who appointed them? I don't even know how to search for this.
It's okay. We're going to use some AI here.
Remember Biden and Obama, both of them.
Okay, so Michael. So I want you to actually start proving your point. Oh, now beautiful, awesome. So only 27% of current judges were appointed in the Biden and Obama era put together, right? Only 27% of active federal judges. So this is called a minority of judges. And so don't start talking because you asked. We're doing your homework for you. Do not interrupt, right? You're in the pod right now. Stay in there, right? So now, with that being said, right? So you know what's funny? You have a good chunk of these judges that were appointed during Trump's first administration that are part of that 9-0 decision about Abrego Garcia. Interesting. So you have a whopping 27 that were also appointed by the Trump administration. That's well over.
Here we go. I found it. Even judges appointed by Trump are ruling against him. This is from May 6, 2025. Can we get an L, Michael, in the chat? during his first term in office, Trump appointed 226 federal judges,
say look up his
including 3.
appointees.
Wait, I'm helping you. You
Well, we're
wanted to
not
know,
looking up those
including
ones.
3 U.S. Supreme Court justices. Here we go. So what's going on? Instead, here we go. Let's find the decisions in an unusual.
You're gaslighting. I didn't mention.
Yeah, you.
Can she just finish? Can she finish reading?
Even Trump judges believe the president is overreaching. I'm sorry. I'm just looking for names rather than the decisions. Trump appointed Judge Fernando Rodriguez didn't accept the argument. Trump argues that he can use this act, the Alien Enemies Act, to deport people suspected of being members of Tren de Aragua, transnational criminal organization. You know, we got that. Trump argues he can use this act because Tren de Aragua is engaged in irregular warfare against the United States. But Trump-appointed Judge Fernando Rodriguez didn't accept this argument. Instead, Rodriguez wrote that, quote, the president's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act through the proclamation exceeds the scope of the statute and as a result is unlawful.
Then
I could go on. So yeah, that's a Trump-appointed federal judge ruling against Trump on the Alien Enemies Act that you came here to say was beyond reproach. So again, his name is
Biden.
His name is Fernando Rodriguez. He is a Trump-appointed judge that has ruled against Trump.
Okay,
so name like Rodriguez, he might be deported himself.
That's
super
not what
racist
you said.
of you to say, but thank you, Michael.
Yes. So Michael.
Unbelievably
I'm
racist.
Hispanic. I'm Hispanic.
Okay, I don't care. You can be self-hating. So Michael.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. First of all, I'm Afro-Latino. So I'm
who's not? Yeah, we're black Hispanic. You're talking to people. My dad's a black Hispanic.
So Michael, stop. Okay, so you have to prove your claim. Plus, I'm going to list all these guys by names and get petty here in just a second because we have some George W. Bush appointees as well. This is not looking good for you. So now, can you substantiate? You said, and luckily my Twitch is doing a good job of capturing this moment. Love you guys. You said that they were all Obama and Biden era appointments. Do you retract your statement or can you prove me wrong? Right? If you do, we're not moving from this.
I said the people that are blocking Trump are.
That's not what you said.
I didn't say all judges were Obama and Biden.
Moving the goalpost.
I think you did. You said that, and then I said Bloomberg was Reagan appointed, and then I found a judge for you that Trump appointed that ruled against him.
Because I'm tired of people saying things I don't say. And
I'm going to clip you tomorrow and put you on my TikTok.
If I got it wrong, I apologize. I just thought that's what we were trying to disprove. That's why I went and found it.
I'm being misconstrued a lot of times because people don't like my opinion.
Misconstrued. I like that.
At least pronounce it right.
My name is Michael. I'm Hispanic and I voted for Trump, and people have a problem with that. And I'm Republican.
My dad is Hispanic and voted for Trump. I understand that Hispanics vote for Trump.
Michael. Did anybody up here? We don't care that you're Hispanic. We don't have.
My dad's a Hispanic that voted for Trump.
Unlike the person you voted for, we don't have an issue with Hispanic. I would never say anything vile like Mexicans poison blood of America. I would never endorse a comedian that said that Puerto Rico is a floating pile of garbage.
That's self-hating.
Right? So we never said Michael. Oh my gosh, dude! I feel like I'm talking to one of my like little cousins right now. Right? You are losing the plot here. We never putting yourself. I don't. Okay, so Michael, there's only 2 people up here. Can you count how many people up here? None of us made that claim, right? And address arguments. Don't victimize yourself. We don't care about your feelings. We're talking about facts. Let's go ahead and keep talking about the judge.
Why did you vote for Trump as a Hispanic, though?
Because you know what? Because my grandfather, great-great-grandfather, voted Republican in 1920. It's a family tradition. My dad, all my brothers, minus my sisters and the women in the family are Democrats for whatever reason that goes.
Maybe because they can read.
So you're telling me
they want to make trouble.
Maybe they're interested in bodily autonomy. I'm like, probably the craziest thing.
Listen. We are a family that, we're very different. Anyways, look at what I'm not going to talk about my family. I'm talking about me and and my voice.
Can I start asking you? Okay, so you're just getting into a bunch of emotional, personal stories. I'm actually going to move this along. I'm going to start asking you about Trump policies because you're beating around the bush.
Okay.
I personally don't care why you voted if it's a family tradition. Slavery used to be a family tradition. It's time to get on with the time.
Are you also in the field?
Yeah, it's time to get with the time.
My dad was a migrant worker who picked strawberries. Should I do that too?
Should I go pick?
Grandmother, hold on.
Did your grandmother pick strawberries?
Chris is very important.
Dude, I don't care about your personal story. I'm defending Americans as a whole. Stop talking about your personal story, because the minute you got cooked up on these judges, now you want to get personal with it. Let's talk. So I'm going to start asking you about policies. If you don't want to talk about Trump, exit the live, right? Because we're talking about Trump now. I don't care about your personal stories. Slavery used to be a family tradition. It used to be a conservative traditional values is what you guys like to call it. Jim Crow was a traditional value, right? Given to the states. So I don't care that history hurts to learn sometimes, but you got to learn about it. Unlike the red states that are trying to ban books that teach, all people's history so we don't repeat it. Sorry that hurts, right? But I'm going to teach the right part of history because you guys suck at it. So let's actually talk about policies. Oh my goodness. Now, why is Trump trying to advocate for getting rid of the Department of Education when quite literally that's the worst thing we could? So do not interrupt. Okay, so Michael, every time you interrupt me, I'm going to start from the top, right? I used to be a military guy, right? I realize.
Don't interrupt. Just
thank you for your service.
Never get
okay, so don't thank me for my service. You voted against my community. So now, with that being said, right? I know you're frothing at the mouth to go give your CNN answer. Be quiet, real quick. So why is Trump trying to get rid of the DOE when it has no good effects for education? Doing so, it's actually going to hinder us. Now you can go ahead with the ChatGPT response. What the fuck? Go ahead.
Okay. In my opinion, I'll try to be really calm. In my opinion, Department of Education is government waste. Now, let's get the education into the hands of the state, where they can hand out to each pupil $30,000, and they could decide if they go to Catholic school or Christian school or charter school or homeschool. That's the best bet. $30,000 is a lot of money to homeschool. I've known homeschool people. They're very smart.
Where did you settle on $30,000?
Yeah, what the hell?
Because $17,000 is from the government and the rest, other 10 is from the state.
No, you just said you want it. Nothing's from the federal government. We abolished the Department of Education.
Hold on.
Yeah, so Michael, I'm going to let this, so she's a former educator. I'm just going to say my one piece.
I was a teacher and you are, listen, here's the truth. The only, because I think there's just a fundamental, Michael, I'm not against you. I'm on your team. Like we're both, you established, you're Hispanic, I'm Hispanic. Let's talk about that. Like, this is the truth. And I'm from Arizona, which people always say, oh, there's a lot of Mexicans where I am. I don't know if anyone understands. In Phoenix, it's 42% Hispanic. Phoenix, Arizona is 42% Hispanic. It is literally the majority of people. I think 41% are Caucasian at this point. I think we have overtaken.
Scottsdale. I know about Arizona.
Okay, you've been to Scottsdale. Congratulations, where the rich white people are. That's good to hear.
Okay, so Michael.
Scottsdale is what the rest of us call it. Anyways, my point is this. The Department of Education, I think you don't understand what's going on with it. The only thing it does is to create equity. Equity for brown people, for black people, for disabled people, because whether you know this or not, the way that the education system is funded, the public education system, is by Jim Crow laws, right? And when I mean Jim Crow, what I'm saying is if you live, it's funded by property taxes. So in the richest neighborhoods, that's why you see high schools that look like a new airport and planes are landing. It's like, is that a mall? No, that's a high school, right? And then in poor areas, the high schools looks like the ramshackle, horrific places that are falling apart. So the only thing the Department of Education did, they don't create curriculum. Curriculum is done by the states. The only thing they do is create equity. They supplement what the Jim Crow laws do not create with funding is equity. And you're basically saying, let's get rid of equity. That's what you are. That is the literal statement you are making by getting rid of the Department of Education. Any fairness, where poor neighborhoods are underfunded, where it's about $5 per student a year, and there's $27 per student in the rich neighborhoods. Let's not offset that disparity. Let's create upward mobility for the rich and paralyze the poor so they can't move up.
And
can I don't want to interrupt Chris before you start talking.
I'm done.
I'm from California. I went to California public school. You learn nothing. The public school system is trash.
Michael, we agree for the first time. It's because literally California dictates the curriculum, and that's why you think that way. Congratulations, right?
Well,
this is why you don't get. Oh my gosh, Michael, we've already. Okay, I'm just gonna start reading a source because
the public school system in California is not trash. Sorry.
Oh my God, I went to it. I learned nothing.
Look, Michael, if you learned nothing, that might be an indictment on you. I'm just telling you how it ranks amongst other school. In Arizona, we're 49. We're 48. Sorry, Oklahoma just moved to 49. So we're 48. No, the California public school system is not trash, Michael.
Can I say something, please, without being interrupted?
Because here's the. Just go ahead. But just go, dude. Michael, go ahead, because you're bringing emotional arguments, zero data, right?
I feel like the California public school system is trash. That's what you mean to say.
Yeah.
Can I say something without being interrupted?
Go ahead. Just go ahead, because I know I'm not going to get an intellectual debate, and you're embarrassing yourself in front of 800 people. Go ahead.
My entire life, people have told me to shut up, and I'm tired of it.
Well, I can see why. Yeah. Anyway.
No, it's. They misunderstand me. What it is. Listen. Oh my! See what you. Oh, you know what? Governor Newsom took the money for education and put it to the migrants.
Can you give me a source for that?
Oh, he's asking for a loan for $4 billion. I got you right now. I got you. I'm gonna pull up right now. I got my Google.
Okay, cool. And then I got the fact check ready because I've heard this argument.
I'd just like to get Chris to 500K while we're waiting for Michael.
Michael, you have to. Okay, Michael.
Let's tap the screen. Let's get Chris to 500K.
Dude, you have to. Michael, stop doing. Hey, guys. So guys, I don't do pay to kick. I'm giving that money back, guys. I know he's insufferable. I don't do that, guys. I just don't feel right doing that.
Thank you for the $40. Joby, I should have said, please hang in there. You're awesome. I assume this is for all the harassment. I appreciate it, Joby, and thanks for being here and supporting me all the time. It does not go unnoticed. Joby, you're the best.
I don't mean to be excited. I got it.
Okay, dude, I don't care because I've already heard this argument 70 times. Just go ahead. Because I got the fact check.
I'll look it up.
Hold on, someone's at the door. Hold on one moment.
Oh God, please.
Someone's at the door.
Okay, no, you're good because that gives me an opportunity for you to shut the hell up for a little bit.
Do you know what he's saying already?
I do. Yeah, it's okay. I've already got the AP fact check and factcheck.org pulled up because I was not born yesterday. Fuck this guy. What
is it? He's saying that Gavin Newsom gave the public school money to what? Undocumented?
To migrants. Yeah, it's okay. That's been debunked numerous times.
I don't know. Michael's just like my dad.
Dude, okay, Michael. We're having a debate. Present your evidence. Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
Can you not use the F word when you're talking about me, please?
Oh my gosh.
California Governor Newsom. Remember, we're the fourth most powerful economy in the world. Governor Newsom asked for a $3.4 million loan to help with the shortfall in the state's funding because of the migrants getting medical and apartments and phones and loans and cars and hotel rooms and food. That's why.
Okay, what are you reading from? What are you reading that from? What's the source?
Well, there's multiple sources. This is one.
So, Michael, just don't be fucking difficult, bro.
Okay, CBS News.
CBS, that's all I need to hear. Got it. So we're going to go with factcheck.org, which actually has a correspondence from the governor, from an inspector general. As soon as you said that, I stopped taking you seriously. All right. Also, we are also going to use one more.
Take CBS seriously. I just don't understand what you just read, how it relates to public schools.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He's talking about something completely separate from public schools.
I could explain.
Just explain, dude. You victimize yourself so hard for somebody that voted for
I'm
Trump.
a street reporter. So
Dude,
how can I victimize myself?
You're a street reporter, so now I see why you suck at giving. So okay, cool.
No,
Keep going. Just
Bass won't talk to me.
Dude,
Stop arguing. Just tell us the point.
Just okay, Michael. Michael. Just what's the point? Because your own source refuted your claim. That was easier said than done. Go ahead.
Can I ask you something, Chris?
Dude, if you have a claim to back up. The answer is no.
Okay, I just want to say, why is Mayor Bass ignoring me?
Michael.
Karen Bass has amazing intelligence. You think the mayor of Los Angeles wants to talk to you, Michael? I literally feel like I'm slowly dying sitting through this conversation. Karen Bass has a lot of things to do, and none of which involve talking to you. That's what I'm letting you know. And she's a fierce black woman whose brain is firing on all cylinders. She does not want to talk to you. I'm sorry to be the one that has to tell you this. Karen Bass doesn't want to talk to you.
Michael, this is why. So here's the thing about competency in your job. You are running to so many points. You refuted your own argument. This is I would not trust you to report things going on in my backyard and report it back to me, honestly. Michael, this is not a California Live. You do not even want to stick to your own topic. So let's go back, right? You need to bring me a source that actually says what you said, because now you didn't even bring me a source that says that it was getting redirected to migrants. Can you bring me that source now? Because I'm reading it. What you said is not found in here.
Are you talking about Mayor Bass?
Your original claim, Michael, was that you were going to prove that a bunch of money was redirected from public education to migrants. And now you've changed the subject several times. So we're still waiting from the proof that money was taken from public education and given to migrants.
Dude, this is a terrible, I could get, I used to be in the Army, I can go get an 18-year-old private and say,
People
go
are
do
saying
some
Michael reports lives. I don't know if that's true, but that's
I don't report live. I've been
okay, well, why are people saying that, Michael? Maybe change the way you
Because
operate.
people report me because they don't like me.
People do the same thing to me.
I happen to be one of those, but I don't like you for your lack of competency and dishonesty, right? And you're a reporter that can't even
We're
give me
almost to 500K. We cannot control Michael, but we can control this one thing. We can all tap the screen to 500K.
People like because I
control the controllable.
Dude, just give me you brought up a source that didn't even prove your claim, bro. Can you just stop wasting our time, bro? Just bring us a source and let's talk about it, dude. You're a reporter. You should be able to know how to do this.
Okay, yes. I'm just starting out though. I'm a newbie.
Okay, dude. Oh my gosh, just bring me a source.
California close to approving $150,000 loans for illegal immigrants to help purchase homes. Now that's one of the problems.
What's the source? What's the source?
Fox News.
No, I'm not using Fox. No,
well,
that's
I will use Fox. Listen, I have no problem with Fox. Again, what you're missing is the actual original claim. You said that money was being taken from public education, and you never said anything about home loans.
That's true.
You said money was being taken from California public education, and that's why your brain doesn't work so good.
I got it.
Because money was taken from your education and given to migrants. And so that's what we're waiting for, not random things you're reading as you're Googling. We're waiting for the proof that money has been stolen from public school children in California.
Correct.
And then given to migrants.
Sorry. This is from 2023. I'm sorry, it's so long ago. Let me read it. FEMA has spent at least $159 million on migrant services.
That's not your claim.
Again, and that's a different. We already went through the FEMA. We already debunked this on another live. If you don't understand FEMA buckets, then that's something you should research as a junior reporter that you are. Again, that has nothing to do with money being taken from public schools and given to migrants because it didn't happen.
Can I talk to you on a human level, Chris?
No, hey, Michael,
Okay,
you've given.
Fine, I will pretend I can't hear. I'll plug my ears.
Okay, so the answer, Michael, you have disrespected me on this panel by not even proving your own claim. So here's the thing, right? You need to give me evidence of Gavin Newsom, dude. So honestly, I would trust a migrant to do your job better than you. This is fucking pathetic, right? So with that being said, right, do you have evidence? Because I'm going to go ahead and re-quote your claim. It's called steel manning your argument. You quoted Gavin Newsom taking public education funding, right, and giving it to migrants for those types of programs for housing. Can you substantiate?
I just read 3 of the things.
You didn't give me. You talked about FEMA. FEMA is a federal program. Yes.
Okay, let me give you the cost of my.
So, Michael, Michael, if you don't want to answer my question, I'm just going to boot you. So, is FEMA, there's no hold on, bro. You're not my brother. And hold on. You're not my brother, right? You're friggin', you're nothing to me. You're over here right now making up propaganda that literal Americans are falling for. You're nothing to me. You're unwilling to even concede that you can't even substantiate your own points. You are freaking terrible. Now, let's go ahead. Can you prove the claim that Gavin Newsom took public education funding and gave it to migrants? Yes or no?
I'm just not used to people disliking me, that's all.
Okay, so Michael, I got you, bro. I think you need to go study up on reporting, and I'm just going to go ahead and bring...
you didn't want... Oh, thank you for the wings. And you didn't want to talk to me. I'm the nice one. That was a mistake.
I can be a little bit spicy sometimes, but... Jack, how old are you?
I'm 80 years old.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but
okay,
that's another story.
Well, no, we're actually here to talk.
Just saying, I think
you have 2 bars.
Yeah, no, just I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you're good now. How is Trump making America great again?
Shit, he ain't making it great. I'm sorry I ever voted for that piece of shit.
Fair.
Finally, someone's making some sense. Thank God. I was starting to lose faith in America.
Because Michael was over here, dude. If Michael's a reporter, I feel this is why, media's sketchy right now.
Michael's another piece of shit. He didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. I didn't even know why you kept him so goddamn long.
He's not used to people not liking him, Jack. Don't say this. You're probably killing his spirit right now. Michael's not used to people not liking him.
He called me a rhino.
I don't like the son of a bitch.
Okay, yeah, that's enough of that. All right.
Oh, wait, I need to follow Jack. I followed you.
Oh, yeah, Jack.
Keep on keeping on, Jack.
Yeah, if somebody curses it up too much, I do get taken down. But, Jack, we appreciate your time. We're going to get back to some debates, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, dude.
Man, you have a good one.
People are saying Michael changes his career on every live. I guess people know Michael.
Oh, so he's not a reporter?
No.
Hawk, noted, man, I got you. The information he spoke of was for healthcare, not education, W. Bernardo, how old are you?
Hey, man, 31.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sure did.
All right, how is he making America great again?
I don't know. I kind of just trust him.
So you don't know, but you just trust. Cool. Can I ask you about some of his policies then? We're going to see where the trust lies. Okay, so cool. We haven't talked about foreign policy very much. And I mean, you can laugh, but you're going to have to be accountable for what I'm about to say. So are you familiar with what's going on in Iran right now?
No.
Okay. Are you a fan of our sworn enemies having the ability to blow us up with nuclear things? Boom booms for TikTok purposes?
No.
Okay, so cool. Donald Trump allowed Iran to accumulate enough nuclear material by backing us out of the 2015 nuclear agreement. And now Iran is claiming that they have enough nuclear material to do so because they've been able to build it over 7 years. Why did Trump allow Iran to build nuclear capabilities against the United States of America?
I don't think that he did.
Well, yeah, he backed us out of the nuclear agreement that put sanctions on him. I mean, you can laugh while you're getting baked up right now, but you're like, supposedly...
Oh, trust me, my friend, you're not baking me.
Okay, so cool. Answer the question then.
I don't know.
Okay, cool. So you don't know. Cool. So you guys made the claim that there's no new wars, that Trump wasn't going to have any new wars while he was president, right? Do you still affirm that claim?
Yes, I do.
All right, perfect. Why did India and Pakistan just got done fighting each other?
I don't know.
That's okay. So that's a new war that happened under the Trump administration. Perfect. We're going to go around the whole world. So Donald Trump said that he promised that he was going to end the war between Ukraine and Russia in a day. Is Ukraine and Russia still fighting right now?
Well, of course not in a day.
Well, that's what he said. So are they still fighting right now?
Well, learn to know what exaggeration.
Are they still fighting right? Yeah, it's an exaggeration, just like he said that.
Why are you holding him to it?
Yeah, everything that he says is an exaggeration. I was going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. He said he was going to bring the troops back from Afghanistan by Christmas of 2019. He definitely released all those Taliban members. He was going to go slash energy costs for Americans by 50%. Yeah, I agree. Everything he says is an exaggeration.
Trump didn't start the war with India and Pakistan.
No,
well, yeah.
No, wait, that's not what No New Wars is about. What No New Wars is about is that Trump is so manly and so powerful that no one would dare fight each other if he was in office. That's what No New Wars is about. And it turns out that no one gives an F if Donald Trump is in office.
Oh, yes, they do.
Well, except for when Pakistan and India attacked each other, and then Trump, and then the best part was when Trump declared a ceasefire a couple days ago, and then after that they continued attacking each other. That was the best part. So that's how much they respect Donald Trump.
Fernando,
he's not at all.
Trump's been I don't care because here's the thing.
Well, you were gonna say my name right.
Okay, well, once again, I just said I don't care. If you do, actually, I'm just gonna keep calling you that to piss you off. Yeah. So Trump's
you mad whenever people call Kamala.
So okay, cool. That's fine because here's the thing. He's been president for 100 days. Running to somebody that didn't even win the election is not going to help you. Why can't you hold your president accountable? This is fucking pathetic. We're talking about Trump now. So if you want to go back, then you have to concede first that he's not doing anything good on the foreign policy side. I'll be glad to go to Kamala, just concede he's not doing shit that he said on the foreign policy side, and we can talk about it because it's a lot more productive than the ass clown on the foreign policy now. So you've been.
Oh, he's amazing. I love Trump.
He's awesome. Cool. So can you answer Iran, Ukraine, Russia, Saudi Arabia, India, Pakistan? Give me a refutation to any of those because this is not looking good.
I think it would be a lot worse if Kamala was on.
So that's not a refutation, right? So can you address anything I said, or do I need to move on? Let me know, man. It's easy because I can tell that you're
you can move on.
Okay, cool. So awesome. So you requested no neck. All right.
That was Bernardo.
Bernardo.
It was funny. Hey, I actually think I have to go to sleep. This has been super fun, but I've got to be awake at 5 a.m. I have to be on Faxes Live. So I'm going to go to sleep. Thank you so much for having me today and letting me hang out. This was so fun, and we have to do this again. And thanks for everyone being so supportive as I was harassed for 2 hours. Sucks being a woman on the internet, but let's do this again, Chris. You're the best.
Let's make it a Sunday thing. Yeah, I'm actually going to go.
And if anyone's not following me, can you follow me right now? I'm trying to get to 200,000 followers, and I'm at 199.6. I only need 400 followers. If you're not following me, could you just follow me right now? Even if you don't like me, just do it anyways.
Get Bernardo to hit you with that follow.
Yeah, exactly. Bernardo. Yeah, he was not. I honestly thought Bernardo was about to we were about to see whatever happened when we got flashed. Remember when we were flashed earlier?
Oh my gosh.
That was and I'm surprised the live didn't get taken down. Apparently we can now expose ourselves.
Well, that happened when Parker came over here. He said just drop him instantly within 30 seconds, and that's
God, I'm never gonna unsee that. Was that him or was that another person?
It was just somebody. He was had his phone to the screen.
I know. None of us will ever be the same, and we all saw it together. I know. My eyes are silver. CVAS, exactly. I will never forget. Thank you for following me. I will never forget whatever we all witnessed together. And
did she hit 200K?
This big. No, I didn't. I need 400 followers. I'll get there. We'll do this again, Chris. Let's not be strangers. Thank you guys so much. I shall see you on the flip side. I'll be live 5 a.m. For Fax and Felice. If you're on East Coast time, 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern. See you guys there. Later, Gators.
See you, sis. Appreciate you.